So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto was neglected by his family and had all elements of Bloodline. Part 2. If you guys enjoy it. And if you want part 3. Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 11. Arc 3. Part 1. Naruto didn't know how he should be feeling as he walked to the left of Kurenai, with Narumi flanking her right. It had been just over a week now that the new team, dubbed Team Kurenai, left Konoha and Yukigakure in hopes to solve the strange fortune mystery that had uncovered itself. They had just broken through from the Land of Fire's border and were making good time covering the rest of the distance to Yukigakure. Less than a day's trip and they would finally have made it to the outskirts of Yukigakure, having to cross the icy water on a boat before getting able to step foot onto the country itself. The country had been experiencing an overabundance of snowfall for about 2 years. Even during summer the snow continued to fall over the country, making trading especially hard for the neighboring villages and countries with treaties. Somehow though, by either miracle or luck, the country managed to prosper further with the excess amount of snow. More wildlife seems to roam the snow-covered land, and plenty of different fish species have been discovered in their icy waters. There have even been rumors circulating that the Yukigakure was beginning to establish a shinobi system, but those were just rumors, since most travelers and shinobi alike tend to stay away from the desolate country. Many find it too cold to endure, especially during winter. During their trip Naruto managed to get several training opportunities when it was his turn for guard duty. While he couldn't practice any of his blood or water ninjutsu, he had raised the weights that Shisui had on his body and made sure he practiced his taijutsu katas. He stationed several water clones around their campsite for some extra precaution as he lost himself in his training. The one particular he had wanted to master, or at least adequately learn to control, was the Shunshin. He had only ever performed successfully in his battle with Sokka, but he was sure it was due to the Bijuus residing in him that helped him actually use the technique. Since he was never able to physically move that fast before, his early attempts usually left him with a mouth full of dirt and a sore back. But the more and more time he had for guard duty, the more proficient he was getting with the. While he was nowhere close to Shisui's level of mastery with the, he was proficient enough to move around at speeds most who performed the couldn't do. And it was all thanks to the scrolls Shisui had left after his death. There was a reason why they seemed to just click with the Uchiha prodigy. The Sharingan. The Sharingan allowed the user to perceive things around them at a much faster rate than normal, almost as if everything was moving in slow motion. Because of this it allowed one's body to react to situations faster. And Shisui had discovered that paired with the Shunshin, he could use his Sharingan to not only amplify the effectiveness, but also the speed he took to activate, to dispel, and to perceive. This helped regulate the chakra control around your whole body in order to move in bursts of speed in split-second intervals. Naruto couldn't help but beam at his sensei's brilliance, eternally thankful for his fateful encounter with him. So while he was slowly progressing with the sunshine, he slowly started to improve on his blood manipulation. While Team Kurenai ventured further to Yukigakure, he made small slices in his skin and timed himself to see how fast he could close and seal up his wounds. Small cuts like a slice would take no longer than 10 seconds to heal, and if he didn't channel his chakra to the wound, it would take anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes to heal. While larger injuries like a stab wound would take somewhere close to 1 minute to heal, depending how bad the injury actually was. And would take around an hour to heal completely without channeling his chakra to it. But even with all of his improvements with the blood in his body, he was having trouble trying to manipulate it out of his body. He couldn't do much since Narumi had tried to stick to his side like glue, and the only alone time he had was guard duty. He finally managed to make a decently sized bowl of the substance before it popped away. Naruto was starting to grow irritated at his failed attempts until Isobu had to explain to him that he would just simply need better chakra control. Since the seal had been discovered on Naruto and the two of them managed to finally speak to another, that had opened a small air of the seal, allowing more of the demon's chakra to be accessible. But the biggest drawback to this was it had slightly thrown his chakra control out of whack. It wasn't a huge change, since he was able to perform all of his to the same capacity as before. His blood was used to the abundance of demon chakra, so it threw his reserves off. "Oh good, the port, we should be able to catch the next boat to Yuki," Kurenai's soft voice said as she subconsciously hugged the poncho that was over her body closer to her, squeezing any warmth that it had left. The closer they walked to the small isolated port, the colder and colder it had become. Leaves on trees were starting to die, leaving them bare with the bark starting to peel off. The bareless branches started to show signs of snowfall as the port came further into view. Narumi did the same as she shivered under the cold, not looking forward to what it would be like once they actually stepped into the country. Naruto on the other hand wasn't fazed in the slightest by the cold. He had been manually circulating his blood through his body to keep him warm, another trick that Isobu had told him to try while their journey began. He peered over to Narumi as she breathed heavily, the freezing temperature making her breath visible to the naked eye as all three shinobi finally got to the port. No boats were in sight, the last one having just departed a half hour ago. His thoughts then drifted back to his earlier musings. He was pretty excited that he would be working along with Kurenai. It was a surprise that he was more than welcome to accept with open arms. Naruto winced as he leaned his body against one of the dead trees, a piece of bark stabbing through his poncho and poking his skin. He shifted into a more comfortable position before he took another peek at Narumi. She had been awfully quiet since they left Konoha, barely speaking a word to either him or Kurenai. He chalked it up to her just being annoyed with him for what happened outside the Hokage tower, but the silence was beginning to make Naruto a bit anxious. He felt a lump form in his throat at the thought, hoping she wasn't planning anything against him. He felt the snow under their feet shift slightly as a cold body came and stood next to him, teeth clacking together as she rubbed her trying to stay warm. "How are you holding up, Naruto-kun?" Naruto turned over to Kurenai as she spoke. Smiling at how flushed her cheeks looked from the cold, she looked cute. He only shrugged his shoulders at her, shifting uncomfortably as he felt the piercing blue eyes of his sister look his way. Sadly he and Kurenai didn't have a lot of opportunities to talk to one another. Whenever they tried, the weird gleam that would shadow over Narumi's eyes would make it unbearably uncomfortable. Kurenai's voice was calm as she spoke, but he could hear the tenseness in her words. She leaned on the tree with Naruto. He fought back a smirk as the same pierce of bark had poked Kurenai. "I'm alright, I just want to finally get to this town." Kurenai nodded as she looked at Naruto up and down. She was slightly irritated to see that the blonde boy didn't seem to be bothered at all by the cold, he wasn't even shivering, and his face remained unflushed. She chalked it up to one of his new abilities she had told her about back in Konoha. Looking away from him, she turned her gaze back to the small port, walking a little closer until she was on the edge of the dock, looking out into the vast pool of water. Several ice chunks floated within the water, getting swept up in the current before breaking apart. Straight ahead was the large island that was Yukigakure. Clouds hovered over the island, no doubt supplying the country with its massive amount of snow. She vaguely wondered what the country would really look like. She had never been to Yukigakure before, and the curiosity definitely piqued her interest. But after standing in the freezing cold, not even in the country yet, she found herself not caring anymore. "It seems the boat is coming back." Kurenai suppressed jumping in surprise as Narumi's voice hit her randomly. Snapping her head, she saw the Reed standing next to her, arms crossed under her poncho as she stared straight ahead. Her voice was void of any emotion as she motioned Kurenai to look at the vast sea. And sure enough, a small silhouette of a boat had started to make their way to them. She could barely make out a person who was standing at the edge of the boat. Nodding her head to Narumi, she turned back and motioned Naruto to make his way over to her. He did so without hesitation as she stood next to her, making sure to be on the opposite side than Narumi. The three waited in silence as the boat finally parked itself in the port. The tall skinny man stepped out from the shadows as he walked closer to the group. His body looked caved in like he hadn't eaten in years, his skin was pale, and his straight black hair flowed all the way down to his ankles, just barely touching the ground. He easily towered over as he tilted his head to the side, glancing between Kurenai and the boat. It was silent for a while as the atmosphere dropped several degrees, if that was even possible. The man almost looked like a walking skeleton, as his bright pink eyes glowed ever so faintly. "Would you like a ride to Yukigakure?" Naruto was surprised, the man's voice was not as deep as he was expecting it to be. Considering the condition, he expected something entirely different. Kurenai nodded her head, motioning to the Namikazes. She tried to keep her shivering under control as she responded. "Yes. If you would be so kind." The man gave a gruff as he walked back to the small boat. Kurenai looked hesitant as she followed him as she finally got a good look at the boat. The boat was shockingly bigger than it had looked from a distance. There was a small table in the middle holding up several empty bottles. The man stepped in and turned to his side, allowing them to follow behind him. Kurenai was the first to follow suit, next was Narumi, who took a seat to the Jounin's left. And Naruto, who occupied the right. The man took soft steps to the front of the boat before untying the rope that was keeping it stationary. After that, he dipped his hand in the freezing water below, tilting his head so he could meet Kurenai's eyes. The man was even phased as snow had started to fall and soak into his skin. The boat then started to shift a bit as they finally left the boat's dock, making their way slowly to Yukigakure. "What brings Konoha shinobi to Yukigakure?" "We have an important mission that must be completed. In fact, if possible, can I ask you a few questions?" The man stayed silent for a moment, his eyes never blinking as the snow damped his black hair. "Depends." Kurenai cooled her expression before continuing. "I was wondering if you knew anything about the strange disappearances in the town Roka," she said smoothly, waiting for a response. Narumi and Naruto looked his way as well. The man shook his head several times before submerging his hand deeper in the water, making the boat pick up speed. They're not disappearing, I reckon it's kidnapping. Kidnapping? Yes, after a single girl goes missing it's chalked up to a runaway or maybe even getting lost. But the third, or even the, it ain't just a coincidence anymore. He said. The air grew tense again as they rocked back and forth slightly due to the current. Naruto spoke up this time, curiosity getting the better of him. Do you have any idea who could be kidnapping these kids? He shook his head again. If I had to guess, then most likely a group of bandits, they tend to roam in the middle of the night from what I heard. Roka is the only town that has experienced something like this. He said, turning his head over to Narumi. She met his gaze with an unflinching one of her own. You should be careful out there, Missy, you are well within their age group of girls they go after. Narumi rolled her eyes at the man's words, not affected in the slightest. I can take care of myself. She chimed as she crossed her arms. Naruto on the other hand clenched his fists at this, while he wasn't close to his sister, the mere thought of something like that happening to her didn't sit well with him. Naruto turned around as soon as the man got quiet again. Kurenai continued to ask him questions, but he turned them out as he watched as they got closer to the island. Kidnappings, it definitely made more sense than kids just vanishing out of thin air. And from what the mysterious man had said they typically went after young girls, informing the squad that a 4-year-old had just gone missing last night in Roka. Looking up at the snowfall he felt the temperature around them drop several degrees again. He silently thanked Isobu for the blood style to keep his body warm. Naruto felt his eyes widen as Yukigakure finally came into view. He put hands on the edge of the boat and leaned forward to get a better view. Several clouds circled the island, and the mountains in the back were completely covered in snow. Narumi had a similar reaction, finally letting her emotionless expression slip as she looked out next to him in wonder. Welcome to Yukigakure. The man's rough voice said as he docked the boat perfectly, tying the rope around to keep it at bay before letting Team Kurenai exit. Kurenai bowed to the man thanking him for his service. The man nodded in response, pointing straight ahead of him. I dropped you guys off right next to Roka, follow the path straight ahead and it should lead you directly to the town. Directly after he spoke he hopped back into the boat and sailed off back into the frozen water. Kurenai turned back to the two Namikazes and offered a small, well let's get going shall we? Team Kurenai traveled at a moderate pace along the snowy path towards Roka town. They had been walking for about an hour and nothing eventful happened. Even the trip across the land of fire was not that exciting. The only they encountered was a small group of bandits that had tried to attack them in their sleep. Unluckily for them Kurenai had been the one doing guard duty that night and the next morning Naruto and Narumi didn't even know that enemies were there that night when they woke up. Naruto found himself lost within the scenery the closer they got to Roka town. He couldn't explain it, but it felt somewhat peaceful here. The snow didn't bother him very much, unlike his two female companies. The only issue was it was a little harder to walk in, but they all had brought their combat boots, so it wasn't posing much of a problem. The sun was beginning to set and lit up the sky in a beautiful pinkish hue that basked the freezing earth. The closer they got to Roku he wondered what the town would be like. He expected it to be vastly different from Konoha, since it only ever saw snowfall during winter and was more of an advanced town overall. And if he recalled, Yukigakure didn't have any shinobi, just pure civilians who lived day-to-day lives. Another hour passed before Team Kurenai saw large wooden arches overlapping together. With a large sign that read Roka town at the top. The sign was broken, half of the sign hanging on by a thread as the rest of the town came into view. Whoa. Naruto said, squinting his eyes as the three of them walked through the arches. The town was way quieter than Konoha had ever been. On both sides wooden buildings were lined up adjacent from one another. There were not many people walking through the snow-covered street, but the ones that were all turned to look at the Konoha shinobi. Transactions stopped and heads turned, all watching as Team Kurenai stepped further into the town. Naruto tried to ignore the stars looking their way, but found it increasingly hard to do so. Don't worry, I'm sure they're just not used to visitors. Kurenai whispered to him with a smile on her face. He returned the gesture as they walked through a large building in the center of town. As soon as they walked in Narumi and Kurenai breathed a heavy sigh of relief as the building was nice and warm. No doubt thanks to the boarded-up windows and the fireplace in the lobby. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the windows, making a mental note about it for later as he turned his attention back to the room. A smiling woman was seated behind a counter and offered them the widest smile he had ever seen. She gestured her arms out wide. Hello and welcome to Hotel Frost, where your satisfaction is our guarantee. Naruto's sweat dropped at her words, clearly not buying into her fake smile. Kurenai returned the smile with one of her own, raising a hand up and running her fingers through her messy hair. Do you have 3 rooms available? Oh, most definitely. It's usually 1,000 yen a night, but for you guys I'll make it 500. Kurenai raised an eyebrow at the girl. She asked the girl what she meant. Shocked to see her face fall and her smile fade. Well, I assumed you Konoha shinobi were here to help us get back the kids who have disappeared. Actually, that's exactly why we're here. Kurenai smoothly lied, giving her best reassuring smile, making the woman's eyes lit up. Kurenai quickly grabbed the 3-room keys and one each to Naruto and Kurenai. She had told them to go and get unpacked and settled in for the night, and she would check on them soon. She had wanted to have a chat with the woman before leaving. Naruto and Narumi quickly obeyed Kurenai and made their way out of the lobby and up the stairs. Walking next to each other was more awkward than Naruto had thought it would be. Narumi was still eerily quiet to him, she had refused to speak a word to him since they left. It didn't know what had gotten her so mad at him, ever since the mission in Tijuana she had grown even more distant. He didn't really care about the distance issue, since it's been like that for years, but he was more confused on why she was doing it as of late. At the beginning she seemed pleased to work alongside him, as if she was hoping to spark a family bond that has never been there. But now he just didn't know why she had a sudden change of heart. What are your plans for later tonight? Naruto stared at Narumi for a moment, rather surprised. He hadn't expected her to suddenly talk to him. Taking another step up the stairs, he quickly shrugged. Probably rest, it's already getting late and I want to get a good night's rest before information gathering tomorrow. He lied, not wanting to tell her that he planned on practicing his blood manipulation. He didn't want her to be all up in his case like before. Finally getting to the last step, she had turned to face him. It was moments like these that he really missed, having the rest of Team 11 here with him. I was thinking maybe we could have a friendly spar, see what each other is made of. She said, her voice hard as she spoke. Naruto narrowed his eyes suspiciously at his sister. It was the first time ever any one of his siblings had asked him for a spar. He watched as her eyes glazed over for a moment, probably communicating with the Biju within her, he thought to himself as he tilted his head at her. He stayed silent for a moment as he let her words fully sink in, weighing out all the pros and cons. Maybe another time, Narumi, we have an important mission to do. He then walked past her, her body staying in place as he scanned his room card with his corresponding room. He didn't notice before, but the hotel hallway was quiet, so quiet he could hear the annoyed breathing of his sister. Narumi gave a laugh that sent a chill up Naruto's spine. So you don't want to fight me, huh? But I suppose I know why you don't want to. It must be hard knowing you can't stand up to your older sister. She said it smoothly, turning her face so he could see the cocky smile that formed on her lips. Flashing her enlarged canines, letting the unspoken challenge sink into him. If she had noticed Naruto's hands tightening around the doorknob in anger, then she didn't say anything, allowing herself a mental victory as she strode past him confidently. The cold voice of his sister resonated deeply within Naruto as he sent a piercing glare to his sister with barely controlled rage. He watched in silence as she walked into her own hotel room directly next to his, making sure to flash one more toothy smile his way and disappearing from sight. He threw his door open in anger, almost ripping it right off its old hinges and slamming it shut. She really knew how to push his buttons in the worst way possible. She knew exactly how to get a rise out of him. Breath. Naruto reluctantly heard Bijuu's words, feeling that Isobu had used him the very first time they had met to calm him down. It took several minutes this time, but that finally started to have an effect. He felt his anger start to subside, letting out a small breath of relief as he thanked the Bijuu again. He took a seat on his bed and put his head in his hand. He knew that coming on a long-term mission with Narumi was gonna suck. Even with Kurenai here, it just served to make the moments with Narumi worse. You need to learn to keep your emotions in check. I can't always step in and calm you down. Naruto gave a stained smile and nodded his head. He knew that Isobu was right. Anything relating to his family he would usually blow up with anger or cry like a wimp. The more times he thought he was over everything, the more times he was reminded of their overlooming presence that had in his life. They had always affected him and will always. Unless he had found a way out, he didn't really know what to do about it all. If only he had a way to escape it all. The sudden knock broke his train of thought. He looked up at his door in surprise, wondering who it could be. Naruto-kun. It's me, can you open up? Naruto felt his heart start to beat faster in his chest as the familiar voice reached his ears. Her voice was muffled, but he could recognize that voice anywhere. He quickly jumped off his bed and made his way to the door, opening it wide to see the still shivering Kurenai. Kurenai smiled as she looked at Naruto, asking if she could come in. He nodded of course as he let her in, letting her take a seat on the lone bed in the room while he leaned against the wall. She sighed as she brought her arm up to rub one of her sore shoulders, tilting her head back in a comfortable manner. Finally we made it, I thought this trip would never end. She said with a chuckle. Naruto laughed with her, nodding his head along with her. Yeah, been one of the longest weeks of my life. Speaking of, how are you doing? With Narumi and all, I kinda overheard your guys' little spat as I was talking to you to the girl who gave us our rooms. She said, worry flashing in her eyes as she turned to look at him. Well, she didn't hear anything get out of hand. What she heard was enough to make her worried about her favorite blonde. It was almost like the family lived to make Naruto's life progressively worse as he got older. Naruto wanted to stay silent, but a scowl couldn't help but sneak its way in. I'm as good as I'll ever be with her here. Annoyed with the idea that he had to work alongside her again, especially when she had become more bitchy for some reason. Yes, well, at least we have each other, that's something, right? She said, her eyes closing due to her smile stretching all the way across her face. Naruto had to fight back a blush as he looked at her. Happy to see that her eyes were closed so she didn't have to witness his embarrassment. He reached up and scratched the back of his head, turning away in a feeble attempt to hide his flushing face. Why, yeah, it's the only plus about this mission. Kurenai giggled before standing up from the bed. She stretched her back, letting out a satisfied groan as it popped. Good, but I do have to tell you, Yuta had told me that most of the people living in this town who have a daughter under the age of 16 have gone missing suddenly. So tomorrow I want you to go asking around and see if you spot anyone looking suspicious. Use a hinge if you have to. I'll be checking out the local bars and talking to the older locals to see if they have noticed anything. She said. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai laughed again as she bent down next to the blonde. She started to run her fingers through his blonde locks as she playfully pouted at Naruto. Oh come on, you don't have to call me sensei, just Kurenai is fine. Naruto barely registered what she had said, too distracted at how soft her hands had felt as she massaged his hair. He gave a ghost of a nod as he closed his eyes in bliss, all his worries having melted away in an instant. Wow, a simple head rub from this woman was enough to calm you down faster than my soothing. Isobu teased, finding enjoyment in the blonde boy's sudden attitude change. Can't talk right now, sorry. Kurenai let her hand linger for longer than she had anticipated before pulling away. Strangely missing the warmth it had provided for her, not knowing that Naruto had felt the same thing. Kurenai forced her eyes away from him as she started to walk to the door. Well, I have to go and inform Narumi about what she is doing tomorrow. So try and get some rest, okay, Naruto-kun? Naruto gave a thumbs up. You got it, Kurenai-chan, he said, freezing in place as the unexpected suffix sneaked its way out into his sentence. Embarrassment flooded his body as he quickly made his way to apologize to her. Kurenai just blushed slightly, a small tinge of pink adorning her cheeks as he said it. She found herself not caring that he had called her that, in fact it made her smile grow even wider. Not knowing why exactly she had just chalked it up to the frozen weather messing with her head. She quickly shot down any form of apology she sensed was about to get thrown her way. She eased his worries, telling him that she welcomed the suffix, that it was only fair since she had used one for him since they had met. Naruto nodded, face flushed red as he opened his hotel door for her. She thanked him, and she took one last look back before walking next door to Narumi's room. Good night, Naruto-kun. Good night, Kurenai-chan. Chapter 12. Arc 3. Part 2. 17 days left until the full moon. You are really bad at information gathering. Shut up, I'm trying my best here. You know I have never done this before, right? I'm still a fucking genin. Naruto retorted back to Isobu with barely controller rage as he stomped angrily down an unoccupied ally of Roka. They have been staying in Roka for a few weeks now and information gathering was starting to be a lost cause. Most of the parents whose daughters have gone missing didn't have any useful information, saying that their kids were there that night and in the morning they were gone, vanished without a trace. He had even stayed up several times all throughout the night in hopes to see anyone roaming around suspiciously. So far he had seen nobody that looked suspicious or anything out of the ordinary. It was just people living everyday life somberly, you could physically see them in their eyes as they went to work that day. Or even to buy groceries, almost as if no one had any faith left. He found himself growing more and more irritated as days went on, with gathering information souring his mood and the ever-growing remarks and insults he would receive from Narumi whenever they were to discuss what they had found out. The first talk he had with Kurenai the night they had gotten here helped a lot. Most of the nights she would come over for a chat just to make sure he was doing okay. He genuinely appreciated it and concluded that he would have gone insane without her here. But as soon as she left, the thoughts of Narumi would plague his mind. She became more and more passive-aggressive towards Naruto. She had begging, calling her weak in front of Kurenai. And that was the last straw. He had almost taken her up, and that sparring session she had brought up, his overwhelming goal to prove his family wrong, which was once a goal for himself to cope with his family's abandonment, was slowly morphing into pure resentment. But Isobu had done everything he could to calm him down. It had worked, but just barely. He shoved his hands in his pockets, a scowl on his face, as he kept channeling his chakra into his bloodstream to keep him warm, trying to rid his thoughts of the anger he felt for both Narumi and Isobu. I heard that you know. Ugh, you've been so damn talkative these past few days. It's been so annoying. Wait, do you hear that? Isobu said, cutting Naruto off. Naruto was about to get angry again until his ears twitched, hearing a faint mumbling sound in the distance. Naruto looked to his right, seeing nobody around. Then to his left, it was the way he had come into the alley, and he knew no one was walking the street. The sun was already starting to set, and most people were already locked in their homes. He rested his head back against the building directly behind him, ears twitching again as the mumbling began to increase in volume. It was impossible to make out what the voices were saying, but he could hear several people talking. Naruto looked back up the building, looking for any kind of advantage point to get a better listen. He scowled as he circled the building, all the windows were boarded up and the door to the front was chained up. If he forced himself they would obviously be aware of his presence. Looking up at the tall building he faintly made out a lit shine of yellow peeking through from the roof. Bingo. He started channeling chakra to his feet, slowly stepping up the giant wooden building. His steps were quiet, making sure to not make a sound and alert any of the people inside. He was thankful for the darkness as he climbed the building effortlessly before getting to the roof, putting his foot down, so he was able to make out a decently sized open skylight. He internally cheered as he made his way over, the voices starting to become much more clear the closer he got to the skylight. Making sure to stay hidden he got onto his stomach and peeked his head, so his head was just barely visible. Inside were about 3 people he did not recognize in Roka, each were wearing the same oversized brown trench coat, hoods obscuring their faces. They were huddled together as they crowded around the center of the room. Naruto narrowed his eyes, trying to get a better view at what they seemed to be hiding. Why do you think he asked us to meet here? We're right in the fucking center of Roka for heaven's sake. Who knows what that fucking masked freak is thinking, I swear we got a good paycheck for this. The man in the center said viciously as he spat down on the floor, clearly irritated. Naruto kept his eyes trained on the 3 men as the one in the middle slowly shifted to his left. Grabbing something off a small table gave Naruto just enough room to catch a glimpse at what they were hovering over. Naruto felt his eyes go wide with rage. In front of them all was a tied-up girl, looking to be about 16 with her arms and legs tied together. Tears stained her cheeks as her red puffy eyes looked scared. He could see her body shaking in fear as she desperately tried to spit out the wrapped-up cloth that was stuffed in her mouth, clearly a way to keep her silent. Just looking at the sight was enough to piss Naruto off. He was going to wait until they talked by themselves, but now seeing what they figured he would get them to talk now. He steadied his angry breathing as he formed the horse seal, followed quickly by bird and serpent. His eyes darkened over, whispering ever so silently, letting his voice carry itself in the breeze. Endless paranoia. He said, channeling his chakra over the room, making sure not to affect the poor girl who was forced to watch the exchange. 2 of the men down below felt their spines stiffen, like a bolt of lightning had struck them. The one on the far left backed away fearfully, his body starting to tremble as he pointed a finger at the guy in the middle. His hand was shaking violently. Why you know something don't you? Was this your idea to trap us in here? He yelled, making the man in the center look at him in confusion. Kai, what are you taking? Shut up, Tai. Don't step any closer. Kai yelled, his hood falling off his head. The now identified Tai stopped his walk, his eyes flashing in annoyance. He had no idea what had happened to his friend. Look man, what the fuck is your problem? Tai asked, biting back his scowl as he took another step forward. Kai screamed in fear as he took out a kunai and charged at Tai. Tai widened his eyes at the assault, quickly grabbing of his own to block the attack. Kai, what the fuck? He yelled angrily. Unaware of his friend behind him, looking down at him with tears streaming down his face. Tai felt his eyes widen in shock as he felt something sharp embed itself into his back. He gasped in pain from the sensation. He turned his head, blood leaking down his lips and falling off his chin. Hito. What the? Tai yelled before the life faded away from his eyes. Losing his footing and slipping on his own puddle of blood and falling onto the floor. Hito then looked on in shock, seeing that he had just plunged into his best friend. The man who had saved him and had given him a new life. He felt fresh tears form in his eyes as he glanced over to Kai, the same expression on his face. Kai raised a hand to cover his mouth, fighting back a sob as he watched his best friend twitch on the floor. Why you killed him? Before Kai could say anything else he felt the eyes roll in the back of his head, his breath leaving his body as he fell to the ground lifeless. A kunai in his skull courtesy of Hito. Hito fought back more tears as he killed his second friend. He didn't care to hold in the loud sob that escaped his mouth as he brought the kunai to his own neck. I'm sorry my friends. With one quick slice he fell over to the ground, the life fading from his eyes as he choked on his own blood. Hito, what the fuck happened? Kai yelled looking at his 2 passed out friends who were now suddenly laying on the floor. He turned away from the girl on the floor and walked over to Hito, checking his pulse for confirmation. After confirming that he was alive he did the same for Kai, confusion washing over him. It wasn't every day that your 2 friends just passed out of nowhere. He just chalked it up to a coincidence, his leader gave him perfect instructions, and that this base was completely safe. There was no way anyone could get in here, he even made sure by boarding up all the doors and windows just to be extra sure. Someone would have to be a big fool too. Don't you dare move, if I see you reach even slightly for a weapon I'll end your life right here. I felt his spine stiffen as something sharp glided across his neck. He felt his pulse quicken as he turned back to peek around him, staring deep into a lone gold eye that pierced through him. And no way. Naruto pushed back his frown at the man's words, not completely understanding why he didn't seem scared, he only looked on in shock as Naruto's gold eye looked at him. The gold eye was thanks to the Biju inside of him, as Sobu had told him he could channel a minuscule amount of the beat's chakra into his eye, enough that it wouldn't be noticeable, so he could use it for intimidation. Or just to look cool. I'm going to need you to answer my questions, and if you don't comply, then I'll make sure this is the last thing you see. Naruto said, narrowing his gold eyes. Tai hesitantly nodded as the blonde not behind him suddenly kicked his legs out from under him. Tai yelped in surprise as he fell to the ground, hitting his head against the wooden floor rather hard. Naruto crouched down until they were eye level, kunai against the man's neck. Now, where were you planning to take this girl? He asked, scowling as he watched the man go unfazed by his interrogation. Tai had just started to chuckle before it evolved into full-blown laughter. It was enough to make the tied-up girl behind them start to stir in her sleep. Naruto's scowl deepened as he pushed the kunai deeper, drawing a single droplet of blood from his skin. That had seemed to shut up the man's laughter. Naruto asked his question again, hoping for the man to cooperate. I can't believe it, he was 100% right. I said, his eyes shining with glee as his laughter continued. Naruto tightens his grip around his kunai, he was trying real hard not to shove the kunai deep into the man's throat. If he could, he wanted to keep all three of these men alive, he tried to avoid killing as much as possible. He still wasn't really over the brutal killing of Sokka, but even the small amount of Isobu's chakra was enough to multiply his bloodlust tenfold. Fighting back the foreign urge to kill the man, he swiped another kunai from his pouch and plunged it deep into Tai's leg. Tai's laughter evolved into a scream as the pain ricocheted in his body. His breathing was starting to become heavy as he felt the blood leave his new wound. Who was right? Naruto asked. The man who hired us, he said a spiky blonde boy with a lone gold eye would come and meet us here. He told me I would have to face you alone. Tai said, his laugh returning as Naruto's eyes widened, his grip slowly loosed on his kunai. What? But how? We have nothing to do with the kidnappings in Roka, I swear. We're just traveling bandits, he told us to do this and paid us well. He said. Naruto hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if he truly believed what the man was saying. It could be a huge bluff, trying to get out of an inevitable defeat. He had only said it after he revealed himself, but he couldn't help but let the man's words linger in his head. So he turned the kunai in his leg. Tai screamed again as he hit the inside of his cheek in pain. He was having trouble keeping his anger at bay. I swear I'm telling you the truth. We have nothing to do with it. He told me he wanted to prove you were coming, cause of some fortune he said you guys found. All of Naruto's doubts quickly faded away at the end of the man's words. He felt his stomach drop several stories in his chest. There was no way anyone would have known about the fortune, it was impossible for anyone else to know. Naruto quickly formed a few hand seals as two water clones formed at his feet. He glanced over at them, his right golden eye glowing in the darkened room. Escort the girl home, make sure she gets there safely. The two clones nodded, leaving Naruto alone in the room with Tai. Now, Naruto said, as more and more of the Sanbi's influence had started to affect him. Silence engulfed the room as Naruto pushed his kunai deeper into Tai's leg, burying it so just the hilt of the blade was visible. Tai squirmed in pain as Naruto smiled wickedly, grabbing Tai by his short brown hair. He opened his left eye, showing his Sharingan to the empty room. Tai couldn't help but feel unimaginable fear as he stared into the multicolored eyes of the boy, one gold and one red. The boy's voice was dark, like it had belonged to a different person entirely. Tai felt himself get sucked into the boy's Sharingan, his eyes glazing over. You were going to tell me everything you know, down to the last detail. So, did you find the girl? Yeah, already locked her up, damn girl was a hassle let me tell you. I'm sure, hopefully she'll fetch us a good price, these sick fucks pay well for the young ones. You got that right. Silence suddenly fell upon the campfire as one of the men talking went quiet. A pale hand raised up to his neck that a kunai now embedded itself into. Googling faintly passed through his lips as his own blood had started to pool in his mouth, making it impossible to breathe. His friend next to him remained blissfully unaware of the man's sudden agony as he sat with his eyes closed. The man gasped with pain as he fell down to the ground, a shadowy figure catching him before he hit the ground and placing the lifeless body quietly down. Blind style. Vacuum gun. The figure whispered, her voice so quiet the only alive man left thought it was just the wind. The man suddenly felt an immense amount of pressure weigh itself onto his body. He felt his muscles start to crack as his body started to feel like he was getting pulled toward something, like he was getting sucked in from an extreme wind. Before he had enough time to say or do anything, the sensation had become too much and his body was flown forwards, sending him flying right into the hands of an unknown person. The air got knocked out of him and he managed to squint one of his eyes open to see deadly cerulean eyes looking up at him, void of any emotion. He tried his best to look away, only to see the dead body next to her feet. His heart dropped and he looked back up in fear, trying to ignore the metallic scent that the new corpse was emitting. Who are you? Shut up. Narumi said, gripping the man's neck tighter, making his gasp for air. Narumi wasn't messing around, she has had no possible leads in the last few weeks, and she was starting to get irritated. The groups of bandits she had come across were not involved in the vanishings, just pure dumb and not worth her time. Adding on to the fact that her brother had still been refusing a match with her, she had tried and tried again to rile him up, but he shot her down. She had come close once she realized how highly he regarded Kurenai. She had never seen her brother look at anyone else the same way he looked at Kurenai. And it pissed her off. So she decided to release some steam, training away from Team Kurenai in a forest just bordering Roka town. It was when she had felt a chakra presence, it was faint, but it was just enough for her to pinpoint the exact location it had come from. It was how she had found herself in this situation, she had traced the chakra signature all the way to a small camp that these two bandits had made. What had confused her was the chakra signature she had originally felt was nowhere in sight when she got here. Almost like it had vanished into thin air, it wasn't crazy for a shinobi to mask their chakra well enough to not be sensed. But Narumi prided herself on her sensory abilities, it was one thing she could always rely on. So whoever's presence she had felt earlier had to be a master at hiding their chakra, the only person ever to get past her sensing ability was Naruto. At that thought alone her nails dug into the bandit's neck, drawing a small amount of blood. You are going to tell me where exactly you are keeping these kids hostage, and if you want to live then you better answer fast. Like hell I will. The man said through rasped breaths. He made a feeble attempt to spit at Narumi. The Redeed merely grinned as she formed a single-handed seal before grabbing the man's arm. Ah! A large gust of wind emitted from her palm as the man's arm snapped backwards, breaking the arm into two, almost ripping it completely off his socket. The man cried out in pain as several tears started to land onto her hand, the very same that was squeezing his neck. He whimpered in her grasp, Narumi rolled her eyes at the man. He made a living off doing who knows what to these poor innocent children, but the second his arm breaks he turns into a total wimp. Pathetic. Oh okay I'll tell you. We keep them in a secret base underneath Crystal L Lake, it's on the other side of Roka. He rushed out, barely keeping his cool as Narumi's nails dug deeper into his skin. And how do we get into the base? She said, bringing her hand up again and placing it on his unbroken arm. His eyes grew wide in fear as he faltered at her touch, his body started to spasm as he trembled. There's a hollow tree next to the lake. There's a false bark door on it, all you have to do is move it aside. Please I'm telling you the truth. He pleaded loudly. Scared beyond belief for his life, Narumi stayed silent for a few moments, digesting the man's words. It seemed kinda elaborate for a mere kidnapping scheme. Having a base underneath a lake, and if she remembered all the lakes closest to Roka are all frozen over. So it would make sense for them to coordinate their next kidnapping, or even get together in secret. It was most likely why no one else could ever find them. She was told by several of the locals that a few shinobi of differing villages had come and gone by Roka, all not finding a single lead on the base. Who is your leader? How many more of you are there? About 30 of us, our numbers have dwindled slightly due to the harsh weather. A&L leader, well you see I don't know. He keeps his face covered with a mask. Narumi hummed at the man's explanation, a bandit group with a mysterious masked man as their leader. If she believed the man's confession, which she did, then she could assume that they had much more powerful shinobi hidden underneath in the base itself. Letting the cannon fodder be the ones doing their bidding. She nodded her head. Okay I believe you. She said, making the man give a strained smile. He started to cry tears of joy, happy to be set free. His happiness was short-lived however, as with a quick flick of her hand she snapped the man's neck, the cracking sound echoed out into the forest bouncing off the dying trees, letting the breeze take the remains. She let the man drop to the ground lifeless, slipping out of her grasp as his body laid right next to his friend's. She smirked as she finally had gotten some useful information, the situation with the missing girls was beginning to unravel. And since their base of operations was technically still in Roka town, they could most likely finish this mission tomorrow. But they would still have to wait for the full moon, it was the only reason they had come up here in the first place. But if she let herself dwell on that thought alone, it would be strange if the kidnappings were not involved with the fortune. This could be the only thing that had to finish, hell the full moon could have been a huge plot to begin with. Though, now that she thought about it, the meeting could have been referring to anything. Standing in place an unwelcome feeling of anxiousness wrapped itself around her, leaving goosebumps on her skin. Sure, they had a vague idea of what they were getting into, but the full moon meeting left too many unanswered questions that just didn't sit well with Iridid. She shook her head, shoving her thoughts into the back of her mind before jumping up into the trees and making her way back to Roka town. The sun had already set and she had gotten even more information than she had originally thought. If she was lucky then maybe one of the few restaurants in the town was still open. Naruto stood frozen in place, a blood-soaked kunai in hand as he looked ahead of him. The body of a man laying beside him, a large vertical slash going across his throat. Blood leaked out from the wound staining the wooden logs beneath him. Both of his eyes had reverted to normal, bringing Naruto back to his original state as he looked at the scene in front of him with a multitude of emotions. You did what you had to do. You got plenty of useful information out of him, information we can use to save every girl held captive. Yeah. But I had let the anger consume me. It totally took over. He thought back to Isobu, but he didn't get a lot of useful information. He managed to squeeze the location of the base out of the man, as well as the man who had sent them there. It was a masked man, and he seemed to be aware of the fortune that Naruto and his team had found. Tai had answered questions he shouldn't have known, he almost recited the fortune perfectly before he drew his last breath. He clenched his fists at the thought, he told himself coming into this that he wouldn't kill if he didn't have to. Isobu had tried to talk reason into Naruto, saying that it was a necessary job for a shinobi. If he hadn't killed the man he would have no doubt gone on with his life, doing who knows what to a different girl, or even taking the lives of many more innocent people. And the anger he had felt using Isobu's chakra, he had only used a sliver and it was enough to completely change his personality. He knew demon chakra was vile, they weren't demons for nothing after all. But the feeling was sickening, he shivered and thought of what it would have been like if he had channeled more, not liking the answer he had come up with. He didn't know how long he had stayed in the room, but it was long enough for one of his water clones to come back and tell him that they had returned the girl back to her house safe and sound. Naruto was happy to hear that, it lifted a weight that he didn't know he was carrying on his back. He sighed as he looked around, dropping his kunai as he inspected the room he was in, finally having the chance. It seemed like an old bar that was out of business or abandoned. Several bottles of various alcohol lined the shelves. Dust covered as several beat-up stools and rugs lined the bar. On the other side was a large barren fireplace. Looking untouched as a large staircase leading to an upper floor in the corner, many boxes and rubble blocked the way, refusing anyone who tried to go up. Many people would have enjoyed their stay in this bar, he wondered why it was left to rot in the town. It has a strange charm, doesn't it? The walls are even made out of mahogany. Naruto tensed as an unknown voice echoed within the barricaded walls. Jumping forwards he made it to the opposite side of the room, flinging a new kunai from his pouch as he scanned the room, looking for any sign of an intruder. Calm down, I just came to have a drink and maybe a little chat. Naruto turned towards the bar, throwing his kunai as fast as he could towards the voice. The kunai soared through the air before smashing through a bottle of alcohol in a mysterious man's hands. Naruto felt his eyes go wide as he finally got a good look at the man, he was wearing a long dark blue trench coat. It went all the way down to his ankles, there were many large wave symbols etched onto the cloak. Naruto counted 3 symbols before noticing the blank white mask that covered his face, eye holes going unseen as his hood remained down, showing off his head of shiny silver hair. Without even seeing the man's face, Naruto could hear his frown as he spoke. "Aw man, that was perfectly good rum you just destroyed." Naruto didn't falter at the man as he readied another kunai, he wasn't in the mood for jokes at the moment. The masked man stayed still as he looked down at the broken bottle. You're the masked leader who had hired this group to wait here for me." The man nodded as he finally moved his body, jumping over the bar and taking a seat on one of the stools. Naruto didn't let his guard down as he watched a man place his foot on a stool, bringing his leg to his chest. "Yes, I am indeed, and I can certainly say I am quite shocked, I didn't actually expect you to kill him." He chimed out, surprise evident in his voice as he looked over the body of Tai. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man, he could sense no ill intent from the masked man, Naruto was sure he didn't even see him as a threat. The man seemed to carry himself with an absurd amount of aloofness. But that didn't stop Naruto from being weary, whoever this was he seemed to know a great deal that he shouldn't. So Naruto kept his guard up, getting ready to channel his chakra in case he needed to. "Do not be alarmed, I'm not here to fight you. Like I said, I am here for a chat. And what makes you think I want to hear anything you have to say?" Naruto called back to the still man. The masked man smirked going unseen as a chuckle escaped his mouth. Inside of Naruto, Isobu narrowed his one good eye, something had seemed strangely familiar about this man. "Well you see, I think I have a great deal of information that you would just love to hear, Naruto." Naruto widened his eyes, his back stiffening in surprise at hearing his name get spoken. He looked back at him in suspicion. He said he had info for Naruto, he figured it was along the lines of the kidnappings that had plagued this town. But when he thought about that it made no sense. If what Tai said was true, then this was the man who had hired Tai to stay here and wait for Naruto. It suddenly clicked within Naruto, Tai and his group were just buying time until the masked figure could get here, perhaps knowing that this could be the one opportunity for him to speak to Naruto, perfectly secluded from everyone. What kind of information? The man's grin had only widened under his mask, he raised his hand and held up 3 fingers. "You see, I know all about you, Naruto-kun. Every little he said, his voice oozing with glee as Naruto felt like squirming in place. Uncomfortable at what the man was talking about, but a strong feeling of uneasiness washed over Naruto, a feeling shared by his Biju companion. The masked man kept his fingers raised as he jumped off the stool, pacing slowly towards Naruto. Each step he took making the wood under him creak loudly as he got closer. I know all about your secret, the one hidden in that left eye of yours," he said, as Naruto felt his body pale. Dread wrapped itself around Naruto as the masked man put one of his fingers down. About the ability to control blood, a rare development indeed. Naruto felt the sweat beat down his body, he felt paralyzed as he watched the man finally get close to him. His body refused to move as the man was mere inches away from him. His mind was starting to break down around him as the man continued to speak. Bending down as he lowered another finger, this time his voice came out as a hushed whisper as he poked Naruto in the chest, letting his words marinate. "And 3, about your little friend you have sealed in you." Naruto felt his heartbeat quicken, shock entering his body at an alarming rate. There was no way. Absolutely no way this man knew all of his secrets. He had hid them for so long, he had only told one person before, and how could he have known about Isobu, even though he didn't know how he got sealed into him. Naruto's lips went dry as he tried to find a response somewhere in his brain. The man's finger felt hot at the touch as he pulled away, taking a few steps back, obviously amused that his actions had managed to affect the blonde. "How do you?" "In due time," he said, cutting Naruto off. Naruto could only nod his head as he swallowed the lump forming in his throat. Even if Naruto didn't want to wait for an explanation, he was pretty much forced to. He felt like his world was starting to crumble around him. "Do not worry, I have no intention of spilling your deepest secrets." The man mocked, amusement etching themselves in his words as he crossed his arms. "But I would like you to do something for me, or more specifically my group." Naruto internally felt like crap. He felt trapped, more trapped than he had ever been in his entire life. Even stuck with his horrible family, he had never felt such a strong sense of helplessness, like everything he had known was a lie. "And in exchange for you helping me out, not only will I keep my promise to you and keep my mouth shut, I will also tell you everything you have wanted to know. Like how he had gotten sealed inside of you. And about the very man who had killed your precious sensei." His very words broke Naruto out of his stature. Naruto snapped his head to meet the masked man's eyes, or where he assumed his eyes would be under the mask. A scowl broke out at the corner of Naruto's lips, animosity setting his blood aflame. He and Isobu both narrowed their eyes, Naruto quickly recovering from the shock at hearing his secrets get revealed so suddenly. If Naruto had any doubt in his mind at the man's words, it was quickly squashed. There was absolutely no way for him to know everything, it was impossible. Unless he was there that night of the sealing, the night his sensei had died. But, thinking about it again, the man was aware of the fortune, meaning he could have possibly got all the information of his secrets if he was getting his own fortunes. Or perhaps getting it straight from the fortune teller themselves. So the masked man would have to be telling the truth or at least have the information on the two things he desperately wanted to know. Even if the man was lying, which he didn't think he was, it was a lead. A lead that he knew no one in Konoha would know. "And what is it you want me to do?" The man smirked, hook, line and sinker. "I think that can't wait until I fully trust you," he said, making Naruto glare at him. Naruto's eyes flashed angrily, even more pissed off than he was before. The man continued his speech, pacing around Naruto like fresh prey waiting to strike. "On the night you and your team attack the base, I will be waiting for you on the highest floor," he finished. "See you then, Naruto-kun." The man's voice etched itself in the wind, flowing around the now empty room. Naruto turned around, finally realizing that the man seemingly vanished into thin air. Not leaving a single trace behind. Naruto clenched his fists, not bothering to hide his Sharingan as it flared to life, spinning rapidly. His nails dug into his palm, drawing a small amount of blood, barely taking notice of the pain. He had felt like a fool, falling victim in the man's words. Naruto just stood there letting the onslaught affect him greatly. Sure, he was a fool, but by the off chance the man truly knew who he promised, he would take this risk, even if his secrets were on the line. He would finally get the answers that have been plaguing his mind for the past several years, the one thing that kept him awake at night. The one thing that mattered more than proving his family wrong. Naruto swore on his life, on his very last breath, that he would find out who had killed Shisui and take revenge on the person who had given him a reason to live. No matter what. Chapter 13. Arc 3. Part 3. 10 days left until the full moon. Kurenai yawned tiredly as she huddled her poncho closer to her, trying her best to stay warm. She was starting to curse her own inability to handle the cold. It had been 1 week since both Naruto and Narumi had returned back to the hotel, both revealing they had figured out where the secret base was and where all the girls they had kidnapped and taken to. She was proud of her team, they had accomplished so much with just under 2 weeks left until the full moon. Kurenai was certain they would be able to raid the base successfully and save all those girls. She knew Nami was capable, she had proved it many times before. After all, being before she was 11 meant you were strong. And she wholeheartedly believed in Naruto's strength as well. Even without his special gifts, she believed him to be strong, much stronger than his two siblings. She let her thoughts hang on the thought of Naruto. She was starting to worry about her favorite blonde. It had started the day after they had returned to the hotel. They were all planning an attack on the base, huddled around in a circle in Kurenai's room. All the while Kurenai and Narumi discussed formations, thinking of the best way to coordinate an attack. But Naruto looked like he was barely paying attention. When asked for his opinion, he seemed to snap out of something, like his mind was elsewhere. He would dismissively nod his head and agree with whatever decision they had decided. This of course seemed to piss Narumi off more than she already was. While Naruto seemed dismissive and distant, Narumi was acting more anxious and rude. Kurenai would be lying if she said that the interactions between the two of them weren't starting to get on her nerves. That much to the was obvious, but whatever had happened when the two were away, information gathering couldn't have been good. When she tried to talk to Naruto about it, he just blew her off. This had shocked Kurenai greatly, and she couldn't help but flash a look of hurt in her eyes when he did so. But it didn't stop there, her mind flashing to what had just happened 3 days ago. Flashback. Okay, then we will begin our attack starting this Friday. Any objections? Karini said she felt like she was speaking into an empty room as both Naruto and Naruto just shook their heads. Both stayed silent. Kurenai found this irritating. She had just wanted some verbal acknowledgement. She had just gone over all the necessary details for over an hour. Only Narumi spoke up sometimes, but it was to disagree with a certain issue she had with Kurenai's plan. During this time, Kurenai had confirmed that there was indeed something bothering Naruto. He wouldn't outright say anything, but it was clear as day. Narumi seemed to take notice as well, scowling wherever she looked in his general direction. Great. Kurenai spoke again, fighting back an eye roll as she dismissed the two namikazes, watching them both leave her room silently. Once outside Kurenai's room, Naruto stalked back off to his room. Glad to finally be alone and maybe get more training before bed. He was stopped however, as he felt a pressure come in contact with his shoulder. Naruto scowled at the familiar feeling, not even bothering to look at what it was, or more specifically, at who. What do you want, Narumi? Naruto could feel her shoulders shrug slightly, her grin almost glowing in the hotel hallway. Her hand grasped his shoulder tighter, the fabric of Naruto's poncho crinkling together unpleasantly. I wanted to see how my precious little brother is doing, you seem to be acting differently. She said, releasing her grasp on his shoulder. Her footsteps echoed in the hallway as she walked in front of him, a hand on her hip as she looked down at him. She put on a look of mock worry as she reached up to ruffle his hair. Naruto felt his rage build in him again, something that had been happening for more frequently as of late. He didn't know why, he just checked it off as a repercussion of using the Shinobi's chakra, only the sliver that he has used. His eyes narrowed as movement suddenly triggered his senses, and he knocked her hand away before it could touch his hair. No different than usual, of course you wouldn't know that. Naruto retorted smugly, eager to shut up his retarded sister. His words had the desired effect on Narumi. He grinned at his accomplishment as he watched his sister's own smile fade away, replaced with a furious expression. Narumi straightened and adjusted her brown poncho. She took in the sight of Naruto, his arms crossing over his chest in a challenging manner. She returned his stare with one of fierceness. Oh, I guess I wouldn't, and I wonder why. I guess years of being casted away is bound to change someone. So yes, I guess I wouldn't know. Naruto felt his teeth start to grind as his right eye flashed gold for a brief moment. His hands clenched as he fought back a wince, her words sharper than any blade. His nerves were starting to break little by little. He knew soon he was going to snap at his family, and Narumi was doing everything in her power to make sure it was at her. Maybe things haven't changed, you still are my weak younger brother that our parents threw away. Snap. Naruto's eyes flashed dangerously. Narumi barely had any time to react as he sent a fist into her gut. The Redeed's eyes flashed with excitement as she caught her brother's fist before it could make contact. Eagerness filled her body, she had finally got what she was looking for, what she felt starved from. She bent his wrist to the side forcefully. Naruto winced slightly from the pain before spinning on his heel and sending a sweep kick to Narumi's legs. Narumi was forced to let go of his wrist and jumped into the air, avoiding the kick. Sadly, Naruto didn't have time to react as Narumi sent her own kick to his head, sending his body tumbling to the ground. Naruto fought back the pain and rolled out of the way just in time to dodge the fist Narumi tried to strike him with. The impact of her punch formed a small crater in the hotel floor, small dust and wood particles flowed upwards as she grinned. Cockiness glowing off of her. Her confidence was short-lived however, as Naruto suddenly appeared at her right, her eyes widened slightly. So fast. She brought her arm up to dodge his first attack, she felt her body slide across the floor as her back pressed up against the wall. Feeling trapped, Narumi tried to escape to her left, jumping to the side using her forearm to block another punch coming at her. She sent a right hook into Naruto's stomach. She felt her eyes go wide again when her hand went directly through her brother's body, water soaking her hand. The clone of Naruto grinned before bursting into a torrent of water, sending her back to the wall. Spitting out water from her mouth, clearly irritated. Seeing another fist come at her, she tilted her head to the side, his fist scraping by her ear painfully. She grabbed his arm as his fist hit the wall, pulling Naruto closer to her and sending a knee to his stomach. Naruto gasped in pain as he took the hit. He now vaguely understood why Narumi was that one attack hurt more than any of Sokka's had. She didn't stop there as she threw Naruto to the opposing wall. The impact hurt like hell as it formed small cracks in the wall, making a perfectly Naruto-sized imprint. Naruto spit out a wad of blood as he glared at Narumi. Narumi made an effort to put on a disinterested face, trying to hide the fact that she was impressed by how fast he actually was. So she settled with another smirk, not waiting for Naruto to recover as she took off running towards him, channeling chakra into her hands. Naruto did the same as he ducked under her first attack. Her leg came next as he used his forearm to lessen the damage before jumping to the side, hands flying through seals. Water style. Senbon flurry. He yelled as he threw his chakra-infused hand forward. The water formed at his fingertips, solidifying instantly into numerous needles flying off into a volley of attacks. Narumi cursed under her breath as she tried her best to dodge all the needles. The cramped hotel hallway proved it to be quite difficult to dodge them all as a single pierced through her shoulder. She winced from the sudden pain as she jumped closer to Naruto, ignoring the pain in her shoulder as he vanished from sight. Her years of battle experience alerted her to an oncoming attack as an elbow struck her from the side. She brute forced through the hit as her own arm came up, slamming her palm into Naruto's chest. Wind style. Forceful palm. Naruto felt a large gust of wind hit him suddenly in the stomach, forcing his body to go sailing backwards. He felt his insides shake around due to the attack as he rolled back onto the floor. Naruto grit his teeth as he looked over at Narumi. A small trail of blood leaked from her shoulder, but otherwise she looked totally unscathed. It seems you have some fighting spirit after all. But that won't last long. She howled out as she flew through hand seals. Naruto jumped to his feet as he did the same, not wanting to be outdone by his sister. Wind style. Great palm. Water style. Water whip. Both Namekis yelled simultaneously as they both unleashed their attack. Cracks started to appear on the walls as both attacks collided with each other. Naruto's looked powerless as Narumi's ripped through the whip, splashing water everywhere as her attack landed, emitting a minor shockwave through the hotel. Narumi felt herself grinning again, happy to see that she still excelled at ninjutsu in the family. By the time the dust had dispersed, Naruto had disappeared from Narumi's sight. Sensing Naruto behind her, she quickly turned around to face him head-on. But before they could connect attacks, both Namekases felt something grab onto their wrists as they were forcefully thrown into opposing walls. Naruto and Narumi both looked confused as to what happened as they looked up to see a royally pissed off Kurenai standing in the center. Her glare promised pain as she glanced between the two of them, a fire burning in her eyes. She had never felt so disappointed in her life. What on earth are you two doing? Not only is it wrong to attack a fellow shinobi on a mission, we are in a hotel. Do you both have any idea about the commotion you two have just made? Somebody could have gotten hurt or worse, even killed. She roared angrily, her anger only seemed to grow as she noticed they were barely even paying attention to her. Naruto was the only one who flinched at her words. He offered a small apology before quickly escaping into his room. He made sure to linger for a few moments as he stared at Narumi, making sure to look at her with the same expression of indifference. Narumi scowled, dusting herself off before doing the same. She didn't make it in time as a strong hand patted against her shoulder. Kurenai narrowed her eyes, irritated, and she spoke. You and Naruto are going to clean this up as soon as you both get the chance. I will talk to Yuta-san and apologize, and I expect the same from the both of you. She said. Narumi just rolled her eyes, shrugging the Jounin's hand off of her. TCH. Whatever. Flashback end. Thinking back to that moment, she couldn't help but sigh in irritation again. True to her word, Karini had forced both of them to fix up the hotel hallway back to its original condition. There was substantial damage, all the walls were damaged, and a lot of vacant rooms on that floor doors had the doorknobs completely torn off. She had apologized to the furious Yuta profusely. They had almost gotten kicked out if Kurenai had not offered to pay the damages, and then some. She silently prayed that the Hokage didn't end up receiving a letter from Yukigakure in the near future. It is what led them into their current situation. Naruto and Kurenai both leaned next to a tree as Narumi searched the surrounding area. They were just on the edge of Crystal Lake. Narumi was adamant on finding the entrance to the base herself. Kurenai just shrugged her shoulders at Narumi's reason. She didn't care either. She was already fed up with the girl's antics. The lake was already completely frozen over. Trees surrounded the area, making it much harder to pinpoint the location of the false tree. They took a different approach to today's mission. Kurenai had suggested that they attack the base just before the sun would rise in the morning. Since they did most of their kidnapping in the middle of the night, it was a logical reason to infiltrate and get the girls out when they would be gone. So they quickly left the new refurbished hotel, close to 5 in the morning, as they tried to sneak into the base. Naruto was keeping a lookout to the rear and the left-hand side, while Kurenai had the last two. Kurenai snuck one last glance at Naruto, she wanted to sigh again, she was growing progressively more worried about him as time went on. She was sure something was bothering him, but he refused to tell her what it was, she didn't pry, she was never one to do so before. But she sure as hell wanted to. Not to mention whenever he was in close proximity with Narumi the air always ended up growing thicker, which would then cause an inevitable battle of words. I found it. Kurenai snapped out of her thoughts as she and Naruto quickly made their way over to Narumi. She was a good distance away, her ear against a bark tree as a smirk formed on her face. She waited until the two of them got closer before giving the bark a soft knock. It's completely hollow inside, this has to be it. She said confidently, looking back at Kurenai, awaiting orders. While she didn't like receiving orders from the red-eyed woman, she knew her place as A even if it only was in rank. Kurenai stared and crossed her arms, closing her eyes as she thought over the plans in her head. Narumi had informed them that there were 3 levels to this base, the captives were being held on the 3rd floor, where the tree entrance would be taking them. On the 2nd was the training and relaxation hall, no doubt where most of the bandits and shinobi would be. And finally on the 3rd floor, the very top was the storage center, where they kept the riches they had accumulated over who knows how many shady missions. Kurenai herself wasn't particularly keen on separating the 3 of them, while she knew they could all handle themselves it was still a risk, but if it would be the most effective strategy they had. The second option was clearing all floors together, well time-wise they could clear each floor much quicker and effectively, it would give the enemy much more time on the floors above them to launch a counterattack, rather than getting attacked on each floor separately. I suppose it would be most effective to go with our original plan. I will take the bottom floor, Naruto-kun will take the middle, and Narumi-san the top. I want the top floor. Naruto said, not looking Kurenai in the eyes as Kurenai looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Kurenai coughed slightly in her hand. Naruto-kun we had agreed. No, it would be best to have Narumi face off against the majority of them, I can easily and more efficiently get to the top floor and clear it out. Naruto lied, the lie coming to him much easier than he had anticipated. He tried his best to ignore the look of amusement passing through Narumi's face and the frown Kurenai had sent him. He pushed down his conflicting feelings and was silently grateful that Kurenai had spoken up, cutting off whatever remark that Narumi was brewing. Very well, Narumi-san will handle the 2nd floor, and you the top. Naruto nodded in acceptance, glad to see them take his reasoning easily. Looking away he felt a lump appear in his throat. He was nervous, but he expected that. He was supposedly about to meet with an unknown masked man revolving information that he shouldn't know. He was currently trying to soothe his sudden anxiety spike, rubbing his fingers together to distract his mind. He forcefully swallowed the lump in his throat as Narumi ripped the false bark off the tree, revealing a dark staircase leading all the way down into darkness. Kurenai turned back to the two of them, nodding her head confidently. Let's go. Yes, Kurenai-san. They both responded, following after as they quietly sprinted down the staircase. It was almost pitch black as they ran, the only reason they could see was because of the very dim lanterns that hung above their heads. Naruto while he was running couldn't shake the unfathomably feeling of dread, each step felt heavier and heavier for the blonde boy as he gulped loudly. He was even more anxious since Asobu had been strangely quiet for the past week. He hadn't said a word since he and Narumi got into their little spat in the hotel. He was starting to get more and more worried as time went on, he let his mask drop for a second and it was just enough time for Narumi to notice. They reached the button of the staircase, light shining through as they walked through a doorless entry. They walked into a large dull grey room, the walls were completely barren of any sign of life living here, as several large cages lined the backing wall. Directly to their left was a staircase leading upwards, as a lone door stayed closed right next to the stairs. The sounds of chains reached the Konoha shinobi ears as Kurenai looked forward, her eyes glinting dangerously at what she saw disgusted her. Naruto-kun, Narumi-san, get to your assigned floors, I can handle this. Naruto nodded quickly and sprinted up the staircase next to them, he didn't want to waste any time. His body felt like it was on fire from nerves. Narumi nodded, a bit of a scowl on her face as she watched her brother leave, taking a step forward she hesitated for a moment. Looking back at Kurenai she pointed her thumb over to her left, dragging Kurenai's attention to the closed door. I sense a person in that room, they don't seem to have noticed us yet. But they definitely aren't a bandit, it's a shinobi. Kurenai nodded her head at Narumi, a grateful smile sneaking away into the Jounin's lips. Internally wishing Narumi could stay, act like this majority of the time. Narumi, upon seeing Kurenai's reassuring nod, quickly climbed the staircase, leaving Kurenai alone. Then turned back around to the large cages in the room, the sounds of chains rattling again reached her ears as she ran to the cages. A lone voice this time reached out to her, it was tired, but a tinge of hope was traced in each word. Why you, help us please. Kurenai scowled as she laid her eyes upon a dozen, no, almost 3 dozen young girls chained up by their wrists dangling from the ceiling. Each girl's eyes seemed dead as Kurenai arrived, already having given up hope of not being rescued. She quietly shushed the girl who spoke as she examined the cages, gripping one of the bars in his hand. These bars are weak, it almost feels like tin. She mused to herself. Looking back at the girls she mouthed for them to be quiet, they all silently obeyed as Kurenai formed a one-handed seal. Channeling fire chakra into her hand that grasped the cage's bar, the metal had started to glow a bright orange color. The girls watched in silent awe as it shined in the dark room as Kurenai, with the back of her hand slapped the bar away, the heated piece breaking away. She did that several more times as a nice human-sized hole was not broken into the cages. Shadow clone jutsu. She said, forming the two-handed seal as 3 identical clones of herself poofed into place next to her. Looking to the clone in the middle she ushered them to the chained-up woman. Break those chains around them and escort them all back to Roka, it shouldn't be a long trip. She ordered, the 3 clones saluted before they all went to work breaking the chains around the girls. Most of them couldn't contain their excitement as happy sobs escaped their mouths. They all thanked Kurenai, thanking the gods that she had come to rescue them. Hey, what's going on out there? The door from earlier suddenly bursts open, breaking it off the hinges as a tall man stepped into the room. His voice was rough as he looked at the scene in front of him, all the girls they had to capture were currently being escorted up the stairs and out of his base. What Kurenai first noticed was the man's stature, he stood well over 6 feet with an intimidating set of dark black eyes. He had a crossed-out Awagakure headband tied securely around his forehead. Then her eyes caught his dark blue navy jacket from his village, still in pristine condition. He had a tattoo of a dragon going up his neck ending just below his left eye, it looked like his eye was going to get devoured by the ink beast. She didn't recognize the man, perhaps he was quite new to the life of a missing nin and wasn't yet included in the last issue of the bingo book. He waited until the last girl was escorted out of the room before he spoke, his voice deeper than she was anticipating. Dear Kurenai, you here right? Sorry if I mispronounced it, I'm not very good at names. Kurenai watched as the man gave a bored expression, raising his hands to scratch his cheek. The armor on his gloved hand rattled and gave off an unpleasant sound as he did so. Kurenai felt her eyebrow raise as she looked at the man. He seemed to enter into a relaxed stance as he shoved his free hand into his pocket. She kept her guard up but was shocked to see that he gave little to no attention to the girls fleeing the room. She had cast over the room to make it appear that the girls were still leaving, but in reality they had all left before he had even walked out. Kurenai was hoping that he would make an attempt at stopping her from rescuing them. But he didn't seem to care. So she quickly dropped it without him realizing, already preparing a new one before he had spoken her name. Which he definitely mispronounced. Kurenai stayed silent, refusing to respond as she watched him with interest as she kept her guard up. The man frowned, running a hand through his matching black hair as he pouted. First you don't even ask for my name, then you ignore me. This is the worst day ever. He mumbled to himself, it was enough to make Kurenai falter slightly at his childish remark. Blinking in surprise until she realized that he had completely vanished from her sight, before she had time to react, she felt something sharp go through her stomach. The man smirked victoriously as he dug his into her deeper. Sorry about that Yuhi-san, it seems you lost your focus. He said, shocked to see the woman he had just stabbed suddenly poof into a cloud of smoke. He felt something sharp gaze up against his neck as red piercing eyes looked at him with, don't underestimate me. Oh, and you really are pronouncing it wrong. She said before attempting to slice the man's neck open. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes going wide in shock before she stopped her attack and pushed the man's body away forcefully. As she did so she jumped to her right, sending a sweep kick in her direction. The man's body suddenly materialized out of nowhere as he jumped over her leg. While in the air he grinned back at her, he seemed to float in the air as he punched Kurenai's face, his eyes lighting up as she caught his fist. It seems you're not the only master around here. He said before his body vanished again, reappearing in his original spot in the room with his arms crossed over his chest. Kurenai looked back over at him, clearly unamused at her antics. While unamused, she couldn't stop the tinge of excitement within her as she looked back at the man she was fighting. It had been years since she had fought one-on-one with another user. No wonder you weren't shocked at seeing all the women get away, you were already unaware that they were all gone. He just shrugged his shoulders in response. What can I say, I ain't a master for nothing. Like before, the second Kurenai blinked, he was gone from her field of view. She scowled, he was pretty quick at performing, almost as fast as her. Kagami, remembered the name. Kurenai had to stop from following her eyes, how corny. Jumping up into the air she performed several hand seals before taking in a deep breath. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A large plum of fire erupted from her mouth as the fireball surrounded onto the basement floor. The now identified Kagami materialized out of nowhere again as he was forced to dodge the attack. Kurenai, using her momentum to send herself upwards, stuck her chakra-coated feet to the ceiling. Looking down, she noticed Kagami's confident expression fade away as a look of panic crossed over his features. She sweat dropped as she watched the man look around for her frantically, she just couldn't believe what was happening. She knew just from looking at him that he was a great user, but it seemed he was only good at it. Most shinobi who specialize in a single art usually continue to train in other areas, unless you were a special case like Might Guy, who couldn't use ninjutsu and had to rely on taijutsu alone. As her thoughts wandered, she felt a light bulb go off in her head. "Hey, where the heck did you go, ahhhhh?" Kagami yelled as he ducked down, avoiding a kick that was aiming to take his head off. Looking back, his eyes widened as he met face to face with a brutally injured Kurenai. She was plunged head to toe in kunai as she coughed out clumps of blood. Her emotionless eyes shined with hope as she reached a shaky hand forward, trying desperately to grab onto Kagami. "Hi." The wounded Kurenai suddenly vanished as Kagami forcefully disrupted the. He felt a force smack his knees as he fell to the ground. Before he could turn around and look, he felt a hand grab his head and smack it against the floor. Kagami gave a cry of pain, feeling his jaw move out of place. Kurenai held the man's head down as her shadow clone pinned his legs. "Well, Kagami-san, it seems you have lost." Kagami shook in her grasp as he spat out a clump of dirt from his mouth. Tears started to form in the corner of his eyes. Seeing the man look so weak, Kurenai had almost believed this was a. "It's not fair. I try so hard and I just can't get anywhere." Kurenai blinked in surprise at the man's sudden cry. This time she actually tried to disperse and see if this was in fact a. Once she came to the realization that this was real, she almost started to feel bad for the man. She sighed as she loosened her grip on his hair, allowing him to move his head freely as he looked at her in surprise. "Look, Kagami-san, you are a gifted user, but you cannot rely solely on the art. All it took was one fireball and your whole plan unraveled completely." Kurenai offered, trying her best to not sound condescending as Kagami blinked again, sniffling, trying his best to not sob out. But I can't use any ninjutsu. I was born without a chakra affinity, so I can't. Jinjutsu is all I have." He couldn't hold back the sob that escaped his throat as he told the woman his biggest secret. Kurenai sighed as she let go of Kagami, standing up and offering the man a hand. Kagami looked at her suspiciously at first before taking it with hesitancy. He easily towered over her as he stood tall, rubbing his hurt jaw as he tried to hide the tears that fell down his cheek. Kurenai stood in silence at the man in front of her. She liked to consider that she was a good judge of character. She could usually see when a person had good intentions, or at least wasn't truly bad. "Why did you help me up? Aren't I your enemy?" Kurenai pondered his words as he crossed her arms. She couldn't fault him there, but she wouldn't admit it out loud, but she took some pity on the man. If what he was saying was indeed true, that he couldn't use ninjutsu, then his life as a shinobi would be a hard one. So the more rational side of her was telling her just to end his life now, so he wouldn't have to die later on in a worse way. But the rest of her, or more especially, the master side of her, was slowly starting to overtake her. So in the end she sighed deeply. "Look at Kagami-san," she said, gaining his attention almost immediately. "Let's strike a deal. You tell me everything you know about this place, your leader, and why you were kidnapping these girls. And in exchange, I will give you some tips on improving yours." Kagami didn't react for a few moments, seemingly frozen in place as he looked down at Kurenai. He felt his heart start to flutter widely as the largest smile Kurenai had ever seen threatened to split open his face. He fell to his knees, his tears long forgotten as he bowed to Kurenai. "Why yes," Kurenai says nay. Meanwhile with Naruto, each step Naruto took was progressively harder than the last. He doesn't remember the last time he had ever been this nervous before. He didn't know how long he had been climbing up these stairs, but it had to be a while since he had left both Kurenai and Narumi on the bottom floor. He had no idea what to expect. For the past few days he just couldn't get the masked man's words out of his head. He had no idea how much this man would know anything, or even how he would possibly know to begin with. It was enough for Naruto's blood to run cold at the very thought. He was nervous, he was scared, damn, he hadn't felt this much in a long time. His thoughts seemed to freeze as the end of the staircase came into sight. His heart stopped for the briefest of moments, looking up into the dimly lit room with a sense of apprehension. He forced the lump in his throat back down as he took a hesitant step into the room. The room was pretty empty. There were several boxes stacked on top of one another lining the walls, leaving a vast amount of open space in the center. The walls were completely barren, aside from a small window looking out into the frozen lake. The room wasn't very bright, but it wasn't completely dark either. His eyes adjusted quickly to the room, scanning around to see if the man who told him to come had arrived. He felt somewhat guilty leaving his team to do the fighting. He felt like he wasn't much help on this mission than he had originally wanted to be. But they wouldn't understand how important this was. Taking another step into the room he froze when one of the boxes fell to the ground. Snapping his head in the direction of the box, he felt his face morph into confusion as the soft sound of feet ran over the concrete floor. He couldn't see who had run away, his eyes having trouble following the shadowy figure in the room. He jumped slightly as another box fell to the ground, this time opening up as dozens upon dozens of kunai fell onto the floor, clanking onto the ground. Looking in the other direction he managed to catch a small glimpse of the intruder, a head of unruly brown hair caught his eye as the figure once again ran away. He managed to follow the figure as it trapped itself into one of the far corners of the room. Naruto was able to get a better look as he took another step forward. His face then morphed again into shock as he laid his eyes upon the mysterious figure. At first he had thought maybe it was the masked man who he had spoken to last, just playing a trick on him, perhaps testing his abilities or something. But he couldn't have been more wrong. Naruto lowered his body a little, hunching down as the mysterious person backed themselves against the wall. Naruto put on his softest smile as he got closer. Finally getting a good enough look, looking at the now seen young girl. His blue eyes looked down in worry as Bright Gold looked at him in fear. Hey, it's okay, you don't have to be scared. Naruto's voice tried its hardest to remain soft in fear of scaring the young girl away. He momentarily forgot why he had come up here, his thoughts now fully on the obvious terrified child. He repeated his previous statement as he tried to get closer. The girl only seemed to get more scared as her hands flew upwards to her head. Naruto watched as her eyes clenched shut as her hands desperately gripped his brown locks, a sudden tenseness overtaking the atmosphere. Stay away. She screamed loudly, her young shrill voice was loud as it bounced off the stone walls. Naruto winced at the girl's sheer volume, his ears barely picking up the sound of clicking that echoed just outside the girl's scream. His body tensed as the clicking sound only managed to get louder, turning his head his eyes went wide in fear as a large curved blade came rushing at him. He bent backwards as the sword flew just inches from his nose and saw a few strands of his blonde hair get cut as he jumped away from the random attacker. Looking out into the room he felt his eyes go into confusion again, the clicking sound emitted again as the man who attacked him shook violently. Naruto watched as the man's mouth forced itself open with an unpleasant cracking sound. Naruto jumped away as what seemed like 100 needles flew out of his mouth, flying towards Naruto at high speeds. What the? A puppet. Naruto thought as he used his trusty water shield to block the incoming attack. As the last pierced his shield he stopped just in time to roll to the left, dodging the sword attack again. He glared at the puppet, this being the first time he had even encountered one. He heard Shisui's words from all those years ago. His eyes looked around the room quickly. Damn, I can't find the puppeteer anywhere. He thought as he quickly performed a shunshine behind the puppet, flipping a kunai out and slashing outwards into the light blue chakra strings, hoping to sever the connection between the puppet and its master. What? Where are the chakra strings? The puppet then tilted his head back, sending out another volley of. Naruto performed another quick sunshine, forcing his elbow into the puppet's stomach. The wood cracked from the hit as the puppet was sent flying back, smashing against the wall and shattering into 100 pieces. Satisfied he looked back over the room, more light seemed to shine through the window as the young girl from earlier kept her eyes shut. He was about to walk over to her when her loud scream filled the room again. Go away. She removed her hands from her hair as she threw her arms towards Naruto. The clicking sound became louder as two more puppets suddenly appeared next to her and sent themselves flying to Naruto. Naruto this time fought back the shock at realizing what the little girl just did. Naruto performed another sunshine, reappearing next to the left puppet. He was about to prepare a water whip when the second puppet turned and hurled its curved sword at him. Naruto quickly dodged out of harm's way, the puppet's sword couldn't stop in time as it sliced right through the first puppet's throat. The sound of work cracking echoed as chips of the puppet flew backwards before falling to the floor. The young girl shoved her hands forward again before they were grabbed suddenly. The girl turned in fear as Naruto looked back at the familiar, not so familiar, masked man. Aiz-chan, that's enough. The tense atmosphere lifted almost instantly as the puppets next to Naruto slumped down to the ground. The young girl locked her eyes onto the masked man, her body hesitantly relaxing as her small body slumped down. The masked man released the girl's hands before patting her on the head and looking over at Naruto. Under his mask he smiled at Naruto and raised his free hand and waved. Hello Naruto-kun, how have you been today? Good, I guess. Naruto replied awkwardly. Stepping away from the puppet silently hoping they don't come to life suddenly. The masked man hummed in response before he knelt down and looked at Kai's. Pointing his thumb over at Naruto. The young girl's large gold eyes looked over at him. Aiz-chan, this is the boy I was telling you about. Naruto looked at the masked man in confusion, ignoring the girl as she tilted her head up to him. Naruto swallowed the nerves growing in him once again as he waited for the interaction between the two to come to an end. Tilting his own head he looked back at the grounded puppets, he couldn't believe the young girl was controlling them. From what he could tell, she wasn't even using chakra strings. The strings were visible to the naked eye, since to be used you needed to condense the chakra enough for it to become visible enough to physically connect itself to the puppet. Wonderful. Then Naruto-kun, about why I asked you to come here. Naruto broke off his chain of thought as he nodded. Yes, you said you'd tell me everything. He said, trying to keep calm in the situation. He could feel his nerves returning, this time laced with a thin layer of anger. Yes, I did. But I also said you needed to do something for me first, Naruto-kun. The masked man said in a sing-song voice as he clapped his hands together. Naruto rolled his eyes at the man, he truly didn't know what the hell this guy's deal was. Crossing his arms, Naruto just glared, waiting for the man to speak. The masked man grinned under his mask as he stepped away from Kai's and over to Naruto. He reached into his cloak, grabbing a thin piece of paper and handing it to Naruto. Naruto eyed it suspiciously at first. At first he was thinking it was a paper bomb. But quickly ruled it out, since it wouldn't make much sense for the man to do that, even though he was a fan of theatrics. So Naruto grabbed the paper, raising his eyes in confusion as he read it over. I don't understand. This is what I would like you to do. You see the group I am in, we call ourselves Adarash Plus. You could say we are a group fighting for justice in this messed up world. He said, looking at Naruto to make sure he was paying attention. Well, you see, my friend, well, he definitely isn't a friend, my teammate, or coworker if you will, was there the night that your sensei, Shisui Uchiha, was killed. He was the man who had healed you and saved your life, while also implanting the eye into you and sealing away the Sanbi. He said as he motioned to Kai's, who was hiding behind his leg. He didn't wait for Naruto to respond as he placed his hand on the young girl's head again. And this is Kai's-chan, she is your mission. On that note I gave you, it is the area where I want you to deliver Kai's-chan. But this is all the way in. Yes, I am aware, due to unforeseen complications, no one else is available to do this. And we cannot take her with us, it is far too dangerous. Naruto looked at the man like he had grown a second head, his mouth fell open in shock as he shook his head. He was now beyond confused. Before he could speak again, the masked man cut him off. You see, Kai's-kan has a rare bloodline, are you aware of magnet release? Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, the Sandaime Kazekage was able to control his iron sand with magnet release, and the Yondaime Kazekage was able to control gold dust. The masked man smiled happily beneath his mask as he clapped again, praising Naruto on his vast knowledge. Naruto just rolled his eyes again, asking why he had brought up the bloodline anyway. The masked man nodded his head, silently glad that his mask was there to hide his sheepish expression. Yes, and while both the Sandaime and Yondaime Kazekage were both very skilled in their bloodline, Kai's-chan here dwarfs them both in comparison. Her magnet release is much more dangerous and refined. Were you shocked to see that the puppets you had just fought had no chakra strings? Yes, I was surprised, I didn't know it was possible. Usually it isn't, but because of Kai's-chan's magnet release, she is able to control the metallic weaponry and joints in puppets without the use of chakra strings. It's almost second-hand nature for her, although she is inexperienced, she can be quite deadly. He said, making Kai's hide further behind his legs. Naruto looked at the girl rather surprised. For someone so young, she didn't look to be any older than 8 years old, but she already seemed so strong. He looked back at the masked man, his eyes going deadly serious. You're aware of what you're asking me to do, right? You're telling me to travel all the way to the land of lighting for a girl I had never met before. I am grateful for the information, but you still haven't told me who killed my sensei. The masked man didn't waver at the blonde's cold words. He had expected this after all, since what he was asking for seemed rather unorthodox. He frowned under his mask, closing his eyes. He took in a deep breath of air. I am very much aware, not only would you be betraying your village, you would be betraying all your comrades. I am simply asking you to become a missing nin to fulfill our group's request and deliver Kai's-chan to safety. She is very important. He said, making Naruto glare even harder. The masked man took a step forward, his body towering over Naruto's as his voice deepened considerably. Naruto had to stop himself from falling over the mass amount of pressure the man was emitting. When you get to your destination, you will meet one of our very own spies. He is the one who knows who killed your sensei. Once you get there, you will get all the information you need. Naruto growled at the man, his fists tightening as he activated his Sharingan. The man remained unfazed as Naruto grabbed his cloak. He ignored Kai's yelp of fear as Naruto pulled him down to his level. You're just making me your fucking errand boy, you are asking for a lot here. And how do I even know you guys actually know who killed Shisui Naisen? This all just sounds like bullshit. The masked man nodded, using speed Naruto couldn't follow. He pushed the blonde away with one hand. Naruto stumbled backwards as a kunai grazed over his neck. The man's voice was emotionless as he spoke. Everything I have told you has been the truth, down to the last detail. I put my life on it, but there is too much at risk here. So please choose, if you accept then you will deliver Kai's-chan to the land of lighting, become a missing nin, and know everything you want to. And if you refuse, the whole world will know everything about you, and your precious Kurenai Yuhi will die. Naruto for a moment thought his heartbeat had just stopped forever. His eyes went wide in fear at the man's words, the lump from earlier formed back in Naruto's throat. Just the mere thought of Kurenai, the person he cared for the most. The thought of losing her hurt more than anything else. Any rebuttal Naruto had thought of suddenly died, too shaken up by the idea that the man would actually go through with his threat. Time seemed to slow down as Naruto stayed silent, frozen in place as his hair fell forward shadowing his eyes from view completely. His mind began to race, he was backed into a corner, and he knew it. The threat was a solid one, it had scared Naruto more than anything else, scared him more than the moment he jumped in front of the Fushigumi. But the man seemed serious, if he declined right now there was no telling that the man would instantly vanish and go after Kurenai. Naruto knew Kurenai was strong, but this man seemed to be on a whole different level completely. He clenched his fist as he glanced over to the terrified girl sitting on the floor. Naruto responded hoarsely, like it was the first time he had spoken in his life. I accept. The masked man smiled under his mask as he removed the kunai from the boy's neck. He nodded as he walked over and offered his hand to Kai's, who took it slowly. The masked man for a moment as his eyes glanced over to the staircase on his left. Meet us at the Roka town entrance, we will be waiting there. See you soon Naruto-kun. In the next second the man and Kai's were both gone from sight. Naruto stood frozen in place, his eyes still showing. The words of acceptance had come out of his mouth almost subconsciously. He hadn't even been aware he had spoken until the man responded in kind. It was wrong, he knew it was the wrong thing to do. But Naruto knew no other way out of the situation. The masked man had backed him into a corner he knew he was unbeatable in. But what could he have done? Kurenai was too precious to Naruto, she didn't know how much she meant to him. That's alright Naruto. Naruto internally nodded at the Biju, a small sense of relief entering him as he heard the voice he was beginning to miss, it offered him some much-needed comfort. Then suddenly the loud sound of footsteps made its way to Naruto's ears. Naruto made no motion to react as the steps started to increase in volume. Stalking their way closer to Naruto, each step sent small tremors through the blonde as he looked up. His blue eyes back to normal as he looked into the emotionless purple staring back. Neither said a word for a while, basking in the room's eerily quiet atmosphere with a strange sense of sadness. If anyone were to walk in they would no doubt suffocate from the overwhelming amount of pressure that flowed through the room. It was different from any time Naruto had ever been with his family, those moments were always tense for him, and it was definitely different than the brawl he had with Narumi in the hotel hallway. No, this was entirely different. How much did you hear, Narumi? Just the ending, Naruto Nai. Narumi's voice matched Naruto's. Both were dull, void of any emotion. Naruto slowly nodded his head, turning around so his back was facing his sister. He took one step forward before her hand reached out and gripped his shoulder tightly. The room grew darker as Narumi's piercing blue eyes drilled a hole into the back of Naruto's head. You're aware that I can't let you do this. It is my duty as a shinobi of Konohagakure and as your sister that you are not to abandon the village or your family. Naruto gave a dry chuckle as he pushed Narumi's hand off of his shoulder. Tilting his head as he gave the darkest stare he could muster up in his current state. He raised both his arms, pointing at both of them. We haven't been a family in years Narumi, get with the times. And there is no changing that. Naruto retorted, unsure if the hurt look in his sister's eyes was real or not. But just as fast as it came it vanished, she forcefully grabbed Naruto's wrist before pulling him closer to her. Naruto gave no indication of panic as she did so, their faces were inches apart as she scowled bitterly. Then I say we finish what we started at the hotel, don't you agree? Naruto returned her scowl as he kicked Narumi in the stomach, she seemed unfazed by the attack as she skidded backwards. Yes, let's. Chapter 14. Arc 3. Part 4. Let me ask you something, Narumi. Naruto's voice was emotionless as he spoke, letting his hair blow in the wind as his words glided out into the freezing open air. The sun was just beginning to rise on Yukigakure, letting its bright rays shine down on both Naruto and Narumi. They stood a good 100 feet from another, letting their feet sink slightly into the soft snow beneath them. After Narumi had confronted Naruto they had both agreed that fighting indoors would only cause more panic to ensue. The only reason Naruto had agreed was to make sure Kurenai wouldn't be aware of their fight. So after a quick sunshine they were both outside, basking in the sun's rays. They stood in silence for a few minutes, Naruto's question going unanswered as Narumi felt her fists clench. She scowled deeply, finally raising her head to look at her brother who was staring at her intently. Looking into his mirrored blue she felt herself grow angrier, he should be scared, he should be shaking in place at facing such a strong foe. Then why? Why did he look so calm? Go on then, ask. Her voice betrayed the emotion she was trying to fight back. Her tone was laced with pure annoyance as she watched her brother look away from her, breaking eye contact. He took in a deep breath, trying to calm down his own growing frustration. The next words came out of his mouth subconsciously, asking the question he has been dying to know since the mission in Tijuana. Why have you been acting like this for the past few weeks? Before we met each other in Tijuana you almost seemed like you wanted to make amends, but now you've been cold. So why? Naruto said, his voice laced with pure curiosity. His words froze Narumi for a moment, she stayed in place making sure her eyes never left Naruto. She fought back the overwhelming amount of guilt and forced it back down into the depths of her mind, ignoring the way his words had torn at her heart. Shaking her head at Naruto she started a slow walk towards her brother. She watched as his eyes remained locked onto her as she got closer, she grabbed her poncho, forcing it over her head and throwing it into the sky, letting the breeze consume it. Naruto remained impassive as he watched her walk closer to him. She let a look of disinterest seep into her face before she threw a cocky smirk towards Naruto as she zipped up her vest, just like you told me before, it doesn't make a difference. His stoic expression did not falter as Narumi stopped in front of him. I think my question would be, do you have to betray the village, our very own family to get what you want? Naruto scowled at her words, his eyes flashing dangerously as he flared his chakra intensely. He sent a punch to her face, letting her question go unanswered as she smirked at him again, bringing her forearm up blocking the punch. Without hesitating Naruto sent another punch her way, sticking to the same side so she couldn't block using her other arm. Narumi moved faster however as she brought her elbow down, her arm twisting and above his own, sent a punch to his face. Naruto ducked, flipping a kunai upwards and slashing towards Narumi. She reacted fast enough, flipping a kunai from her porch intercepting his head-on. Narumi scowled at her brother, both putting an equal amount of force respectively behind their blade. How rude of you, to not even answer your dear sister's question. She growled out as she applied more pressure to her blade. Naruto groaned in dismay, trying his best to overpower Narumi. Sadly for him, his sister managed to match his power perfectly. Naruto grunted loudly as he felt his feet sink further into the snow. Narumi quickly overpowered him, forcing Naruto to break his grip on his kunai as he fell to the floor. Performing a quick sunshine appearing to Narumi's left, Narumi, who had anticipated this, quickly turned, sending her knee directly into his gut. Naruto gasped in pain, and he didn't have time to react as Narumi bent her body and put her hand on the ground, twisting her legs and kicking Naruto in the face, sending him to the ground. He winced in pain as he held himself up from the ground panting heavily. I told you about Naruto Nai. You aren't betraying us. She said, looking down on him with an odd sense of relief and pity. Naruto chuckled quietly to himself, his chuckle soon evolved into loud laughter. Narumi looked at him with a small amount of shock, allowing him to get to his feet. Time seemed to slow down for Narumi as she watched Naruto slowly look over at her eyes going wide with shock as she looked into his new golden right eye. Her stomach dropped several stories in her chest as her head throbbed painfully. The demon inside of her slammed his large body against his cage, the fox was screaming, flailing his large nine tails crazily. That's Asobu. What the fuck is he doing in there? Narumi didn't have time to ask the fox what he was talking about as Naruto sent a smirk her way. His laughter died as he looked at the shocked expression on Narumi's face. He could slowly feel Asobu's effects start to take over as he brought his free hand out, letting it hover over the white substance. Don't act so cocky, Narumi, after all, we're in the perfect area to fight in. Well, at least for me. He said, his golden eye glowing as he formed a single hand seal with his free hand. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. The snow next to him looked like it suddenly evaporated, sucking the moisture out of the snow as three large water dragons formed next to the blonde. Naruto swung his arm forward, commanding the beasts of water and sending them flying over to Narumi. Narumi felt her eyes widen slightly once again, not having enough time to dwell on what the Kyuubi said within her. She rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the dragons as they crashed into the snow-covered floor, exploding on impact and sending a giant plum of water into the field, obscuring Narumi's vision. Narumi's ears twitched, hearing a sudden splash to her left. Narumi turned her body, waiting to counterattack only to see a kunai soar past her, not seeing Naruto jump through the water, sending a punch to her face from her opposing side. He made contact with her face, making Narumi's head fly back. She reacted almost instantly, her head snapping back right away, forcing through the pain and quickly placing her palm on Naruto's chest. Naruto experienced the same thing she had used in the hotel. He felt his body get blown backwards from the incredible gust of wind as he landed on his feet, barely having time to see Narumi fly through hand seals. Blind style. Great breakthrough. Naruto watched the blades of wind fly towards him, he did his own set of seals before slamming his palms into the freezing snow. Water style. Water wall jutsu. The water got sucked out of the snow once again as a large wall made of pure water formed from the ground shielding him from the wind attack. Sadly his defense didn't seem to be strong enough as the wind cut right through the water wall and struck Naruto directly in the chest. Naruto's body erupted in pain as he was sent flying back, bouncing on the ground several times. He didn't have time to react as Narumi sent a swift kick into his stomach. Naruto yelped in pain as he felt his body slide backwards again, this time stopping as a clone of Narumi caught him, forcing him into a chokehold. Narumi looked over at her brother, her face crunching in annoyance as she formed a single-handed seal again. "Hi." She yelled as the scene in front of her suddenly vanished without a trace. She turned around to see a heavy-breathing Naruto, his arm wrapped around his stomach. She traced her eyes down to his stomach, feeling a weird emotion as she saw blood leak from his wound. "Live it up, Naruto Nai, you can't keep up with me. I'll admit you are strong, but you're nowhere near my level." Naruto cringed at her harsh tone. Clenching his fists in anger as his golden eye seemed to burn brighter. He ignored the screaming words of Isobu in the back of his head, telling Naruto to calm down and take it easy, to not let the anger overtake him once again. Telling him that Narumi should have been told by Kyuubi that he was carrying the Sanbi. He didn't find it in himself to care at the moment, pushing the demon's words away as he shut his left eye. His face conformed into a deep scowl. "Fine, you want to fight. You got one?" he yelled, opening his left eye. Narumi felt her blood run cold as Naruto charged at her, she could barely comprehend if what she was seeing was real or not. Too shocked to react, she didn't have enough time to block the fist Naruto had sent her way, it impacted against her cheek and sent her falling to the ground. Before she had even realized what was happening, Naruto sent a downward fist plummeting her into the ground. Her back made a small crater in the floor, she spat up some blood and wheezed loudly. Narumi recovered quickly, kicking Naruto in the gut and sending him back once again. She got to her feet as the two stared into each other's eyes, a silent exchange validating what they knew about one another. Narumi had known Naruto had grown stronger than almost any genin that had graduated this year, but this was unexpected. She didn't have enough time to dwell in shock, seeing her brother's mixed gold eye and the spinning Sharingan as it glared over at her. She knew he was hiding something from her, but she didn't know it would be a tailed beast, she would get the answers out of him, even if it meant breaking every bone in his body and dragging him back to Konoha. But one thing was certain as the two Namikaze children looked at one another, it was a conclusion that Narumi feared even through her tough exterior, and one that Naruto had known. She was not his sister. And he was not a brother. Narumi chased, continuing the exchange with a swift swipe of a kunai to the blonde side. Naruto brought his own kunai out, blocking the swipe easily as he brought his shoulder forward, driving it into Narumi's ribsage. The Redeed grabbed his wrist in an attempt to throw him away, creating a large space that was just enough to slice at Naruto's coat, forcing him to retreat. In an instant they were back on the attack. Naruto channeled his water chakra into his hands, sucking up the moisture from the snow once again as a blade of pure water formed in his hand, attempting to strike at Narumi. However, Narumi was prepared this time and channeled wind chakra into her kunai. The second the blades made contact, Narumi's ripped through the water weapon, swiping his chest. Naruto, having seen him get destroyed, forcefully dispelled the technique, splashing upwards and obscuring Narumi's vision once again. Narumi scowled, the sudden disorientation leaving her unbalanced, letting Naruto slip away and send a brutal kick to the Redeed's inner thigh, before ending it with a swift punch in the stomach. The female Namikaze reeled back in pain as she glared at Naruto, she swore she heard a loud crack as she skidded back. "Blind style. Wind Dragon Jutsu," shouted Narumi, using the distance to craft her before the giant 20-foot-long dragon made of pure wind formed behind her. Depositing a large portion of her chakra into it as she sent the roaring mythical beast towards her brother. She felt her eyes narrow as an identical beast impacted with hers. Naruto has copied her with his Sharingan. He seemed to lack in power as Narumi's dragon soared directly though, losing about 10 feet of distance as a large gust picked up from the destruction. Naruto shunshin out of the way just in time, appearing above Narumi as she rolled to the right, just barely dodging the downward strike. Naruto felt his breathing start to get heavy as a small amount of panic set in. He had easily expelled more chakra than he was originally anticipating. He had been pumping each with all the chakra he could muster, and it seemed that it didn't really affect Narumi, as she barely looked like she had a scratch on her, and she wasn't even sweating. Even now that he was able to keep up with her because of his Sharingan, he still couldn't match her speed or power. He couldn't use Isobu's chakra either, he had not trained in using it yet, and feared if he did he would lose control, and that he just couldn't afford to do so. Even his sunshine couldn't catch her by surprise, she just took all his hits and shook them off, like it didn't even faze her. He clenched his eyes shut and bit his lip, trying his best to think of a way out of the situation. Narumi was strong, stronger than he had thought she would be. Her presence alone was much more strong than Sokka, and the intensity rolling off of her was almost suffocating. "Damn it, why can't you guys just leave me alone? I'm sick and tired of it all," he screamed, his golden eye fading away, letting his normal blue become visible. He looked over at Narumi again, this time letting confusion overtake him. Narumi sighed sadly as she forced her eyes away from the blonde, a look of pity flashing across her eyes that didn't sit right with Naruto. She spoke, each word felt like a dagger forcefully ripping at his heart. To answer your question earlier. I was jealous of you. She said, making Naruto's eyes go wide. I felt like I had worked so hard, trained every day to get to where I am now. Then you came along, a new academy graduate who managed to kill a level shinobi on his very first mission, something even I haven't had the pleasure of doing. I had thought you were stronger than us, stronger than me, that's why I wanted you to prove yourself to me. I needed to see how someone with no real training made it so far. She said, her eyes flashing again with guilt at her words. She didn't notice the look that had crossed over Naruto's face, because if she did, she would have stopped talking immediately. I guess I was wrong, you aren't stronger than us, you don't even compare. But I want to change that, I want to bring you back home, and finally get the training you deserve, we can be a family again Nai-chan. She said, finally looking back at Naruto with a smile on her face. Be a family again. Training I deserve. Naruto said softly, getting to his feet as he looked back at Narumi. Her smile dropped from her face instantly as Naruto sent her the darkest look she had even seen. Her breath hitched in her throat as she watched him reach behind his head and untie the headband around his forehead. Naruto had to stop himself from trembling in anger at Narumi. Not only did she disrespect his strength, she once again treated him like he was weak, like he was nothing without his family. Naruto felt pure animosity burn in his body as the wounds on his stomach instantly healed. He flipped a kunai out from his pouch and snarled at Narumi. I don't need your pity, I don't need your help. I had the perfect sense anyone could have asked for. Shisui Niasen was the only family I needed. You guys, he stated, swiping the kunai over his Konoha headband, putting a perfect vertical slash over the village symbol. Narumi had to fight back a gasp as she watching as Naruto tied the headband back over his forehead. Are nothing but strangers to me. He finished darkly, his Sharingan eye changing shape and taking the form of stretched out windmill shuriken. Naruto didn't give a moment to spare as he charged, his speed much faster than before as he continued to swing his kunai. Narumi blocked the vertical swipe with her own blade, this time sneering at the pressure her brother was putting behind it. She watched as he spun around her, launching towards her again as he formed a single-handed seal. Blood style. Red missile. He said, making Narumi's eyes bug out of her skull as the blood from his torso suddenly formed a small-looking spear and took off in her direction. She tilted her head, barely avoiding the attack as Naruto shunshed away. She felt his kunai swipe against her left side, and she winced in pain. Turning to her left, forcing Naruto's assault to stop as he sent an identical blood away, rolling away from the attack, she didn't have time to see Naruto hot on her trail, his new Sharingan eye boring into her. Narumi screamed in annoyance, using all the strength she could muster, watched as he descended upon her with his kunai in hand as it pierced through her shoulder, blood leaked from the wound but she didn't care. She didn't react to the pain as she reached up and gripped Naruto at the wrist. Naruto felt his bones start to crack from the amount of pressure Narumi was gripping with. Narumi snarled angrily, her own eyes turning red as a dark red chakra cloak started to bubble around her. Her Kyuubi cloak came to life as two identical chakra tails swung behind her. Naruto gasped as he watched his sister's two tails wrap themselves around his dangling legs. They gripped on tight and swung Naruto over her head, crashing him down into the ground below. Narumi grinned, flashing her enlarged canines as Naruto winced from the excruciating pain. He looked down at his wrist, no doubt it was broken. Naruto leapt backwards, forming a water whip that wrapped itself around Narumi's wrist. He attempted to pull her closer to her, but failed to realize that once it made contact with her chakra cloak, the water had already turned to steam from the Kyuubi's chakra. Narumi just grinned again, sending her clawed hand out as it extended several feet trying to grab hold of Naruto. Thanks to his Sharingan he was able to dodge the first swing, but he jumped right into the hand of the second. He felt the claws puncture his skin as he yelled in pain. Narumi didn't stop her attack as she jumped at the captive blonde, sending a punch to Naruto's skull. Naruto spat out blood as he felt his body fly out and land painfully on his back. He wheezed loudly as he felt his arms get pinned above his head, forcing his eyes to look up to see the intimidating form of Narumi as she sat on his bleeding torso. Her tails held his legs down while her hands held his arms. Naruto could barely keep his Sharingan eye open as the pain in his head was almost unbearable. Narumi lost her grin as she looked down at Naruto, pity etched into her face. She hated the fact that she had to use the Kyuubi's chakra. But he needed to learn his lesson, to know when he's losing a fight he cannot win. Give up Nai-chan, let's go home together. Naruto glared with all the strength he had left. He still had Charka in his system, he would still win, he had to. Narumi was too engrossed with her supposed victory to see both of Naruto's hands form a small seal. B-blood style. Red spiral. Narumi felt her eyes go wide as a medium-sized spiral blade formed on the blonde's chest. Narumi was forced to let go of the blonde and jump away. She didn't have time to avoid the attack as the blood blade pierced through her cloak and into her shoulder once again. She yelled in pain as her right arm went limp beside her. She growled in pain as Naruto got to his feet. She reached up, forcing the out of her shoulder, as a large amount of blood spilled out of her wound. Naruto reached for the kunai that had fallen from his hand. His breathing was erratic as the Kyuubi cloak around Narumi slowly seeps back into her, no doubt getting to work to try and fix her now broken arm. Naruto channeled all the chakra he had left. He had every intention to end this fight here and now. The Sobu had seemingly gone quiet after he forcefully took his chakra back, trying his best to not make Naruto lose control. Naruto stared intently at Narumi, and she returned his gaze with just as much vigor. Naruto slowed his breathing down, forcing his body to become calm as a large trail of blood started to leak its way down his left eye. Infusing his chakra into the kunai, he sent the blade flying towards Narumi. Narumi scowled as she watched him get closer to her. The throw was pathetic. She had seen better academy students throw kunai with more precision than this. The kunai was about 6 feet from her, flying past her at an incredible speed. She almost wanted to laugh at the throw. TCH, how pathetic. She thought to herself, grinning as she tried to tear her eyes off the kunai and back at Naruto. That's when she realized she couldn't. Narumi felt a sudden sense of unease wash over her body, her eyes growing wide as they stayed locked into the flying weapon. No matter what, she just couldn't force her eyes away. Why am I still looking at the kunai? She thought anxiously, not believing what was happening and didn't have time to move as a sharp chakra-enhanced punch impacted her chin. She felt her teeth clamp together in pain, almost biting a portion of her tongue off as she was sent flying into the air, a huffing Naruto standing where she once was with his feet raised in the air. Narumi came crashing down onto her broken arm and cried out in pain once she made contact with the ground. She felt tears form in her eyes as she looked up, her vision blurry, but she could make out the wavering body of her brother standing over her. Blood leaked from his now closed left eye as he looked down at her. She couldn't move her body. The Kyuubi's chakra was doing everything it could to heal her broken arm, and it left her other injured vulnerable. Since she had already lost a lot of blood, she felt her vision start to become hazy from the blood loss. Naruto Nai-chan. Please don't leave, we can't fix this. Narumi whimpered, tears spilling from her blue eyes as she watched her brother, the very same brother she had just called weak not too long ago. Standing over her victoriously, somewhere in her head she knows she deserved this, that they all did. They didn't deserve his kindness, his loyalty, his love. She knew that, but she still fought to keep him here, in a place she knew he didn't want to be in, because they forced him away. She didn't fight back the tears falling down her cheeks as she tried to recognize his face, trying her best to see the brother she thought she had. He was nowhere to be found. Naruto closed his remaining eyes shut, all anger from his body had vanished as he looked down at the broken form of Narumi. He watched her face go pale from the blood loss, and he tried for a moment to find just a sliver of remorse in him. It was nowhere to be found. Like I said before Narumi, we were nothing but strangers. He said softly, making Narumi shut her eyes in pain. She gave a curt nod of understanding before she laid her head back down on the floor as she finally fell unconscious. Naruto stayed in his spot, looking at the broken state of his sister with no emotion. He couldn't believe he had done it. Narumi was strong. If Naruto didn't have any of his abilities he would have for sure lost that fight. He hated to admit it, but he knew she was stronger, but once again he had just gotten lucky. Regardless, I'm proud of you. Naruto managed a small smile and sent an invisible nod of appreciation towards the Biju. He let himself have a moment to himself, letting out a sigh of relief as he held his broken wrist, trying his best to not wince from the pain. Then Naruto-kun. Naruto felt his body freeze up again, the familiar voice reaching his ears. He didn't want to turn around, he didn't know if he could even look her in the eye. Thankfully he didn't have to as he felt the familiar body press up against him and give him a tight back hug. Kurenai fell to her knees to give the boy a hug. He could feel the soft drips of tears as they flowed out of her eyes and landed on his hair. I was so worried, I felt that awful Kyuubi chakra and I couldn't find you anywhere. She said, her voice muffled as she spoke into his hair. Naruto felt his heart flutter once again as she spoke, but the feeling was soon plagued by guilt as he clenched his fists. He almost wished his adrenaline rush would die down so he could pass out from exhaustion. He felt his own tears form in his eyes as he turned slowly to look at Kurenai, her big red eyes laced with worry as she held him tight. For a moment Naruto had almost forgotten that he had agreed to betray Konoha, that he was forced to in order to keep Kurenai safe. He felt his resolve start to waver as Kurenai's grip tightened around him. I'm alright Kurenai-chan. His voice squealed slightly as he said her name, guilt rising in him as he shakily grabbed Kurenai's hands and pushed them off his body. Kurenai looked stunned for a moment before Naruto turned around fully to face her. Kurenai had to fight back a gasp as her eyes looked at his disheveled appearance. His shirt was almost completely drenched in blood, and his hair was damp, falling into his eyes more so than it already did. But what caught her attention was the crossed-out Konoha headband around his forehead. Kurenai-sensei. Who's the boy? Naruto and Kurenai jumped in surprise at the voice. Naruto looked at the tall man running to them in confusion. Kurenai didn't take her eyes off of Naruto as she waved her hand dismissively. "He's with us, don't worry Kagami-kun." She answered the tall man, never breaking her stare with Naruto. Naruto quickly shunned the guy as he looked at Kurenai. She reached out and softly cupped his cheek again, gliding her thumb over his scar, not caring that his cheek was stained in blood. Naruto felt a sob escape his throat as he lunged at Kurenai, his arms wrapping around her. Kurenai didn't hesitate to return the hug. "Kurenai-chan, I'm so sorry." He whispered into her neck, his voice sounding broken as she rubbed his back softly. It was then that she noticed the bloody and unconscious body of Narumi Namikaze laying on the ground. She masked her shock, she somehow feared this would have happened. She raised her hand and ran her hands through his blonde hair. "For what Naruto-kun?" he said as he removed his head from her neck. She was about to ask her question again as she looked over only to see his Sharingan eye spinning widely in his socket. She felt her body grow cold as an unknown feeling flowed through her bones. Her eyes started to feel heavy as she felt her arms fall limp at her side. She tried to keep her eyes open, only to see the tear-stricken face of Naruto looking at her. And Naru, too. She managed to get out before she fell completely limp in his arms. He fought back his tears of betrayal as he grabbed her head before it could hit the floor. He gently laid her down on the soft snow, letting his gaze linger on her shocked expression for just a moment longer. Knowing that this is one of the last times he would see her in a very, very long time. "Hey, what did you do to Kurenai-sensei?" Naruto wiped his eyes with his arms, abolishing any evidence of crying as he turned and glared at the man, his Sharingan eye staring deeply into the man's eyes, making him cower in fear. "Take care of these two, Kurenai-chan seems to trust you so I will. Make sure nothing bad happens to them, understand?" Kagami nodded rapidly as he took a step away from the blonde. He couldn't look away, he felt like he was being forced to look into the boy's Sharingan. "Good, and the second I leave, you will forget that you saw my Sharingan, understood?" Naruto said, his eyes spinning widely again as he just took effect on the man. Hagmai felt his eyes glaze over as he nodded robotically, his face going void of any emotion. "Understood." I wondered if he died out there. The masked man mumbled to himself as he rubbed his chin in thought. It had been a little over an hour since he had left Naruto and came to the entrance of Roka with Kai's. If the blonde boy had indeed died, then this mission would have just been a whole big bust and would cause a lot more complications from his group than he would like to think of. Sighing again, he ran a hand through his silver hair. He was thinking of removing his mask since it was just the two of them here. He hated wearing it, it was super uncomfortable and it hid his beautiful face from the world. I mean, how would his leader know if he had taken it off anyway? "Ah no. Masked man-san." The masked man looked down and smiled at the timid young girl at his feet. He offered a huge smile, which went unnoticed because of his mask, and patted the girl on the head. "Yes, what is Kai's-chan?" "Well, why haven't we left yet? We've been here for so long," she said with a pout, and the masked man couldn't help but laugh as she looked at him, her big gold eyes shining with confusion as she held the poncho over her little body closer to her. "Kai's-chan, remember? We have to wait for Naruto-kun," he said, and immediately after he spoke he felt his ears twitch. He grinned under his mask as he motioned Kai's to look out to the village entrance. She did so with a little hesitancy, and both the masked man and Kai's widened their eyes at what they saw. Kai's quickly hurried behind the tall man's legs in fear as the masked man felt his mouth fall open in shock. "Naruto-kun, you look like shit." Naruto didn't even bother to respond as he just rolled his eyes, glaring at the masked man, wishing his glare would reduce the man to ash. The masked man's eyes seemed to light up in glee as he noticed the scratched-out headband. He clapped his hands in approval as he motioned Kai's forward. Naruto looked down as the girl stepped forward. She looked pretty timid as she avoided eye contact with Naruto. She slowly took her place besides the blonde as the masked man offered Naruto a large storage scroll. Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked up at the man in confusion. "Ah, it's just some supplies for you both. There's tents, food, training supplies and..." He stopped, looking Naruto up and down again. "Clothes for you both." He finished as Naruto rolled his eyes again. He mumbled a quiet thanks before looking down at the girl next to him. He didn't know how to even talk to her, hell he hasn't talked to a child since he was 1. "Are you ready for Kai-san?" The girl nodded, shrinking back into her poncho timidly. The masked man gave a hearty laugh as he ruffled both of the kid's hair. Kai's let it happen, but Naruto was quick to smack his hand away. "Well, good luck you two, have a safe trip." Before either of them he vanished into thin air. Kai's jumped in surprise at the technique. Naruto suppressed a groan as he looked back to Roka Town. His eyes softened as he did so, his mind flashing images of Kurenai as he felt sadness flow through him. "At least I know you're safe, Kurenai-chan." He took a few heavy steps away from the gate, motioning Kai's to follow him. "Come on, let's go," he said bitterly, making the young girl jump again. She moved her little legs quickly trying to catch up to the blonde boy. They stayed in silence as they walked through the freezing Yukigakure air. Neither of them knew what to expect from this trip, each step held more weight as they walked. But they knew it wouldn't be easy, both were entering unknown territory for the first time. And they were completely alone. Chapter 15. Arc 3. Part 5. Day of the full moon. Kurenai was running. Her legs sprinting as fast as they could as she chased after a darkened silhouette. Darkness surrounded her, almost engulfing her entire body as she ran forward. Periodically she would reach out to the figure she was trailing, anytime she would get close her hand would phase right through it, like it was a mirage. But then it would get faster, its footsteps echoing in the abyss as she forced her legs to keep up with the apparition. She didn't know why she was chasing it, or who it was. But she knew she had to, something about its alluring presence had struck a chord within the red-eyed beauty, and she refused to let it leave her sight, in fear of it vanishing completely. She didn't know how far she ran, or where exactly she was running to. The only thing that plagued her mind was the figure, she wanted to grab hold of it. Hold it close to her, she wanted to run her hands through the blackened out spiky hair, as she held it tight. Making sure it knew that it wasn't alone, that Kurenai would be there for it, forever. These thoughts had manifested long ago, before she was even aware that these feelings were dormant in her. The figure's face remained a mystery still, shielding her from the impossible truth that she didn't know she could believe, that she didn't know she should believe. She ignored the heavy sweat beating down her brow as she called out to the figure, her voice desperate for it to stop, desperate for just a single moment of clarity. Panic had started to set in her body as she watched the black figure grow further away from her, its body almost indistinguishable as it blended in with the darkened void of nothingness. She called out again, her voice hoarse, begging the figure to wait for her. Tears erupted in her eyes as her arm reached out in hopelessness, agony pumping in her veins as she cried out. Suddenly Kurenai watched as the figure stopped its run, turning around as two deep cerulean eyes looked back at her, torment etched into those beautiful bluer eyes as tears streamed down the desolate face. Kurenai felt her heart dance in her chest, like a loud drum banging in her ribsage, as her own tears cascaded down her cheeks. The closer she got, more of the previous vacant face she could see, every little detail sent tremors up her spine. She forced her voice to speak, her voice laced with unsung desire as a certain name ripped itself free from her throat. Naruto-kun. Kurenai yelled as she gasped for air, her body springing up from her bed as she huffed loudly. She instinctively raised her hand to her face, the palms of her hands shielding her face, trying to get her surprisingly heavy breathing under control. Her mind slowly piecing together all her thoughts. From Narumi's unconscious body, Naruto's scratched headband, and his spinning Sharingan as he looked at her. She felt her hands get wet as tears leaked from her red eyes as she forced them shut. She knew what it had meant, but she didn't want to believe it. She would have never thought Naruto would ever do something like this. It hurt, her heart felt like it was on fire, burning her very skin to charcoal. She wanted to run after him, yell at him for doing this, she was angry. She felt betrayed. "I'm glad to see that you're finally awake." Kurenai snapped her head over as she heard a voice speak to her. Looking over, she laid her eyes upon the heavily bandaged Narumi Namikaze. She was sitting on the edge of a window, using her knee to hold her head up as she stared out the bedroom window looking up at the darkening sky above their heads. Narumi didn't turn to look at her, she instead continued to look outwards as she spoke. Kurenai stared at the red head with a critical eye, her ruby orbs narrowing ever so slightly at the girl. She couldn't help but notice the weak look in her pensive stare, one she had never seen before the longer she stared at the heiress. Her lips were pursed in a thin line, even her voice seemed to lack the vigor that it once held. Narumi ignored the Jounin's lingering gaze on her, leaning her head against a closed window with her eyes shut. "You've been out for about 10 days, we were beginning to get worried." Kurenai blinked in surprise at her words, tearing her eyes off of Narumi and looking down at the blanket over her. She clenched her hands around the fabric. "Regardless, do you know why Naruto-kun did this?" Kurenai asked, cutting to the chase as she kept her vision locked onto her hands. A tense silence rolled into the room, and Kurenai found herself getting irritated at the girl's secrecy. "I think you know exactly what happened. Don't beat around the bush here." Kurenai yelled, snapping her head back over to Narumi's direction. Kurenai scowled, finding herself growing more and more irritated at the girl's withdrawn attitude. Narumi covered up her frown with her arm, refusing to look in Kurenai's direction. Narumi gave a slow nod of her head, wishing she could be anywhere else but here. "Yes. Then? Care to explain?" Kurenai said irritably, digging her nails into the soft fabric beneath her fingers. Narumi sighed deeply, she was in no mood to talk about what happened, it was still very much fresh on her mind and wanted to avoid the topic at all costs. Or at least wait until they get back to Konoha. Narumi turned her body towards Kurenai, and it was the first time the black-headed beauty noticed the cast over Narumi's arm. "When I found him, he was talking to a masked man, who I assume was their leader. I didn't hear the whole thing, just bits and pieces, but he said something about delivering someone named Kai's in exchange for information, but he would have to become a missing nin." Narumi looked down, still refusing to look into Kurenai's eyes. The red eyes felt her eyes sting, she just couldn't get the crying image of Naruto out of her face as he put her under with his. It was haunting, something she wasn't sure she would ever forget. He said if Naruto Nai refused, he would reveal all of his secrets, and Kurenai felt her body tense as the word secrets left Narumi's mouth. She quickly masked her expression, thankful Narumi didn't seem to notice or mention it. There was a brief pause before Narumi continued, the redhead finally looked over at her. Her blue eyes flashing with an unknown emotion as the two stared at one another. Narumi's voice wavered as she spoke, her lips were chapped, her face still pale from her injuries. Kurenai slightly wondered if the Kyuubi inside of her was even healing her wounds. He said if Naruto Nai didn't go, then you would have been killed. Kurenai's breath hitched as the words left the scarred lips of Narumi. She felt her blood run cold as the words marinated in her thoughts. Naruto abandoned the village, left everything behind. For her sake. She felt the foreign feeling invade her chest again like it had in her dream, but this time it was much more prominent. The feeling struck at every vein in her body, forcing her to physically wince at the feeling. She fought back the uncontrollable anguish stinging in her eyes as she sat hunched over in her bed. Narumi watched for a few moments before hopping off the window sill and making her way to the front door. She silently grabbed the door handle before taking a single glance back at Kurenai, her eyes remained emotionless, but there was a small spark of sadness reflecting in her orbs. It was obvious she was hurting, and she didn't know what Naruto and Kurenai's relationship was. She knew Naruto held Kurenai on a special pedestal than most people, she had overheard many conversations the two of them had during their trip and even when she was working alongside Team 11. But watching the shake slightly in her bed she couldn't help but pity Kurenai slightly. Narumi held a great amount of empathy towards Kurenai at this moment, the redhead was still in fact blaming Naruto's defection on their own family. They refused to love him, they refused a family with Naruto. But watching Kurenai, who was more heartbroken at Naruto's defection than herself, it was yet another reminder that she never had Naruto as a brother. I'm going to check with Kagami-san to see if he needs help with anything. I'll just leave you alone for a bit. Narumi spoke softly, her eyes now shining with unconditional sadness as she left the room, the door slightly echoing in the quiet room as Narumi walked away. The soft tone of her voice did nothing to comfort Kurenai as she trembled in bed, leaving her in a defeated state. I'm sorry. Naruto and Kai's walked side by side as they passed through the evergreen forest of Takigakure. Once the two of them finally left Roka town, the boatman was kind enough to take them closer to Lightning Country and drop them off at a port just a few days out from the waterfall village. They had little to no trouble passing into the border of Taki. Naruto had used it to cover up his slashed-out headband so people wouldn't get suspicious of him. It seemed to work better than he was hoping it would. Naruto figured that Narumi and Kurenai hadn't made it back to Konoha, so his status as a missing nin wasn't official, so it gave him and his young companion an easier and more relaxed travel through Taki. The two companies hadn't spoken much during their travels through the small country. Naruto could tell she didn't trust him, after all he was a complete stranger to the girl. Eyes jumped in fear whenever there was a semi-loud noise off in the distance and would blindly look down and cower behind the blonde. He slightly wondered what had happened to Kai's for her to be so jumpy. The mystery was still at large since Naruto by any means didn't feel like asking, they were both keeping each other at a distance. When she was scared she would hide behind Naruto, but other than that they were always a good distance away from one another, basking in the uncomfortable awkward silence. She listened to his instructions well and was a big help for setting up camp, she would listen without barking back and was always quick to finish her job, something Naruto actually was impressed at. Again, his mind wandered on why such a young girl was so good at setting up camp. The trek through Takigakure lasted only about 4 days, they took no time to marvel at the country's beautiful and exotic waterfalls, and they just coasted right by, much to Kai's dismay. Luckily they didn't find any trouble on their journey, most people who stumbled across didn't even spare them a second glance. Taki was more peaceful than he thought, they didn't run into a single shinobi or bandit once. Their journey was slow, much slower than Naruto had originally expected it to be. When he thought about it he should have known better, Kai certainly didn't have the stamina for faster travel, and her little legs could only go so far before she collapsed. He would most of the time carry her piggyback style on his back during the night, since she would always be exhausted before the sun would even set. Looking down at his map Naruto couldn't help but frown. They had just passed the border into Sound Country, and traveling at their current pace, it would most likely take anywhere up from a month to finally enter Lightning Country. The pace was too slow for comfort, but he knew pushing Kai's too far would most likely backfire on him almost instantly, and that he just couldn't afford. He didn't care so much for the girl, but she was his mission, and the mission had to be completed no matter what. Naruto went to run his hand through his hair and winced at the sudden pain, momentarily forgetting the wrist that Narumi had broken. He looked at the makeshift cast around his wrist and sighed, he tried his best to stop his mind from drifting back to his abandoned teammates, especially one in particular. He felt especially guilty since he would have to live with Team 11, thinking he abandoned them, just as they were starting to become really close as a team. Naruto then groaned looking down his arm again, annoyed slightly that his blood couldn't heal broken bones. His wrist hurt like hell. Naruto turned to Kai's, telling the girl that they would be stopping for the night and to start setting up camp. Naruto didn't know anything about Sound Country, and he would rather be safe than sorry than traveling during the night. Kai's nodded and took off her large backpack and quietly took out 2 tents and got to work assembling them. Naruto, happy to see her get to work, was quick to put together a fireplace and take out the food that the masked man was generous enough to give them. Luckily they were kept in a separate preservation scroll, so he didn't have to worry about it spoiling anytime soon, and it would probably last them all the way until Lightning Country. "Oh no. Naruto-san. What is it?" Naruto replied as he started cooking several meat skewers for the 2 of them over the now burning fire. He didn't look at Kai's as she spoke, instead he focused on not burning the meat as Kai's took a seat on the grass across from him. She brought her knees to her chest and wrapped her arms around them protectively, her golden eyes looking at Naruto awkwardly. After a moment of silence Naruto finally raised his head to meet the now shy golden eyes looking back at him. He raised an eyebrow and stayed silent. If she wanted to speak then she would, he wouldn't force her. Kai's fidgeted in her seated position before looking away from Naruto, her lips quivering slightly in shyness. Well, I wanted to ask you, why did you agree to take me?" Naruto lowered his brow at the unexpected question. He pursed his lips into a thin line as he used his non-bandaged hand to scratch the back of his head. "Well, I guess because the masked man forced me to. We kin to have a deal that after I deliver you, I will finally be told who killed my sensei." "That forced you to?" "Yeah, he said if I didn't then he would kill my closest person." Oh. Sorry." Naruto felt something in his chest clench at the girl's sudden broken tone of voice. She pulled her legs even closer to her and buried her head within them, hiding her face from view. "Naruto." Naruto felt an increase of awkwardness as she did so, confusion flashed in his eyes as he took the meat off the fire and placed them on a small plate. "Why are you sorry?" Naruto felt his heart twinge again as he heard a sob scrape by her throat. The tiny girl shook her head at Naruto, refusing to look up as she spoke into her arms, her voice heavily muffled. "I'm tired of people dying because of me. They always die and leave me alone." Naruto felt his heart drop in his chest, he barely heard what she said since it was so muffled. While Naruto had no idea what she was talking about, it now made a little more sense why the girl was so distraught all the time. He wouldn't pry her to talk about it, he knew better than a lot of people that it's hard to open up to people. And Kai's was definitely scared, he didn't know how deep, but it was deep enough for such a young child. For a split second he saw himself in her shoes and he had to fight back a gasp. Was this what would have happened if he never met Shisui? Shaking his head not wanting to think about that, he slowly got up from his previous position and knelt down to the girl. He placed a hesitant hand on her shoulder, she flinched slightly at his touch. Her eyes widened in horror as she snapped her head up to look at Naruto. Naruto tried his best to put on the softest look he could muster up. He didn't want a repeat of what happened back in Roka. After Kai's didn't force his hand away and thankfully no puppets chased after him. He patted her shoulder awkwardly, a small smile forming on his lips. "Hey, don't be sorry. I needed to get away from my village anyway. I was starting to feel like I was suffocating, so I think this is a good thing. And I mean, no one's dying on you now." He replied, he himself wasn't very confident in his answer, but it seemed to drastically raise Kai's mood. Her eyes widened and tears finally stopped forming within her eyes. Her face physically brightened, it still lacked the mirth that a young child should have. But it was a big improvement from the whole journey so far. She offered back a small awkward smile in return and nodded her head. Naruto felt a weird warm sensation crawl over his cold bones as he looked at the now smiling girl. He removed his hand from her shoulder and was about to offer her some food before a soft crack echoed in the distance. His ear twitched, noticing Kai's also heard it. He watched as her eyes evolved back into fear. He quickly threw his hand over her mouth, shutting down a scream he knew that was coming. This action accidentally scared the young girl more as he held a finger to his lips, she seemed to take the hint and fearfully nodded her head. Naruto gave her a gracious nod of his own before shunching into the nearest tree that overlooked their campsite. He kept his hand over Kai's mouth as he saw 3 unknown men jump into the clearing. He cursed at the angle he was looking at, he couldn't see if they had any shinobi headbands, most likely could be bandits. He frowned slightly as they mumbled to each other, a few laughs broke out between them as they picked up his meat skewers and started eating. Naruto had to suppress a groan at that. Naruto broke out of his thoughts as he felt Kai's hand poking his arm. Looking back he was quick to apologize as he saw her still scared expression. He removed his hand from her mouth and she quietly breathed in the fresh air. Kai's reverted back into herself as she looked down at the 3 unknown men below them. They were a good 30 feet away and had a perfect view from above, they seemed to not notice their presence at all, which gave Naruto enough time to hash out a plan. What are we going to do? Kai's whispered to Naruto, her voice trembling slightly as she subconsciously moved closer to Naruto. Naruto, if he noticed, didn't mention it as he rubbed his chin and thought. From the looks of them they didn't look to be very strong, and they didn't seem to be alarmed that they entered someone else's freshly made camp. Hell, the food was still hot. Well, I could cast over them easily, and we could probably sneak away without them even knowing. They don't look strong, so I would guess they're probably bandits. Naruto whispered back, his words slowly calming down Kai's. What should I do? Naruto looked at Kai's as she spoke, the young girl tried her best to suppress a gasp of surprise as he did so. The masked man did tell him that Kai's magnet release was strong and that she had loads of potential. It would be much easier if she was well trained to help them out in sticky situations, maybe even improve her stamina so they could travel at much faster speeds. He quickly looked back down at the three bandits, his eyes scanning over the area as they finally settled on the open bag directly behind two of the bandits. Naruto smirked as he placed his hand back on Kai's shoulder, he ignored her sudden jump and pointed with his casted hand towards the small bag. Kai's followed his finger and looked at the bag in confusion. This may be a good thing, maybe we can strengthen you up. He started as Kai's blinked. In that bag are several, can you use your magnet release on them? Kai's shoulders slumped down as she looked away. She shook her head, making Naruto look at her confused. He swore she should be able to do it, he saw her control puppets without chakra strings after all. Kai's felt tears spring to her eyes once again. I don't know how. It kinda just happens, I can't control it. Kai's muttered quietly, wrapping her arms around her waist. Naruto looked at the small girl with a soft glow of empathy, his mind flashing back to his first meeting with Shisui, the day before his birthday all those years ago. No one had bothered to teach him anything before that, no one gave him the chance to prove himself. The parallels between the two of them were starting to show more to the young blonde. Naruto wondered again if this is what would have happened to him if he never met Shisui. Naruto's head flashed uncomfortably after those thoughts, shaking away the negative thoughts he slightly tapped Kai's shoulder. The younger girl looked up at Naruto's bright blue comforting eyes. He told her to copy his pose as he sat cross-legged on the thick tree branch. She followed suit with a moment's hesitation as he whispered to her. Try and let your chakra flow through your body at a comfortable pace, as of now your emotions have been the trigger for your attacks, right? He said and continued as Kai's nodded and formed the ram seal with him. He smiled, almost forgetting that there were bandits currently looking through their belongings below them. Try and control the amount of chakra you are pushing through your coils, but don't force it through, that would only cause backlash. Eyes slowly nodded as she turned back towards the open bag next to the bandits. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she kept her eyes locked onto the bag. She felt her chakra start to pulsate within her body and was scared that it might cause the backlash that Naruto was talking about. Naruto noticed her sudden change and softly whispered that she was doing a good job and to keep at it. Naruto's words seemed to help Kai's as she let out a calming breath, letting her chakra flow to her hands at a calming pace. This was different than when she used the puppets to attack or even on that fateful day. She winced at the thought, losing her concentration for a moment. Kai's was thankful for Naruto's encouraging words as it kept her going for a moment longer. With one last chakra pulse, Naruto watched in awe as the kunai stored in her bag tore through the material and sent themselves soaring towards the three bandits. Naruto watched as the men below screamed in pain as dozens upon dozens of kunai ripped her bag clean open and embedded themselves in the poor bandits. Naruto felt a shudder down his spine as he looked back at Kai's in shock and amazement. That masked man was right, this girl was incredibly dangerous. Naruto felt a tinge of pride well up inside of him, he didn't know if she would get what he was saying about her chakra, but she was glad to see that she soaked it up like a sponge. Kai's looked at the scene below them, and her eyes went wide with amazement. Her golden orb sparkled serenely as she looked at Naruto with the biggest smile he had ever seen. The smile was definitely contagious as Naruto himself felt one form on his lips. I did it. I controlled them myself. Kai's yelled happily as she bounded up and down in place. Her happy laughter echoed throughout the dark forest, and Naruto shared her laughter with her. His eyes watched her as she channeled more chakra into her body. Slowly but surely the kunai flew back and forth, flying from tree to tree as she giggled relentlessly. Naruto marveled at the drastic change of her attitude, the feeling in his gut became more pure as she looked back at him with such happiness in her eyes, despite the fact that she had just killed 3 people. Naruto reached out and rubbed her hair, Kai's didn't flinch this time as she just beamed at Naruto, a tinge of pink staining her cheeks from the excitement. And at this moment, Naruto truly realized what Shisui must have felt the first time they met all those years ago. The sudden awkwardness from their trip evaporated completely from the two of them, and a new bond was forming. One they both were unprepared for. This isn't so bad. Chapter 16. Arc 3. Part 6. Narumi fought back a sigh as she closed the door to her and Kurenai's shared room. It was hard to even look them in the eyes as she delivered the news to her. Narumi wasn't prepared for Kurenai to be so shaken up and distraught about Naruto. Even through the door she could hear the faint strangled sobs echoing in the room behind her. Their relationship was far more developed than Narumi had originally thought possible. It was sort of a wake-up call for Narumi, even though her eyes glowed with unconditional sorrow for her traitorous brother, she was glad that he had someone so close to him. Filling in the void his family failed to give him. Leaning her head against the wall she closed her eyes in thought, wincing in pain as her bandaged arm scraped uncomfortably against the wall behind her. Being alone with her thoughts for the past week had given Narumi enough time to digest what exactly happened during her fight with her blonde brother. His words echoed in her head, bouncing off the walls in her mind before engraving themselves deep in her brain. Strangers. He had called them strangers. And what made it worse was that Narumi couldn't fight his claim, she knew he was right, looking into his multicolored eyes that night only solidified the sinking feeling in her chest. His eyes. At that thought her mind went blank. Eyes she was sure she would never forget for the rest of her life. She shuddered at the memory of the spinning Uchiha that lived in his left eye socket, no doubt belonging to his late sensei Shisui Uchiha, the very man that Naruto praised over everything else. Narumi wanted to scoff at herself, she should have known better when Naruto came home one day with a large scar over his left eye all those years ago. Her younger self had asked her parents about it. They threw her a broken answer her way, saying that he had always had it since birth. Her feeble mind accepted the answer and never bothered to confine her brother about it, so she shrugged it off. Narumi cursed her younger self, what a bitch. In hindsight, and now that she had time to mull over and reflect, she wasn't that surprised over the Sharingan. In fact it made sense to her, putting the pieces together wasn't hard for her after a few moments, and she was left without even second-guessing them. It was his right eye that made her uneasy, the golden coin that glared at her with such exasperation, it made her physically wince at the thought, and made the demon residing in her thrash about wildly. Even now the demon continued to squirm in his cage. Both demon and human were shocked beyond belief as they laid their eyes upon the golden eye of the Sanbi. For the life of her, Narumi just couldn't figure out how it was even possible for Naruto to have the Sanbi sealed inside of him. When could it have even happened? Did her parents lie and the Sanbi was with the Kyuubi the day he attacked the village almost 13 years ago? Her theory was quickly debunked by the Kyuubi himself, confirming that he was alone during the attack. No matter how long she thought of any reasoning it just led to more unanswered questions, the only way she would truly know would be asking Naruto himself. And that was physically impossible at the moment in time, and for who knows how long. Hey Narumi-san. Narumi was blown out of her thoughts as she tilted her head to look at the shinobi that Kurenai had picked up running over to her. His onyx black eyes looked over to her in uncertainty, she could practically feel awkwardness oozing off of him as he got closer to her. She raised a brow in his direction, looking at him in question. Narumi truly didn't really know how she felt about Kagami. All she remembered was waking up with her arm in a cast and the tall strange man looking over both her and Kurenai. He spoke with such familiarity towards Kurenai it threw her for a loop. Calling her sensei and doing anything in his power to make sure they were healing. At first she was on edge of the mysterious man, and if she was being honest, she could tell right away that he wasn't as strong as he looked. She could have killed him and even buried his body before he had even known she moved. But after he begrudgingly told her about his rare condition that he could only use, he eased up on him. Apparently Kurenai had agreed to take Kagami back to Konoha if he came clean and revealed everything that he knew about the kidnapping operation. Narumi couldn't fault Kurenai for her decision after a moment of thought. If she was a master of certain ninja art and she seemingly met someone with a massive amount of potential, she would have taken them in too. What is Kagami-san? Narumi said, her brow furrowing in confusion as he fidgeted in place. Question shined in her blue eyes as she pushed herself off the wall, looking upwards to meet his eyes. I think it's best if you just follow me. Narumi slowly nodded her head as she quickly followed after the retreating back of the tall man. Now Narumi was burning with curiosity the closer she and Kagami got to the hotel lobby. Her mind was flying through endless possibilities as to why Kagami was acting as strange as he was tense. Borderline uncomfortable as he dragged his feet across the smooth hotel floor. Narumi basked in the heated room and offered a strained smile and a small incline of her head to the hotel employee behind the desk, quickly recognizing her as the same lady that had given them their rooms over a month ago, Yuta if her memory serves her right. The lady ignored her smile, staring blank back at her. Narumi was certain there was an annoyed flash in her eyes as she looked at her and scoffed silently. Guess she isn't over the hallway brawl. Narumi had the audacity to look sheepish as she forced her head to turn away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable about the situation. Shaking her head to rid her thoughts, Narumi watched as Kagami grabbed the door handle, he seemed to hesitate for a moment and looked back at Narumi. The redhead tilted her head in confusion again, he was just acting so strange. Then without warning Kagami pushed the door open. Narumi had to squint slightly at the sudden soft glow of the moon as it shined down on them. She let her eyes adjust before walking outside right behind Kagami. The second she took a step outside she felt her entire body freeze up, not because of the freezing temperature, but because of the painfully recognizable chakra signatures she just picked up on. Narumi's heart threatened to stop beating as she tried her best to avert her gaze at the three flushed faces looking at her. Their cheeks looked like they were permanently stained pink as they breathed heavily. They looked like they had decided to run across the ocean to get here instead of taking the boat. She was lost in her own thoughts and didn't even hear Kagami whisper that they were here. "Narumi, can you please explain why this man is refusing us access to see Kuchan and Naruto-kun?" Narumi recoiled at Anko's harsh words, they felt like they had burnt her skin and sizzled uncomfortably. On either side of Anko were the two remaining members of Team 11. They both looked more flushed than their sensei and were looking at her with such expectant looks that she was beginning to wish she stayed in bed for the day. Anko scowled in annoyance as she watched Narumi force her eyes away from her. Anko barely registered the cast over the girl's arm and stepped closer to the red head, glaring daggers at Narumi. Even in her pissed-off state, Anko internally patted herself on the back for not just killing the man who had refused her access to her best friend and student. She didn't know she had that kind of self-control in her. Narumi had to bite back a sigh, she was secretly hoping that Kurenai would have to be the one to break the news to Team 11. As a consensus they genuinely liked Kurenai more and it would be easier to hear it from her. Kyuubi roared with laughter in her mind at Narumi's sudden misfortune, making sure to rub it into the girl's face. Narumi just chalked it up to karma finally coming back to haunt her, it had to come back sometime, right? "Well, Anko-san, it's complicated," Narumi said. Anko scowled at her words, her two students following her actions subconsciously. Shizuka's eyes darkened considerably, her glare intensifying by the second, wishing her look would burn Thinamika's alive in order to keep her warm in this freezing weather. "Just hurry up and fucking let us see him." Narumi closed her eyes again, she could see Kagami's concerned expression on her side, but it did nothing to calm the six eyes looking at her with unadulterated annoyance. Even Sai's usual stoic expression was cracking at the sight of Narumi's silence. His hand gripped tightly around a paper in his hands, and this time Narumi was completely oblivious to it. Kurenai-san is upstairs resting still, she got put under power and was out for about 10 days. Team 11 felt their eyes go wide, not believing what they had just heard. Especially Anko, she knew how powerful her friend was, she wasn't labeled a master just for the fun of it. So the mere thought of a master being out for over a week was frightening. And Naruto Nai. Well, Narumi felt her throat close up as she spoke. How could she tell them that their teammate left them? Abandoned the village for his own personal gain, should she even mention the thing about Kai's and Kurenai dying? The only reason she had told Kurenai was because Narumi thought she had a right to know since it heavily involved her. And Narumi knew that the two of them were the closest out of anyone, so it made sense to Narumi to tell Kurenai everything. But Team 11? She had no idea, she went silent as she tried to think of what her brother would want. Did he want them to know why he left, and if he did then how much did he want them to know? He left. Didn't he? Narumi snapped her head over to Shizuka in apparent shock. Her head turned so fast she was grateful she didn't suffer from whiplash. Narumi noticed as the three faces that were just looking at her with anger were now heavily crestfallen. Shizuka choked back a set of tears, and Sai just clenched his fists. Anko looked the most affected, her frown was almost hard to look at, as her eyes shined with sorrow. Narumi felt her mouth full agape, the gears had stopped turning in her head, hell even the Kyuubi had shut his mouth for a change. No words escaped the redhead's lips, she stared in silent shock as her eyes flickered between the three of them. Finally they settled on Anko, the purple-headed Jounin's hair this time was out of its comfortable ponytail, as she let it drape just past her shoulders. Her usual seductive beguile was gone, and what lay in its wake did not fit the Jounin's beautiful features in the slightest. Our wave country mission was simple, all we had to do was wait for a bridge to get built and protect the bridge builder. We managed to keep him safe and kill Gato in the process, apparently he was a briber and had overtaken many countries and smaller towns just with his money. But Anko trailed off, she reached up and solemnly patted Sai on his shoulder. Sai scoffed and forcefully thrusted his arm forward, catching Narumi by surprise. Narumi looked at the page under Sai's sharp grip and she felt her heart drop several stories in her chest. With a shaky hand she softly pried the page from Sai's cold fingers as Anko continued. But we found this in his office, just laying there like it was waiting for us. Narumi ignored her dark words and glanced over the page, her face growing more and more pale the longer she read it over. Reunited -1. In colorless white, the gold will fade away, leaving those closest to him and a waking faction while armed with another. Under the full moon 2 teams await with a new ally, but while reunited, one will be missing, the one who had suffered. The trail of the gold. The tense silence washed over the 5 shinobi as the words left Narumi's mouth in a breathless whisper. The redhead felt her mind go numb in shock, not looking away from the paper in her hands. It seemed almost surreal, like this was just one whole big prank that was being played on them all. But it was real, and it was the hard truth that led them all to Yukigakure and to Naruto's abandonment. They were played like fools, and were now getting it rubbed in their faces that they had lost. Following the Pied Piper blindly while they saw everything they did. Narumi wanted to scream, she was annoyed. Why even leave these fortunes? Was it purely just to mess with them? If that was the case then it had worked. Kurenai was a crying mess upstairs, and all 3 remaining members of Team 11 looked far worse for wear, no doubt trying their hardest to get here on time. Narumi barely paid attention when Anko spoke next, explaining that they figured Naruto symbolized the gold in the text, with his blonde hair. But Narumi knew better, it wasn't just his blonde hair that was a red flag for the redhead, no, it was something much more that they didn't know. It was the Sanbi. Narumi clenched her fist around the page. Schooling her features she looked over at Kagami, making the man snap into attention. Can you check up on Kurenai-san? I want to get out of Roka and back to Konoha as fast as possible. Two-san needs to hear about this immediately. Wait, shouldn't we try and find Naruto-kun? He has to be close. Naruto-nai had a 10-day head start from us, he's probably been out of Yukigakure since the first day. We don't know where he went, searching now with all of us at our weakest will surely lead us nowhere. Narumi said, cutting off Anko and sending a trail of guilt through Narumi's core when she noticed the painful expression take control of Anko's face. Narumi pushed the not-so-foreign feeling of guilt down and instructed Kagami to go upstairs. Sai nodded in agreement with Narumi, his scowl still present as Shizuka looked down sadly, hesitantly nodding her head along with Sai. Another silence fell over the group that was borderline uncomfortable. Narumi doesn't know how long they stayed in this tense silence, but she didn't mind. Making her face stoic once again she turned away from the group, trying her best to calm the growing guilt once again. She had made up her decision, the decision that she had been mulling over ever since she had woken up in a painful fury after losing to Naruto. The fortune helped clear her mind up a bit, something like this just couldn't have been a coincidence. She just wishes her decision doesn't break things further than they already were. The sun had finally set, basking the elemental nations in the bright white rays that shined down from the full moon high in the sky. 8 shadowy figures circled around a dark cave, all standing adjacent from one another, welcoming the silence and letting it wash over the pitch-black room. Not a single word was spoken during their wait for their leader, their glitching bodies phased in and out at random, making it almost impossible to see their faces. It seems we are all here. The 8 figures all turned their heads to look at the new voice, a taller man stood at the top. His body was the only one not glitching as he crossed his arms over his chest. His deep purple eyes locked onto each set-off simultaneously. They all gave their leader their full attention, it was one of the rare displays of pure submission that the figures gave to him. We have a change of plans. Zetsu has just informed me that what we are looking for has been moved into Kumagakure. Kiss him, Itachi. The strong deep voice said, making the 2 sets of eyes look over at him. One set was blazing red, 3 tomo sitting comfortably in his eye sockets. The other was a deep white, gills under his eyes that resembled that of a great white shark. They stood to attention at their leader, waiting patiently for his words. I want you 2 to head over to Kumagakure, find and kill no matter what. He has what we have been after. Dismissed. And just like that, as fast as he appeared he vanished. Leaving the 8 figures alone in the room once again. Itachi and Kisame merely grinned before they disappeared first, their see-through bodies disappearing into the wind. One by one everyone else followed, leaving the dark cave completely empty and void of any life, just the way they liked it. Chapter 17. Arc 4. Part 1. So the denser the chakra the harder it is to mold it. Well, yes and no, if you have chakra then it just means it takes a longer time to mold. But if your chakra control is good then you wouldn't be able to feel a difference. Naruto said as he adjusted the smaller girl that rested on his back, he suppressed a grin as the girl hummed in understanding and rested her head on the back of his shoulder. Eyes looked straight ahead as she asked yet another question about the basics of chakra while she held her index finger outward, controlling a floating in the air as Naruto carried her and walked down a path towards a small village in Sound Country. They had been on their journey for a month now, still deep inside the Sound Country and slowly making their way towards Kumo. Naruto really underestimated how big Sound Country really was, there were a lot of towns scattered around and it helped for shelter so they didn't have to make camp in the middle of the forest and risk more attacks on them. Naruto had originally planned for the journey to take just a month, but now he just didn't know how long it would take to even step into Lightning Country. And after a month in, he and Kai's were slowly growing closer to one another. His original goal was just to strengthen her up so she could run with chakra and hopefully get to Kumo faster. And it would have worked if they hadn't stopped at a small carnival that a large village was having a few days after he had helped Kai's control her magnet release. Aiza's smile that day almost threatened to break her face as she ran around happily. Trying all the new food and playing carnival games as Naruto watched her and partaken in games that Kai's begged him to play. Naruto didn't want to admit it that day, and if anyone had made a comment on how his smile never left his face, he would probably call it a lie. But watching Kai's just run around being a kid was a breath of fresh air for both of them. They both hadn't shared their pasts with one another, but there was no need to. He knew Kai's just by her attitude that something jarring must have scarred the girl mentally, but seeing her golden eyes sparkle during the carnival was enough to ignite a warmth in his chest he didn't know he was capable of. It was the best birthday present he could have asked for, and he didn't even know it was his birthday. But if my magnet release is a combination of wind and earth chakra, could I still use wind and earth jutsus? Of course. The natures just mixed together to allow you to use magnet release. It was a mutation of your DNA when you were born. OOOOH. Naruto grinned as he watched Kai's eyes sparkle again with joy. The kunai she was controlling in front of him started to rapidly increase in speed as she moved it side to side in excitement. Naruto almost laughed when Kai's jumped up and down with a smile on her face. The girl was definitely turning into a bundle of joy, a real sharp contrast than how she was the first time they met. Finally noticing that they entered the small town, he gently slid Kai's off of his back, much to the girl's silent protest. Back on her feet, she grabbed the kunai she was controlling and placed it back into the back of her bag. Standing close to the taller male, Kai's looked around, holding a gold stuffed rabbit close to her body, a prize that Naruto had won for her back at the carnival. Naruto noticed her sudden shift in attitude and his features softened, reaching out and patting her growing brown hair, and was happy to see her not flinch in fear but look up at him expectantly. "Come on, let's go find a hotel and relax for the night. And if we have some spare time we could go shopping," he said, making Kai's eyes sparkle once again. She nodded her head enthusiastically, holding the stuffed animal closer to her. The town they were in was small, and there weren't many people walking down the streets. Naruto decided before they entered the village to remove his headband and place it back into his pouch for safekeeping. The further and further they traveled, he didn't know what to expect with his family. He was certain he wasn't officially labeled a missing nin yet, so it seemed like an easy choice for Naruto to just not wear the headband. Several of the people passing by offered the two kids a nod of greeting as they walked by. Naruto returned them wholeheartedly, but Kai's was far more hesitant, scooting closer to Naruto subconsciously as she gripped a few of his fingers for comfort. Naruto didn't mind and would periodically offer a smile towards her in hopes to calm her down. It conjured the desired effect, and Kai's could feel the nerves in her body slowly melt away as they walked into a pretty worn-down hotel building. As they walked into the building, they were greeted with a friendly smile from the man working behind the desk. Naruto ignored the confusion and shock in the man's eyes as he asked for a singular room with 2 beds. He didn't have much money on him, only the amount the masked man had given him and a few looting trips from the bandits that Kai's had taken out for her training. The man nodded his head, quickly excusing himself, and walked into the back room. Seconds later he walked back out with a singular room key, handing it to Naruto, telling them to enjoy their stay. Naruto smiled and paid for the room and motioned Kai's to follow him. Thankfully their room was on the first floor, only about 40 feet away from the front desk. Unlocking the door, Naruto and Kai's were faced with a very small room, or more so like a closet. There were 2 single beds in the center of the room. The walls were beginning to chip from years of damage as the paint started to peel away. Directly to their right was their bathroom, hidden behind a broken wooden door that was hanging onto their hinges for dear life. Naruto had to suppress a groan as the unpleasant atmosphere and smell of the room, but it sure as hell beat sleeping in the forest again. Kai's didn't seem to mind as she let go of Naruto's fingers and walked over to sit on the bed furthest away. She pulled her knees up into her chest as she sunk down slightly into the shocking soft mattress. Naruto watched her with interest as the gold rabbit looked like he was suffocating under Kai's harsh grip. Walking over to the opposite bed across from Kai's, Naruto took a seat on the edge and silently marveled at the softness. That was definitely a surprise. He had sunken in a few inches and couldn't believe that such a dingy hotel would have such soft mattresses. It was definitely the softest he had ever been on before. Naruto stayed silent for a few minutes as he watched Kai sit atop her bed. He noticed her shoulders start to tremble slightly and a frown appeared on his face. Her sudden shift in attitude was sudden. She often did this when they entered hotel rooms. She would often enclose herself and fall asleep, quickly leaving Naruto to his own devices. But this time the change was much more noticeable. It was impossible not to see. Scooting a little closer to the edge, he reached out slowly and patted her on the shoulder. His frown grew deeper as he watched her flinch away again, her head snapping up to look at him in a mixture of shock and fear. Silent tears streamed down her face as Naruto looked at her in worry, getting up from his spot on the end to claim the seat next to her. He was glad she didn't subconsciously send a kunai his way while he did so. Ai's visibility relaxed as Naruto took the seat next to her, her shoulders slumped down, and she could feel her body unwinding itself. She gasped slightly as more and more tears cascaded down her cheeks from her now desolate golden eyes. She threw herself around the shocked blonde boy, burying her face into his chest as she cried loudly. Naruto instinctively wrapped his arms around the petite girl, his blue eyes growing deeper with concern. Using his free hand he cradled his head close to him, giving her support so she didn't fall as she mumbled inaudible into his shirt. "She's in pain. Eyes, what's wrong?" Naruto asked softly, making sure to make his voice as calm as possible, but couldn't stop a trickle of worry from lacing into his words. Kai said nothing as she buried her face deeper, her whole body now shaking. He asked again, his voice barely above a whisper as he tightened his grip around her, fighting back the lone tear that formed in his eye. He really felt for Kai's. No young girl should ever feel the amount of pain and grief as she was experiencing right now. And thankfully she seemed to hear his words this time as she slowly pulled away from Naruto, refusing to look him in the eye as she started to speak. Her voice was shaky, barely hanging on as her nails dug into the soft fur of her stuffed animal. "It happened a few years ago." Naruto gave her his full attention, his eyes never breaking away from the young girl as she furiously wiped her eyes with her arm, trying to erase any evidence of her crying. Kai's hated crying, she will forever hate crying after what happened to her. But she couldn't help it, she tried for so long to stop the tears from falling, but they never did. They were taunting her, reminding her of a time she wished would forcefully purge itself from her mind forever. Flashback 2 years ago, "Come on Kai's, hurry up. I'm coming, I'm coming." Eyes yelled happily as she bounced over to the familiar voice. Backpack strapped around her 6-year-old shoulders almost falling off her body from her excited jumping. She laughed happily as she stopped her run and hugged the tall man that had just spoken to her, looking up at the identical golden eyes she grinned. Her teeth glistened in the morning sun. "Isn't it great Nai-chan, a whole adventure just to see Ka-san." The taller man looked down at his younger sister and smiled, reaching down and rubbing the girl's head affectionately. Kai's giggled happily at the attention as she leaned into his touch, still bouncing in place. The man adjusted the backpack over his shoulder with his free arm, enjoying the soft breeze of Iron Country. The weather was especially beautiful during springtime in the country, cherry blossoms had already sprouted from the ground, the wind carrying the beautiful pink leaves across the land. "Now Kai's, remember, stay close to your Nai-chan. Big brother Ren will be here to protect you, okay?" Eyes nodded her head enthusiastically, "Of course you will Nai-chan. You'll always protect me." Ren laughed slightly as he patted her head again. Not long after Ren grabbed his remaining bags from his large patio and slung it over his shoulder. For the longest time Ren and Kai's had lived in a small wooden cabin just outside the border of Iwagakure. The land they lived on was very desolate, not much wildlife roamed the areas or even bothered to get close to the house. It was the perfect place for a small family who didn't like the attention or the large crowds of other villages. Which was exactly what the Nakahara family had liked. There were towns close by where they bought all their necessities, like food, water, and clothes. But their father was usually the one to go out and do all the shopping. He would often come back late at night, struggling to carry the large amount of bags around his arms and back, making their mother worried sick. Sadly their father had passed away before Kai's had been born. "How far is Ka-san Nai-chan?" Eyes asked loudly, tilting her head to the side cutely as she looked up at him. Ren smiled down at the girl as they walked down an empty trail, ignoring the soft crunch of sakura leaves under his feet. "Oh, she isn't very far at all. We're about less than a day away, Ka-san should be in our other cabin that Toussaint had bought." Another cabin. Eyes yelled again, her eyes glinting with joy making Ren grin. Ren nodded as he pulled out his map in his back pocket, opening it up and handing it to Kai's. Kai's grabbed on eagerly as Ren pointed to the small black circle that wasn't very far away from their current house. "Toussaint had bought this for Ka-san right before you were born, and that's where she has been all these years. If she was so close, why couldn't she come and visit? Or we go over there?" Ai said sadly as she looked down to the ground. Her frown sagged deeply on her young face as she handed the map back to Ren without looking at him. Ren's eyes softened considerably, taking a few long steps forward he got right in front of his little sister, making Kai's bump into him in surprise. Ren bent down till he was at her level and gave her the biggest smile he could muster as he ruffled her brown hair. Kai's couldn't stop the smile from growing on her face, replacing her previous frown. "Now Kai's, you know how Ka-san is. She's a shinobi, remember? She's been sent on a long-term mission and can't tell us about it. I know Nai-chan. But she could have at least said hello sometime. Which is exactly why we're going to her this time." Ai's previous sadness melted away at her brother's enthusiasm. Nodding happily she felt all the doubt go away. Ren, seeing his sister's mood brighten, smiled happily. Getting back up to his feet he offered his hand to Kai's, which she took happily with no hesitation. As they walked down the beautiful pathway to their second home, Kai's couldn't help but jump around in happiness. She had her Nai-chan with her and she was going to go see her Ka-san again. She couldn't contain her happiness as she swung from her brother's hand, laughing loudly while doing so. She felt like she was on top of the world. Completely unaware of the smile falling off of Ren's face with his eyes glazing over darkly. Night had just fallen over the elemental nations, the large crescent moon trying its best to offer its light to the darkened earth as it reflected off the glowing sakura leaves. Ren and Kai's journey was incredibly peaceful, they hadn't run into a single person during their walk and even had time to eat at a small food stand in one of the passing towns. Aiza's excitement seemed to grow larger and larger the longer they walked. She was so excited to see her Ka-san that Ren had to scold her multiple times that she was being too loud or running too far ahead of him. Ren had stayed silent for the majority of the trip, taking in the peaceful ambience and the calming feeling that nature had always provided him. It was the only way to ease his always beating heart. Their walk only lasted for about 9 hours, finally getting to the deserted cabin in the middle of a cherry blossom clearing. Kai's audibly awed in amazement at the scenery, it was so pretty. She yelled at her brother and why he hadn't taken her here before. Ren laughed loudly at Kai's explosion on him, he didn't answer her question as he just rubbed her head again. And just like that her anger was gone in a flash. Once they had reached the front door Kai's just couldn't even hold it anymore. The second her brother had unlocked the door she had already pushed past him, almost breaking the door off its hinges as it flew back and hit the back of the wall with a loud bang. "Ka-san!" Kai's yelled as she jumped into the center of the room. Her eyes frantically glanced across the inside of the cabin. Directly to her left she could see a broken wooden door, barely hanging on the hinges as polished white bathroom tile shined brightly in her eyes. The living room was large, much larger than the one she was used to back at her original home. Couches and rugs lined the back, circling a nice polished wooden coffee table that was balanced on a nice bearskin rug, placed directly in front of a large fireplace. On the other side was a large dining table with 4 chairs balanced upside down on top with a dusty, and no doubt rusted lamp that looked like it hadn't been used in ages. Behind the table were 2 identical doors next to one another, most likely leading to the bedrooms. Straight ahead of her was the kitchen, she could see a stove that looked to be just as rusted as the lamp. A nice tall refrigerator stood next to it, with several cabinets placed next to it with a sink directly below it. On the countertops were several plates already placed out with an assortment of kitchen knives and chopsticks, still placed in their respective holders. Eyes felt a bubble of confusion pop within her as she watched her brother walk directly past her and into the dark kitchen. Ren didn't say a word as he opened the fridge and pulled out an old sake bottle, opening it up and taking a long drawn-out swig of the beverage. "Nai-chan, where's Ka-san?" Ren remained silent as he grabbed a stool that was behind the kitchen counter and sat atop of it. He took another swig of the booze before placing it down, running his hands through his dark black hair in the process. Kai's frowned at her brother for acting so strange. She looked at the unfamiliar drink and walked to the doors behind the dining room table in hopes to find her mother. She didn't get very far as she heard her brother stand up from his stool and walk over to her. Kai's turned to face her brother as he towered over her, she couldn't see his face due to the heavy darkness of the room. She took a hesitant step back as she felt herself collide with a large dinner table. Ren placed a bottle of sake down on the table, taking in a deep breath as he patted his younger sister on the head again. Kai's felt herself start to smile again before Ren spoke. "You know, you were actually born here," he said, using his free hand and drawing Kai's attention to one of the large wooden doors. Kai's looked surprised for a moment but didn't have a chance to respond as Ren's large hand slowly gripped tighter around her brown locks. She yelped slightly in pain at the sensation, she asked for Ren to stop, he ignored her as she yelped again. "Yeah, I will never forget. Two-Sen had just died and Ka-san was doing everything she could to take care of me," he said, growling slightly at the memory. Taking another drink from the sake, Kai's begged for Ren to let go of her hair. Ren ignored her again and Kai's felt tears start to spill from her eyes. At the sight of her, Ren felt a big burst of anger course through him. He scowled deeply, his grip tightening once again. "And that one night where I woke up to a loud scream in this very cabin," he said, his voice dripping with venom, "where I found my Ka-san getting taken advantage by some fucking stranger, she screamed for him to stop, but he didn't. After he saw me he forced me to watch, he pinned me down, and I was forced to watch my own mother get raped." He growled again. His eyes flashing with anger as he pushed Kai's forcefully into the table. Kai's yelped again in pain as more and more tears fell down her cheeks. Her head hit the back of the chair as she forcefully tried to pry her bothered hand away from her hair. "And then Nai-chan, stop, it hurts. And you look just fucking like him." Ren yelled angrily, spit flying from his mouth as he grabbed as much hair as he could from Kai's before throwing her across the room. Kai's yelled again as she was thrown through a wooden chair before feeling her back smash up against one of the kitchen counters. She gasped in agony at the sensation, blood flew from her mouth and didn't have time to react as she felt large hands once again grip both her arms and pin them above her. She whimpered in pain and looked up in fear to see her brother looking down at her with disdain. His golden eyes were now a dull copper, shining with anger as a crazed expression morphed onto his face. "I've always hated you, you were the reason Ka-san had died. If it wasn't for you she wouldn't have died giving birth to you." He screamed at her, his eyes shining with unshed tears as he used his free hand to reach and pin her body to the cabinet. He felt out a crazed laugh as Kai's looked at Ren in horror. This wasn't the brother she had grown up with, the brother who had taken care of her since she could remember. She tried to get her fright under control as she looked at his hysterical expression. The room felt like it dropped several degrees from the tension. She whimpered out again, trying to break her arms free from his grasp. Nai-Nai-chan, shut up. Ai screamed in pain again as a fresh batch of tears formed from her now terror-filled eyes. Ren had struck her, slapping her across the face, making her head slam back into the counter. Kai's cried and felt something sharp get placed on her chest. Just shut up. I tried for so long to raise you for Kasan, but every time I look at you I see him, the man who ruined everything. Ai's eyes widened as she squirmed in his grasp. Her golden orbs tracing the kitchen knife he had grabbed at it pierced through her shirt right above her heart. She pleaded and begged, her high-pitched voice echoing through the barren cabin and disappearing into the endless air. Ren seemed to get even angrily at her fearful expression, his very core was burning with pure animosity as his body started to shake. And stop crying, stop that fucking crying. You look exactly like Kasan did that day. Ai screamed again as she watched him raise the blade upwards. Time seemed to slow down for the young girl as she watched helplessly under her brother's grip. She cried out, pathetically screaming for him to stop, hoping that her brother would hear her. She sobbed as the blade grew closer to her, tears never stopped flying from her eye sockets, and she couldn't even look at Ren anymore. Every time she did she felt like a piece of her was breaking along with his words that had cut deeper into her than any blade could. She forcefully shut her eyes, clenching them closed as she trembled in fear. She yelled again, her voice was hoarse with pain as she did so. Subconsciously opening her hands wide as she shook her head rapidly trying to erase her brother's words from her mind as the blade was inches away from her. Stay away. Squish. Squelch. Eyes waited for a moment, her eyes fluttering open slowly as no pain entered her system. She looked down, the knife was mere centimeters away from piercing her body. Jiga. Eyes looked up hesitantly as she felt something wet fall on top of her. The sensation came again and her eyes went wide once she finally raised her. All the color drained from her face as she felt the death grip on her wrists finally give away. She watched as Ren's arms fell limp to his side. Ai screamed again as she crawled away from him, her hand accidentally coming into contact with the holder that was keeping the knives safely on the counter. The pained cry echoed once again as Ren felt his body grow weak. Ai felt her blood run cold as she looked at her brother, the brother she loved more than anything as a silent gasp escaped from his lips, his mind not having enough time to register the knife that flew right in between his eyes. His eyes were wide with shock as his head wobbled, blood leaked down from the wound in his skull, mixing together with the knife that had stuck itself right next to his heart. The crimson liquid pooled over the wooden floor as the knife fell from his limp hands and clattered onto the floor. N-N-I-C-H-chan. Eyes whispered, her words had no effect on the already lifeless man as his body fell to the floor. Kai's tried to crawl to her brother, but she ended up slipping on the massive amount of blood that pooled itself around him. She reached out frantically to Ren's corpse, her body trembling again as his words refused to leave her head. Her crimson-soaked hands rose to her ears, covering half her face in her brother's life force as she tried to stop the never-ending voices. Her head was still throbbing with pain as she gazed upon the corpse. Another strained sob tore its way from her throat as she stayed in the now empty room alone, her crying being the only sound that played in the room. Flashback end. Naruto found it almost impossible to form any words as the sobbing Kai's cried into his chest. His face was pale as he looked down at the crying girl in shock. He knew something bad had happened to her, but this wasn't what he was expecting. It felt like a wrench was thrown in his heart as he tried to calm Kai's down. She had been talking for well over 2 hours, and the sun had officially set for the night. Only a small sliver of moonlight shined through their lone window illuminating the room with its white light. Naruto found himself gazing down at the young girl. He could feel the demon in his gut react to her story, his chakra started to feel heavy for Kai's. This poor girl. Naruto shared the feelings with the Sanbi, nodding internally as he brushed his hand through the rough brown locks. He never understood it. How was this her fault? This girl was grieving and going through pain that most shinobi don't have to deal with in their lifetime. She deserved so much better, not some shitty family that betrayed her in the worst possible way. The Sobu grumbled in his chest, his own golden eye glowing bright, swinging his 3 tails around ruthlessly. Hold on to her tighter, Naruto. Naruto was slightly surprised by the demon's tone, but did as he was told. He adjusted her tiny body in his arms and moved her head from his chest to his shoulder. Naruto felt a very familiar warming sensation stir within his body, his skin started to glow a faint blue as a thin layer of chakra outlined his body. Eyes looked alarmed for a moment at the chakra until it shrouded itself over the 2 kids completely. Sitting within Naruto's arms she felt an immense calmness thread itself into her body. Her tears had stopped falling, and the phantom pain she had been reliving for the past few hours dissipated completely. She blinked in surprise, tilting her head to look in the glowing golden right eye of Naruto. The blonde boy felt sweat bead down his brow from Isobu's dense chakra as he projected it outwards, masking the immense pain he was feeling at the moment and ignoring the burning in his chakra coils. He gave Kai's the biggest smile he could. Kai's felt mesmerized as she stared into his golden eye, her nerves were gone and she felt more calmer than she had ever felt in her life. Don't worry Kai's-chan, we have each other now. And I'll protect you, I swear it. That's a promise. Kai's felt her stomach bubble up with a strong sense of warmth that she hadn't felt in the 2 long years on her own. The familiar feeling that she used to feel with her brother when she lived with him. Kai's looked into his warm determination-filled eyes and felt more tears well themselves upwards, but this time not out of sadness, but pure happiness. She nodded with a huff, her lips forming the biggest smile he had ever seen as she buried her head back into his chest. The chakra aura stayed around them, neither moving an inch as they stayed in the embrace and smiled into his shirt, her voice purging any sadness she felt before, as for the first time in a truly long time, she fell in a nightmare-less sleep within Naruto's embrace. Okay. Chapter 18. Arc 4. Part 2. Hello Minato-kun. Minato jumped slightly in surprise as his office doors swung open randomly. His surprise quickly turned into happiness as he saw his beautiful wife skip her way into his office. His shoulders perked up as she came strolling over to him, still dressed in her casual long green dress that ended right above her ankles. Her beautiful red hair was perfectly smooth and combed to perfection as it bounced behind her regally. Minato smiled warmly to his wife, kissing her softly as she hovered over him in his chair. Kushina, I didn't know you were stopping by today. Minato said, secretly glad she was here. It was the perfect distraction that he was looking for. The past few weeks had been some of the most stressful times for him since he had become a Hokage. Every day had either been spent grueling over the Akatsuki, ever since Jiraiya had told him they had been starting to mobilize through the elemental nations. Word had just come out that Kiri had just lost their Utakata, the container of the Rikubi, to the Akatsuki. It was a hard pill to swallow for Minato, his urge to train his kids burned more than ever as another had been lost to the world. Their intention was still a mystery, Jiraiya was still working endless days and nights shuffling between his spy network and his son's sage training. And to add more fuel to his already burning and growing fire of nerves, his daughter and Team 11 had yet to return from their respective missions. It had been almost 10 days since the full moon, and he had no word at all from either of the 2 teams he had sent out. Minato fought back a sigh at his thoughts. He knew he was just being overly paranoid. Team 11 was strong, no doubt the strongest genin Team Konoha had produced in the last few years, and Anko herself wasn't someone to take lightly. And the ragtag team of Kurenai, Narumi and Naruto were even better. Mianto winced at the thought of his son, he and Kushina had definitely failed the boy. They were too caught up in training Narumi and Natsu because they were thinking of the big picture, failing every step of the way as a father in doing so. Minato-kun. Are you listening to me? Minato blinked his eyes as he looked up to stare at his wife. Kushina was waving hand in front of his face, but he was too deep in thought to notice. Noticing the pout on Kushina's lips, he smiled sheepishly, raising his hands up in surrender. Sorry Kushina, I've just been stressed. Kushina's eyes glossed over with worry as she took a seat on the edge of Hokage's desk, making sure not to sit on anything important. Once she was seated, she moved her hands over his, rubbing her thumb affectionately over his knuckles. They both felt the familiar spark ignite within them both at the touch, like they had all those years ago as genin. Minato felt some of his stress leave his body by the touch alone, allowing his wife's presence to physically calm him down. What's been stressful, honey? Minato frowned as he looked away from Kushina. The feeling of guilt exploded through him again, and it made it almost impossible to look his wife in the eyes. Reaching out, he glided his index finger over Kushina's own knuckles, tracing her veins as she stayed silent, waiting for him to speak. He couldn't put off this conversation anymore, it had been slowly eating up at him for the longest time, and refused to stop chewing. I'm worried about Naruto. The words felt heavy as they left his lips, carrying much more weight than anything he had ever experienced before. Kushina looked at him in silent surprise at the mention of her third child's name. Minato finally had the courage to look back at Kushina, awaiting her response as he slid his hand within hers and gripped tightly. Finally revealing what truly had been bothering him all this time. Kushina felt a strange pinch of sadness well up inside of her when she thought of Naruto. What do you mean, honey? Well, I mean, we haven't been good parents at all, right? Minato said, quickly getting to feet, surprising Kushina. The beautiful red head snapped her hand back impulsively as she watched her husband walk to the other side of the desk. Minato ran a hand through his unruly blonde spiky hair as he paced back and forth, a faraway look in his eye as his loud footsteps echoed in the closed-off room. We haven't trained him at all, we haven't even seen him come home in weeks. Hell, even months. Minato rambled off, his face twisting in disgust at himself the longer he talked. Kushina felt her heart threaten to stop beating when Minato's words reached her ears. She forcefully tore her eyes from her frantically pacing husband, she curled up her hand around her chest and rested it above her heart and frowned. She tried to avoid the subject for the longest time, it wasn't until a scarily accurate conversation she had had with Natsu a few days ago that really had got her mind spinning with realization. Ka-san, since when has Naruto ever actually done anything? But we had to focus on, does that even matter when we blatantly ignore our own sin? Yes, I know we focused heavily on Narumi and Natsu, but we just should have known better. Kushina flinched at her husband's harsh tone and looked down sadly. She clenched her fists tightly around her green dress. Kushina felt Minato's haze turn to her, but she didn't look up at him, she couldn't bring herself to do so. I know. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it for days. Kushina pathetically admitted. She was trying to push down her shame as a mother for the past few months. She vaguely remembered when Narumi came back from her mission from Tuna Village. Her only daughter couldn't stop talking about Naruto, on how strong he had become without any of them training him. Needless to say, it was the rudest awakening Kushina had ever experienced. Minato fought back his tears, blinking them back as he walked over to his wife. Wrapping his long arms around Kushina, resting his head onto hers as she melted into his embrace. When did we become such horrible parents? Kushina couldn't help but laugh bitterly at herself and the whole situation. Shutting her eyes as she bathed in a cesspool of her and Minato's failure. They never talked about this before, and it was only a matter of time before one of them cracked under the guilt. And as horrible as it sounded, she was glad it was Minato. She hated the fact that she had failed as a mother, she tried to ignore it, but she couldn't for the life of her. It was hard enough to get out of the bed in the morning or even look at her two other kids the same. She reached her heart up and gently cupped Minato's cheek, the yondaime leaned into her touch. I guess we always were. But we need to make it right. I agree. Narumi and Naruto should be returning soon from their mission. I want to start heavily training Naruto with everyone else. I want to do anything I can to prove to Naruto that we love him. And at the moment some outer deity had headed his call. His secretary had walked in, not even fazed by the slightest at seeing Kushina and Minato in such an intimate embrace. She merely smiled as the two of them pushed away from each other, both wearing a matching blush as Minato smiled sheepishly towards her. Sorry to bother you Hokage-sama, Kushina-sama. But Team 11 and Team Kurenai have just returned from their missions. Minato felt his heart rate speed up as he looked at Kushina expectantly. Both shared a silent conversation as he looked back at his secretary, slightly apprehensively he nodded his head. Yes, please send them in. The girl nodded her head and quickly excused herself from the room. The door closed with a soft click and Minato tried his best to mask his nerves as he took a seat back down onto his chair. Kushina did the same, wiping her arm over her eyes to rid any evidence of her sadness as she stood beside her husband. Time seemed to click by incredibly slowly as both adults waited for the door to open in front of them. Minato felt his hands start to clam up with nervousness as he drummed his fingers in a rhythmic pattern on his desk. Neither of them knew what they were going to say to their son, and Minato was excited to hear that both teams managed to come back safely. The two missions had taken them much longer than he had anticipated, and he was certain that Team 11 managed to make their way over to Yukigakure to assist Kurenai and her team. It was the only explanation since he had received a letter from a pretty famous bridge builder about upping their trading system with Konoha due to Team 11's success. He was a happy Hokage when he read that letter. Mianto and Kushina both felt their breath hitch as the familiar clicking of the door echoed in the room. Minato had already prepared the biggest free smile he could muster up, but it quickly faded as he saw only Kurenai and Narumi waltz into the room. Kurenai and Narumi both bowed to their leader as the door closed shut behind them. Retenshu Kage-sama, Team 11 wanted me to tell you that they will be giving their mission details first thing tomorrow morning. They were pretty wiped out from the trip. Kurenai said, her voice lacking the previous vigor it once held as she spoke. Narumi nodded beside her as she looked at her parents. Mianto just nodded, he could accept that. It wasn't rare for shinobi to postpone their mission details until the next day to make sure everything was as accurate as possible. And he was already aware that their mission was a success, so he would let it slide easily. He did raise an eyebrow slightly, his gaze shifting between the two women standing in front of him. He couldn't explain it, but both women were definitely acting strange, much more different than they were back when he had assigned the mission. I see, then does that mean Naruto is with them as well? I was hoping to speak to him. Both Minato and Kushina noticed that both the women flinched at his words, each looking away from his cage gaze. Minato felt his heart drop slightly as he watched their eyes gloss over sadly. A tense silence pooled in the room as stepped back and allowed Narumi to step forward. They had discussed this privately between the two of them on who would be the one to tell the Hokage. Narumi insisted that it be her, and Kurenai wasn't going to fight her on her decision, as the red-eyed beauty was still pretty shaken up by the whole ordeal herself. Narumi took a deep sigh as she stopped in front of her father's desk, her eyes finally looking up to see deep into her parents' attentive gazes. Actually, this involves Naruto Nai. Narumi hesitantly said, fidgeting her now fully healed arm back and forth. Minato and Kushina had stayed silent as Narumi went on and informed them both of what exactly happened on their mission. She didn't leave out a single detail, telling everything that happened that led up to them finding their secret base and saving all of the kids, to Kurenai finding Kagami, who was waiting patiently downstairs with a group of Shinobi Council members. She even told them about her completely antagonizing her brother and their fight in the hotel hallway, which made everyone in the room grimace at her explanation. Minato and Kushina didn't even blink at their daughter's words, both paying such great attention to her to not miss out on a singular detail. Minato waited until Narumi finished speaking to voice his own confusion, running a hand through his hair and raising his eyebrow. I see. It seems your mission was a complete success then. I do not see how this involves Naruto's absence. Narumi fought back a flinch as she tilted her head to once again stare into the currently emotional eyes of Kurenai. Kurenai hesitantly nodded her head, fidgeting slightly in pace as her mind quickly flashed the dream she was having when she was under Naruto's. At the thought she wanted to wrap her hand around her heart in pain. Every time her mind wandered to Naruto and the dream her heart ached like it never had before, it was almost like she had to experience the very pain Naruto had to go through when he was all alone and fighting with his inner thoughts. She felt his pain, his heartbreak, his struggle. Narumi, noticing the hurtful look passing through the red eyes beauty, quickly turned back to her father. That was when I had found Naruto Nai, he was trying to abandon the mission and the village. The second her words left her mouth pure silence engulfed the room. Narumi felt Kurenai recoil once again, but she ignored it, keeping her blank expression trained on her parents. Both Minato and Kushina both felt their mouths fall open in shock and their eyes grow wide in disbelief. Kushina actually gasped, covering her mouth with one hand as her other tightened around Minato's shoulder painfully. Minato ignored the pain from his wife's nails digging into his shoulder as he felt the biggest wave of dread come crashing down onto him. His heart had stopped beating for a moment and for a second he had thought he had just kicked the bucket eternally. Finally finding it in himself to breathe he traced over his daughter's face for any sign of lying. Once he found none he bit his lip, blood leaked into his mouth from the pain as he tightened his hands around his desk. Minato looked down, not wanting to ask the question, he knew the answer too. And what happened after that? Narumi closed her tired eyes, giving them a moment to rest as she spoke. Schooling her emotions she spoke truthfully. He succeeded. Hearing a gasp, all eyes turned to see Kushina, hand gripped tightly around her mouth, trying her best to hold back her now excessive crying. Mianto acted quickly, he scooped his crying wife into his arms and held her tightly to his chest. Both Kurenai and Narumi ignored the motion as Mianto blinked back a few tears himself, trying his best to keep down the overwhelming amount of guilt he was bathing in. The rational side of his conscience was laughing at him, pure unadulterated irony echoed in his head in the most mocking tone he had ever felt. You honestly can't say you're surprised, can you? How? I found him getting ready to leave and he told me what he was doing. I of course tried to persuade him into staying and it ended up in us fighting just outside the base rather ruthlessly. He broke my arm in the process, Narumi said, holding up her previously broken arm, making Minato widen his eyes again. Narumi continued, he got the better of me and he beat me. When I woke up he was already gone. Narumi looked expectantly back at Kurenai again. Narumi pursed her lips as she let her words sink themselves into her parents. Kurenai noticed the younger girl's stare and felt her heart start to stutter. They stepped up, taking her place confidently next to Narumi as her now stoic face looked at Minato. Sadly yes, it's true Haki-sama, I had been fighting Kagami-san in the base the whole time while simultaneously saving the captured girls. When I had walked out I found Narumi already knocked unconscious with Naruto-kun nowhere in sight. Kurenai said. Kushina pulled away from her husband's arms faster, her deep purple eyes still moist with tears as she glowered at the town shinobi. And why didn't you go after him? Why did you let my baby boy abandon this village? We sustained massive amounts of injuries, Kushina-sama. Narumi had no idea where Naruto-kun was headed since she couldn't sense his chakra signature after I got her to wake up. And when the remainder of Team 11 showed up we were all suffering from chakra exhaustion, if we followed right away we would have most likely been ambushed and killed before we got very far. Mianto soothed his sobbing wife as she clung into his for dear life. Minato tried his best to not let his emotions show on his face, but he wasn't faring very well. He was always an honest man who wore his heart on his sleeve. How did he manage to get past you, Narumi? There was no way he should have been stronger than you. He asked, flinching against his words felt like a dagger that plunged himself into his heart. It was the bitter truth and it hurt like hell for Minato to even say. Narumi fought back the urge to scowl at her father, quickly schooling her emotions as she looked deep with her father's matching sapphire eyes. She didn't even look back at Kurenai as she spoke, her mind was already made up before they had left Roka. He was just stronger than me, nothing special about him. He was just better. She lied. Mianto felt his heart break again, finally letting loose a singular tear as he placed Kushina down into his office chair. Minato ran his hand through his hair as he turned his back to the room and looked out the giant bay window in the room. He didn't want his family and Kurenai to see his apparent distress at the situation. Kurenai also did well to mask her surprise at Narumi's words. The young Namikaze didn't flinch as she felt Kurenai's gaze bore a hole into the side of her head. Minato-kun, we need to send out a search party for Naruto. Kushina said frantically, her heart pounding inside her ribsage. He can't be very far, and if we send out best censors along with Narumi then. About that. All eyes now turned back to Narumi as she rudely cut off her mother. A rainbow of eyes stared into her all with varying emotions as the room grew quiet. Kurenai felt alarm bells start to ring in her head. This wasn't part of the plan that they had discussed before coming to meet the Hokage. She watched on edge as Narumi gave her a sad smile, her eyes shining apologetically as she did so. I will not partake in any mission regarding Naruto Nai, no matter what it may be. What? Narumi didn't flinch as her parents screamed loudly. Well, it was mainly her mother as she bursted out of Minato's chair and stared at Narumi with a mixture of shock and anger. Minato wasn't faring much better as he let his hand fall limp to his side as Kurenai felt her head grow dizzy at her words. Minato rapidly shook her head trying to comprehend what his daughter had just said. Narumi's words played themselves over again in his mind as he felt her legs start to shake. Narumi, how could you say that? He's your brother, Naruto Nai. Naruto had made it very clear to me when we had fought that he sees none of us as family. And I can't help but feel that it was our fault that we drove him away from us, from the village. And that last thing I want is to force him back into a family that was never actually a family for him. The room ended up falling so silent, Narumi and Kurenai could physically hear the two Namikaze's hearts shatter completely. Kushina only bawled louder as Minato turned away from Narumi and Kurenai, furiously wiping his arm over his eyes to stop the wetness. Minato scowled in disgust at himself. He was truly and utterly a disgrace and was never worthy of being called a father. He leaned on the large bay window, slamming his fist slightly as he tried to calm his emotions. Kurenai had looked over at Narumi, her opinion on the young girl had just risen significantly. She would have never expected Narumi to completely turn around on her attitude towards Naruto. But then again she wasn't sure what they had talked about when they had fought back in Roka. You know, by refusing your mission you are disobeying the orders from the Hokage himself, and you had also shown heavy disobedience to Kurenai during your mission in Yukigakure. Both are sentenced to a decrease to your shinobi rank. Minato said, his wife turning to look at him in shock. Narumi then did something no one was expecting. She tore off her uniform, the fabric shifting together echoed in the room as she threw it on the ground. Everyone stared at Narumi in complete and utter shock as she untied her headband, grabbing it by the cloth and letting it dangle in front of her. So do Hokage-sama. Minato bit his lip harder. Kushina had tried to talk reason into their daughter, but she just wouldn't hear it. Narumi just kept her gaze on Minato as the Hokage felt the reality check hit him again. He finally turned back to his daughter, he met her challenging glare with one of indifference. Silently shifting his gaze to Kurenai, her comparably less intense gaze was confusing to the blonde man. Minato took a few deep breaths, he grabbed his wife and brought her to her feet. Kushina tried to fight back and was about to scream at him until she saw the voidless eyes stare blankly ahead. Kushina quickly closed her mouth as Minato bent down and grabbed the vest on the floor. He couldn't play favorites or show blatant favoritism. How ironic. Narumi Namikaze, you are here stripped of your rank and sent back to a life of a genin until you prove your loyalty to the village. Minato said, ignoring his wife's outburst and Kurenai's shocked expression. Narumi merely nodded, tying her headband back around her forehead. Minato then quickly grabbed a scroll on his desk and had begun writing a pretty lengthy scroll. Once he was finished he signaled for a guard to come down and handed the masked shinobi the scroll. His heart ached as he did so, but this is what he deserved. He had no excuse for his horrible parenting and he would have to accept the consequences for them. No matter what they may be, it broke his heart. And his wife wasn't failing any better. It was karma coming back at them with everything it had and they deserved every single ounce of it. As of now Naruto Namikaze is labeled as a high B-class missing nin, he is to be brought back alive to Konoha no Sato for a price of 10 million, Ryo. Chapter 19. Arc 4. Part 3. Okay guys, you know what to do, right? Yes. If you start to lose control then I stab you multiple times. Are you sure that's what I have to do? Naruto chuckled as he sat cross-legged in a fairly enclosed forest clearing in Sound Country. He paid no attention to the floating kunai above his legs and arms as he reached up and rubbed the girl's head affectionately. Naruto gave a soft smile and it helped ease the young girl's tension considerably. Yes, the giant turtle said he will try and pull back as much as he can, but in case we aren't fast enough that I need you to snap me out of it. I would appreciate it if you didn't refer to me as a giant turtle. But am I wrong? Naruto laughed as he ignored the Biju as he started to mumble to himself and curse at the young boy. It had been yet another month since Naruto and Kai's had started their journey, and while their progress to Kumo had been slow, Naruto had made it a point to get as much training in for both kids and himself. Kai's was progressing much faster than Naruto had anticipated, at a much faster rate than Naruto had when he was training with Shisui. The girl's magnet release was a scary bloodline, she was nowhere close to mastering it by any means. But she was proficient enough now that she barely even had to put any effort in to control smaller objects like kunai, and the puppets were a little more tricky for her. The masked man was kind enough to leave them 2 puppets in his scroll that he packed for the kids. It was the same 2 puppets that Kai's had attacked Naruto with, and she was having a hard time controlling them. Since she didn't know how to actually use and control chakra strings, she was completely reliant on her magnet release. Therefore, her emotions were strong enough to take control and almost act like the puppets had their own free will. It responded to her fear, almost like a defense mechanism. Naruto had chalked it up to her very mediocre chakra control, and she spent most of her days balancing kunai above 3 of her fingers while training in the tree climbing exercise. And while she was busy with her chakra control, Naruto most of his time went into fine-tuning his ninjutsu. He had added over 10 to his water and blood style arsenal, and his was almost second-hand nature to him. Naruto wanted to increase his speed, but sadly, he didn't have any higher training weights on him, and most of the ones that were sold in stores were way past his price range to afford. He did think about stealing some, but a harsh glare from Kai's had stopped his thoughts before they went very far. So he had given the smaller weights he was wearing to the young girl. She protested at first, but after Naruto's explanation, she ended up caving in, rather begrudgingly, but it was still a win in Naruto's book. But for the past 3 weeks Asobu had told Naruto that it was time to start training in the Biju's chakra. Naruto was hesitant at first, he didn't want to end up losing control and putting Kai's in any danger. Asobu was quick to squash Naruto's fears as he had explained that if they had an outsider perform physical harm on him, then it would give Asobu enough time to suck back in the chakra he was forcing into Naruto's coils. After he had explained this to Kai's, she looked at him like he was crazy, which he understood why since it was far-fetched and quite peculiar, especially to someone so young. Kai's ended up agreeing pretty quickly, and most nights were spent dedicated to his training. Asobu had been a good coach and never let it get too bad that Naruto ended up losing control. The vile chakra was potent and it burned like hell in his veins, and he wasn't sure if he would ever get used to it. Over time Asobu said that it would burn less and less the more he used it in his body. Every had to go through this, with the exception of the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi was special, and he was the only one whose chakra would actually heal their hosts, so they never actually felt the burn in their bodies. Naruto and Asobu haven't had a lot of success, they were about halfway to forming a singular tail before Naruto could feel his control slipping away. And it had been like that for the first 3 weeks into training, baby steps were being made, but ultimately it ended in failure. Naruto had begun to get irritated by his lack of results, he didn't think it would have been this hard to control even a singular tail. But it was mainly the toll it was taking on his body, the seal on his stomach wasn't like any of the others. His seal was much more freeing to Asobu and allowed the demon more control over his chakra as he was willingly allowing Naruto to use it, and Naruto could physically feel when Asobu was molding it. And since his seal had much more leeway in that regard than Naruto, it would always burn almost unbearably every single time. Okay. Let's do this. Naruto said to both Kai's and Asobu, but mainly he was talking to himself. He could already feel the phantom pain relieving itself in his body as he formed a ram seal in front of him. He let the warm breeze glide over him as he shut his eyes and took multiple deep breaths. Kai's watched him with a mixture of worry and concentration as a fiery red chakra started to form around his body. The floor under Naruto started to break away, sinking a few inches deep as the pressure started to cut the grass around him. Naruto fought back a wince as the malevolent chakra forced its way into his. His veins felt like they were on fire as he stayed rooted in place fighting back against the exertion. The chakra cloak then began to take shape, the color had started to darken to a very deep shade of maroon as half a tail had started to grow behind him. The tail was still incomplete as it was about half the size that it should be. Naruto fought back gasping in pain as Asobu pumped more chakra into him. Eyes took a step back from the amount of pressure that was emitting from Naruto, shuddering as the vile chakra filled the area with a thick cloud of malice. She kept her control on the kunais as Naruto raised his head. His eyes opened wide in pain, and Kai's could see the pain resonating in his now multicolored eyes. Naruto's golden right eye went the widest it had ever been, his body felt like he was running through the depths of hell, and he could physically feel his blood start to burn. A deep growl escaped its way from Naruto's throat as his Sharingan eye spun wildly in his socket, having activated from the over amount of chakra in his body. Eyes grew more concerned as her kunai started to shake from the demon's chakra and was about to send them into Naruto's body. She was stopped as Naruto reached out to her, telling her to stop as the tail behind him started to grow in size. And no don't. I'm almost there. Aiz wanted to argue, but she reluctantly stood silent as Naruto fell down to the ground. He was holding himself with one arm as he gasped for air, the chakra suffocating. His air supply was slowly diminishing, but Isobu still hadn't pulled back and he was barely still in control of his actions. It took everything in his body to stop Kai's from ending the training prematurely. Blades of grass started to disintegrate under the chakra as he screamed. He was ignoring Isobu's words as the scream tore from his throat and echoed into the quiet night. Hold on for just a second, Naruto. Naruto didn't hear the demon, it felt like the skin was getting burned to a crisp as two identical horns made of chakra outlined the outer edges of his head. He felt his teeth grow sharper and with a loud swing, the singular chakra tail came to life as he smashed against a tree behind him. Aiz jumped slightly from the impact and was about to plunge the kunai into Naruto to stop him until he fell to the ground panting. She couldn't get a good look at his face, but the chakra cloak was still flowing over his body. The immense pressure suddenly vanished and the sense of malice was much smaller than it was before. The tail of chakra swung behind Naruto before falling to the ground and resting beside the hurting blonde. Kai's called his name as she ran over to him, reaching out to see if he was okay. As soon as her hand made contact with Naruto, she instinctively snapped her hand back with a squeal. The chakra cloak was incredibly hot and burned her at the touch instantly. She winced in pain as she gripped her hand painfully. Naruto-san, are you okay? Why yeah. I'm still in co-control, right? Naruto asked between breaths, turning his face to stare into the heavily concerned eyes of Kai's. Kai's nodded happily, glad to see that he was okay as his Sharingan stopped spinning. Naruto slowly got to his feet with the help of Kai's. The chakra cloak didn't burn anymore as it receded into a very thin layer over his skin and bubbled comfortably. Naruto's legs were shaky as he stood tall, trying his best to not lean into the young girl as his chakra tail stuck itself into the ground to keep him centered. Naruto's head felt wobbly, rocking back and forth as he finally got his breathing back under control. Good job, kid, you managed to stay in control and master the first tail. Isobu stated proudly. He actually didn't think Naruto would be able to master the first tail in such a short amount of time. It was heavily taxing on the boy's body and we would take more time until he could go into the chakra state himself, but the pain would be severely reduced and almost non-existent next time he attempted to enter the first tail. The Biju grinned as Naruto just hummed in response. It was a miracle in itself that he was still conscious after all of that. Naruto allowed his eyes to shut as Isobu's chakra reverted back into him. The red chakra swirled around the two kids until flowing into the invisible seal on his chest. Naruto separated himself from Kai's as he pushed his back up against a tree. The pain in his body had vanished, but the lingering soreness had stayed back with a vengeance. Ai sighed in relief as she saw Naruto just look to be worn out and not physically hurt. She couldn't even imagine what pain he was going through while dealing with demonic chakra. She was skeptical at first when Naruto had told her about the demon in his gut, and she would be lying if she said she wasn't a little scared after he had said that. Then Naruto went on to share about his past to the young girl, and Kai's had instantly forgotten about her fear or worries as they talked the night away. He had told her in confidence, and they both felt a special connection to each other, and for once in her entire life, she truly felt special. Naruto-san, can I ask you something? Naruto turned down to look at Kai's. He smiled playfully as he reached a heavy arm forward and ruffled her hair with much more vigor than he had before. Kai shrieked in surprise as her head copied Naruto's from earlier and wobbled back and forth as he completely messed up her hair. Eyes giggled at the attention as she reached up to try and stop the ruthless attack on her head, grabbing his hand as she smiled up at Naruto. The blonde laughed quietly before nodding his head at Kai's after she let go of his hand. Well Naruto watched her as she shifted in place awkwardly, her face flushed a deep crimson red as she fidgeted with the hem of her shirt. Naruto's eyes grew more worried as he attempted to get a little closer to the girl. She had acted like this since they had a very emotional talk in the hotel a month ago, and he was beginning to get really worried. Eyes tried to hide her growing embarrassment with her free hand as she looked away from him. She really wanted to ask about a certain point in Naruto's past, but she wasn't sure if she would get offended or sad if she did. Naruto had told her she could ask him anything she wanted, but she learned to be withdrawn in the past years when she was alone, so it was hard for her to ask. After a few minutes of awkward silence and some more awkward kicking on the ground, Kai's finally turned to Naruto, her face still incredibly red as her golden eyes shined with curiosity. See, can you tell me about this Shisui person? Why you talk about him highly and I guess. I was just curious. Naruto smiled so wide his teeth were showing. Kai's felt her awkwardness slowly fade away as he took a seat next to her, hand on her head as she beamed up at him. Naruto felt an overwhelming amount of pride surge in him. He gets down to a new technique with his Biju partner and gets to talk about Shisui. Yes, I'll be happy to Kai's-chan. Konoha, huh? Is this seriously real? It certainly looks like it is Tits-chan. Narumi's sweat dropped as she looked at the flabbergasted looks from Team 11 as they stared at her in disbelief. Beneath her sweat drop though, she was feeling extremely uncomfortable in her current situation. She would much rather be talking to her family about her traitorous brother than in this situation, and she would choose that 100 times over. The sexy blinked several times as she tried to comprehend the situation. Shizuka and Sai were looking at her with a mixture of unease and pure shock. And it was starting to really get under her skin. This is where you crack. How pathetic. I swear I'm going to find a muzzle to put on you to finally shut you up for once. The four of them stood silently in the middle of the training ground as they stared at each other. Narumi had interrupted their current training session rather unexpectedly, making the remaining Team 11 members slightly go on edge. Narumi couldn't blame them though, she was rather unpleasant the last time they had worked together in Tuna and was very distant when they traveled back together from Roka. Narumi hadn't seen any of them since their return to Konoha, since she was quite busy returning all of her vests and was forced to take several loyalty and performance tests since she had been demoted. It was standardized, but it didn't make it any less pointless or boring. So once she had finally gotten free time, she made a conscious effort to seek out the team after her talk with her father just moments ago. Narumi watched uncomfortably as Shizuka and Sai started to bicker about the black-haired girl's nickname. She vaguely remembered something similar happening back in Tijuana, but it was still surprising to watch. Anko's eyes hadn't left the young Namikaze as her brown eyes tried their best to read the redhead. Something was definitely different about Narumi and she didn't know what it could be. For once she wasn't wearing her vest, the dark green jacket was nowhere to be seen and she was dressed far more casually than Anko had ever seen her. She wore the same black shinobi pants that were the perfect combination of not too tight but loose enough to move freely. She was wearing a dark t-shirt that ended just above her belly button that then turned into fishnets that covered up her midriff and both of her arms and ended just below her elbows. The remaining space of her right arm was completely covered in bandage wrapping and her Konoha headband was still wrapped proudly around her forehead with a dark blue cloth to match her shinobi sandals. Narumi bowed her head, catching the genin off guard, especially Shizuka who voiced her confusion rather loudly. Anko stayed silent as she watched Narumi under a critical eye, something was fishy about this whole ordeal. Narumi Namikaze here reporting for duty, as of today I will be your new genin teammate. All three of the Team 11 members said simultaneously, not taking their eyes away from the bowing Namikaze. Narumi stayed in her bowing position and didn't want to look up, she could feel her cheeks reddening in embarrassment and didn't want them to notice. Anko felt her mind shut down on her completely as she digested what Narumi had said. Genin. But you are a. Due to my disobedience to Kurenai-san on our last mission and my refusal to several missions regarding Naruto Hokage-sama, deemed it necessary to demote my shinobi rank until I prove that I can be a Konoha no Seido. Once again, Team 11 was rendered speechless. Shizuka was the first to break out of her stature, she felt her lips form a scowl as she glared at Narumi. She stalked over to Narumi and grabbed the girl by the collar of her shirt and brought her close. Narumi didn't even flinch and was very thankful the red in her cheeks had faded. What do you mean the refusal of missions regarding Naruto-kun? Are you not even trying to get him back? Shizuka growled out, her grip tightening around Narumi's shirt. The redhead shook her head negatively to Shizuka. That seemed to be the wrong choice and it only caused Shizuka to grow angrier. TCH, how typical of you. Just like you Namikaze is to abandon him again when he needs us the most. How fucking dare. Shizuka enough. Anko said, pulling away Shizuka from Narumi. The black-haired genin scowled at her sensei as Narumi smoothed out her now wrinkled shirt. Anko scolded Shizuka with a silent glare, making the smaller girl recoil slightly. Anko pursed her lips as she turned back to Narumi. Look, as much as we would like to trust you about Naruto-kun, we don't. He had told us how you all treated him and left him alone for all these years, and frankly, we are all pretty disgusted by it. Anko said rudely, her eyes sharpening as Shizuka and Sai nodded along with their sensei. Narumi didn't even try to hide her agreement with them, and she nodded her head. I understand. But, Anko started, drawing a frown from Shizuka. I will at least give you the benefit of the doubt and let you explain to us your side. Anko finished. Shizuka jumped up in surprise at Anko's words and looked at her sensei in shock. But sensei, I have no excuses whatsoever about my treatment and I will not stand here and lie to you all and make up some lame excuse. Naruto had made it very clear to me on our last mission that he saw none of us Namikaze as family, he said we were all strangers to him Naruto said, her eyes flashing with sadness for a moment. Team 11 looked at her in shock, at both her words and Naruto's actions. As for the reason for my refusal, I believe since we are the ones who drove him away, the last thing he wants is to return to the family that was never there for him. Narumi lied again. Shizuka grumbled in her spot as Anko nodded her head. In a sad way Anko could understand what the girl was saying. Naruto had left for a reason, he needed to get away from the place that reminded him of all his pain and suffering. No matter how much it hurt her to even say, she understood why. Sai seemed to share her thoughts as he looked away from Narumi, letting a frown take over. Yes, I can understand that. Sai muttered. Even so, why do you have to join our team? I much rather have Kagami-san instead. Kagami-san had been granted sole apprenticeship under Kurenai-san, she would be training him with her team and on days off. It was true, Kagami had proved his loyalty to Konoha and had come clean on everything he knew about the kidnappings and other information he might have known. Minato was quick to agree after learning about his rare chakra condition and believed him to be a good fit for the village. Kagami cried tears of joy as he was handed a Konoha headband after several weeks of waiting. Shizuka groaned as she turned back to Sai and Anko, throwing her arms to Narumi's direction as she yelled. And you guys are okay with this? This is a direct order from Hokage-sama, fighting back is pointless. Shizuka glared at Sai and was about to retort until Anko had thrown her hand over the feisty girl's mouth. Shizuka grumbled in annoyance, and Anko couldn't help but smirk somewhat playfully. Like what Sai-kun said, arguing is pointless. But, Anko said, turning to Narumi, she put on the darkest glare she could that actually sent a chill down the redhead's spine. Anko's eyes promised pain as she spoke, her voice was void of any emotion as it echoed throughout the training ground. You will listen to my command no matter what, I won't tolerate disobedience of any kind. And if I sense even a single ounce of hostility from you, or even a single shed of disloyalty like you had done with Naruto-kun, I will not hesitate to turn you into the Hokage. Do you understand? Narumi gulped and nodded her head as she replied with a strong yes. After she had agreed the dark look vanished from Anko's eyes and she put on a huge smile, clapping her hands in amusement and was muttering to herself about getting her banner to show Narumi. Shizuka pouted and glared at Narumi. I still would have preferred Kagami-san. Well, there's no need to complain, Tits-chan, stressing about it will only give you more wrinkles. God damn it, Sai, shut up. Narumi once again sweat dropped as Shizuka started throwing a large amount of kunai into his direction. Narumi wasn't sure, but she thought she saw a real look of fear flash in Sai's eyes as he started to run away from the girl's onslaught. Anko laughed loudly as she sprinted off towards her team, helping Shizuka in her attack and leaving Narumi in the field. Narumi expected something like this to happen, so she wasn't as hurt as she would have been. Still, Team 11 was definitely an odd group of shinobi. Narumi was starting to second-guess her choice of joining Team 11. Maybe I should have tried to join Kurenai-san's team instead, she thought with a groan as she looked up into the sky. She wasn't particularly close to Kurenaki, well Narumi really wasn't close with anyone outside of her family. But she and Kurenai had met up a few times during Narumi's month of probation, and Narumi was confident enough to call the two of them acquaintances now. Several of their talks had always revolved around Naruto. Since they were the only ones in Konoha who were aware of his secrets, Narumi planned to keep it that way. It was part of the reason why she refused to tell anyone else the real reason Naruto had left, she was keeping a promise that she had made herself. When Kurenai had asked why, the answer came to Narumi faster than anything else. It was a way to make my parents see the error in their ways and finally see what they have been doing to Naruto. It's easy to convince them, especially under these circumstances. And I'm sure the last thing Naruto would want is more people to go after him or know that you were ever in danger. The only reason I told you about it was because he cares for you and I didn't want you to hate him. It was supposed to be a secret, so I will make sure it stays a secret. Narumi sighed again as she thought back to that day. Kurenai had been very shocked, but she understood well enough to drop the issue, and they would only talk about it in secret if they even talked about it at all. Her eyes watched a singular cloud float by and gave it a sad smile. She would prove to Naruto that she would be there for him, she wanted to make it up in any way she could. Even if they aren't family, she would still try and support him for the time they had lost together. Stay safe out there, Naruto Nai. Chapter 20. Arc 4. Part 4. A few more months had gone by for the two kids until they finally entered the foreign land of Lightning Country. Sound Country had not given them any problem, and crossing the border was easier than he had anticipated. They had to pass by an even smaller country, Hotwater Country. It was relatively peaceful there, and they didn't even come into contact with a single shinobi bandit. Actually, when Naruto thought about it, he didn't even know if Hotwater had any shinobi. The rumor was that Hotwater had a very strong alliance with Kumagakure, so they never needed to establish a shinobi system, since the people who lived there were mere merchants and fishermen who helped supply most food and clothing for Kumo. The first steps into Lightning Country were interesting to say the least. The air itself was much different than Sound Country, and even Konoha for that matter. It felt almost thicker, but it was much easier to breathe, and he found himself straining less and less as the days went by. The country itself was somewhat plain. Naruto had become used to Konoha's vast sea of trees in an almost ending forest, with bushes or flowers growing in almost every corner, giving off such a serene and pleasant aroma. But Lightning Country looked dull, the ground itself looked ragged and cracked for years of wear and tear. Mountains surrounded the borders as thick heavy cloud circulated the mountain peaks and ended up leaking downwards to cover most areas with a very thin layer of fog. But while looking dull, the growing trees were a healthy shade of green and were taller than any of the trees Naruto and Kai's had ever seen. The sun would shine perfectly on the country, making the gray appearance almost shine, as it reflected the light onto the large bark structures, making it almost peaceful. It didn't need flowers or an abundant amount of color, it's what it worked with and its simplicity that was awe-striking. Naruto again looked down at the map in his hands with heavy annoyance. Tucked beneath his thumb and index finger was the note the masked man had given to him all those months ago, back when he first met Kai's. The note was directions once they got into Lightning Country to guide them to their destination. Naruto had spent many days and nights trying to locate their destination on the map, but he didn't have any luck. The note was vague, it gave him almost no clear answer or even indicated where to go. Apparently they were looking for a secret cave hidden in one of the mountains just before entering Kumagakure. The problem was the masked man never said which mountain it was, but only said it was in the east side of the country. Naruto had already crossed out several locations that he and Kai's had gone to that ended up leading nowhere. And the base must be incredibly well hidden, he hadn't caught a single glance at anything that looked suspicious or looked even remotely like a secret base, and it was really starting to piss Naruto off. If this was so hard to find and would take so long, why couldn't that masked man just take them himself? Naruto doubted they were busy and just did this as some kind of sick joke, and when Naruto found them he would make sure to give them a piece of his mind. Naruto breathed a tired sigh as he rubbed his eyes, trying to wipe the sleep away as an equal or even more tired Kai's walked next to him. She was beginning to stumble around as her feet dragged on the ground beneath them with her eyes fully closed. She merely mumbled in Naruto's direction whenever he asked her a question and nodded, her sleep-deprived mind not even trying to register what he was saying. Naruto chuckled before stepping in front of her, she bumped into him in surprise until she climbed up onto his back almost robotically and rested her head on his shoulder. Her breathing evened out instantly as her arms went limp as they hung off his shoulders, having passed out instantly the second her head made contact with his shoulder. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he adjusted her on his back and continued their walk into the only area left for him to check for the night. This particular mountain was especially close to the villag's entrance, and Naruto was amazed that no Kumo shinobi had come up to him to ask what he was up to. Isobu had also informed the blonde to refrain from using his chakra since they were close enough to the village for it to be picked up and would give away their location instantly. Also Isobu and Naruto were aware that Kumo was currently housing two, the Nibi and the Hachibi. So it's best to avoid them at all costs, even though Isobu wouldn't have minded seeing his brother and sister again. The Nibi and Isobu were pretty close in the demonic family and always used to the ones who would tease and make fun of the Hachibi and Kyuubi. Good times really. Naruto ignored Sanbi as he finally got to what he was looking for. It was the tallest mountain Naruto had ever seen before. He couldn't even see the top of it as thick clouds obscured his vision, making it almost impossible to see where the mountain actually stopped. Naruto raised an eyebrow as a small little cabin situated itself just to the left of the mountain. Large-size oak trees surrounded the house and lined the rocky structure, and Naruto marveled in the beauty. After picking up Kai's dropping head on his shoulder, he took a few quiet steps towards the cabin. Even outside he could sense a singular chakra signature, it didn't feel strong, or very big for that matter. Almost like a civilian who trained for about a month with chakra. The bright yellow light shined through the cabin's windows and twinkled onto the patches of grass beneath his feet. Once he got to the front door, a pleasant aroma of food graced his nostrils and he had to forcefully stop himself from drooling. It has been a while since he enjoyed a nice meal, since Hikusai would have been living off the wildlife and cheap restaurant food. So the smell of whatever was getting cooked was almost intoxicating for the young blonde. After finally compassing himself, he folded his map and placed it in his pouch and knocked on the door. Several seconds flew by and Naruto could hear someone shuffling around trying their best not to make as much noise. A muffled soft voice reached his ears as it told Naruto it would be just another minute. Naruto waited patiently outside the door, taking small glances in Kai's direction to make sure she was okay before a soft clicking echoed out. Naruto turned his attention to the door as it slowly opened up. Naruto was greeted with a comfortable smile from a somewhat short gentleman as warm eyes looked down at him. "Oh hello young man, did you need something?" Naruto was surprised by this person's tone of voice. It was soothing, flowing past his lips peacefully as it held an air of relaxation. The man's eyes glanced between Naruto and Kai's on his shoulder and his eyes immediately flashed with worry. Naruto ignored the look and smiled back. The man looked very young. He looked no older than 20 as his shaggy red hair was falling into his eye as it stuck out in many directions. It looked like he had just showered and refused to comb and let it just dry naturally. His eyes reminded Naruto of Shisui for a moment, both sharing a vast amount of warmth that seemed to calm Naruto down significantly. No. I was just looking for a place to stay for the night. Me and my younger sister here have been homeless for a few years now. Naruto said, the man's eyes with concern and gestured to Naruto inside. Naruto thanked the man as he stepped inside the warm wooden house. Lightning Country had always gotten almost unbearably cold during the night, so it was a nice change of atmosphere for the two kids. Well, Naruto didn't care since his blood always kept him warm, but he was sure Kai's had appreciated it since she was currently wrapped up in his jacket. Taking a look around, the cabin was much larger than it appeared from the outside. The living room was not so small, it was large enough to fit a decent-sized dining table with a connecting kitchen. A couch laid smack in the center of the room facing an old and rundown fireplace that hadn't looked like it was touched in years. The redhead walked over to the couch and flicked up a lamp in the corner. With a soft click, light illuminated the small couch as he grabbed a few pillows and placed them at the end, once again gesturing Naruto forward. Naruto happily placed Kai's down on the couch with some trouble. She refused to let go of his shoulder, and it actually brought a laugh to the stranger's face. After finally breaking free of Kai's grasp, she pouted in her sleep before cuddling closer into the pillows, humming to herself with content. She looks exhausted. Have you been traveling long? The man asked as he walked around the couch and back into the small kitchen. Naruto subconsciously licked his lips as he took a peek at what the man was currently mixing up in the kitchen. The smell of fresh noodles and broth floated in the air as the man mixed the contraption together. The man glanced back, giving Naruto a smile once again, breaking Naruto out of his stupor. Naruto smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head as the man offered for Naruto to sit. Naruto did so happily, sliding into the slightly uncomfortable wooden chair with ease. Not too long. Just for a few days, but she hasn't been able to get much sleep. The man hummed in understanding, nodding his head as he opened the cupboard and grabbing 3 sets of bowls and placing them on his countertop. I see, I'm glad I could help out then. I don't get many visitors here. Hungry? He asked, looking back at Naruto. No, I don't want to intrude more than I. Nonsense. You look like you could use a nice hot meal. His eyes shined playfully as he placed a steaming bowl of soup in front of Naruto. The blonde fought back, drooling again as he watched the smoke emitting from the scorching hot food as the noodles glowed beautifully in the broth. The redhead laughed as he slid a pair of chopsticks his way. Naruto was hesitant at first, but it didn't take very long for him to snap the chopsticks away and start to dig in, thanking the stranger for the meal. The man chuckled and waved his hand in response before he got himself a larger bowl and sat down across from Naruto. They sat in a comfortable silence as they ate into the night. Naruto felt like he was in heaven. This was the closest thing he has had to ramen in months. And he was really starting to miss that specific taste, and this was a great substitute for his cravings. After Naruto finished his bowl, he gave a heavy sigh of happiness. Isobu himself felt a smile grace his lips, tasting the phantom food through Naruto. Overall, it was shaping into a good day. The redhead laughed happily as he picked up Naruto's bowl and his own before walking over to the sink. Naruto was quick to offer his assistance, but was instantly shut down. Naruto thanked the man again before getting up to go check on Kai's, who was still fast asleep on the couch. Looking down at her, Naruto smiled, running his hands through her long brown hair as she smiled in her sleep, subconsciously leaning into his touch as she snuggled closer to the pillow she was laying on. Naruto felt the stranger walk himself over to the young kids until he stood on the opposite end of the couch. He was drying his hand on a dish towel as he smiled, his eyes once again glowing with warmth. It's nice to see you care so much for your sister, it's very sweet. Naruto smiled embarrassedly as he scratched the back of his head again. If he was honestly speaking, he would have never thought he would wind up getting so close to Kai's. At first he wanted absolutely nothing to do with her, it was just a mission that was in his way for keeping Kurenai safe and finding out who killed Shisui. But now, at the mere thought of losing her, being separated from her tore at his heart. And he couldn't even imagine a world anymore without her being near him. Kai's was there for Naruto through a tough time and had no idea how much she had actually helped. Keeping his fingers tangled in her hair, smiling again, and he nodded. Yeah, she's very special to me. And I assume her magnet release is progressing nicely. Naruto felt his entire body freeze as his blood ran cold. He tried his best to keep his emotions cooled as he snapped his head upwards to stare in the glowing eyes of the redhead. Naruto fought back a gulp, that was the last thing he was expecting the man to say. He felt the cogs turning in his head, he was getting ready to start channeling his chakra if the man acted on the throat. The man did nothing before taking a seat on the grooves of the couch, reaching up and twirling a stray red bang that fell into his eyes as he glanced at Naruto, his expression neutral. Naruto removed his fingers from Kai's hair as she groaned in displeasure as it echoed in the suddenly tense room. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sure you do. Naruto was slightly off-put at the man's incredibly fast response. The man was still twirling his hair as he smirked in Naruto's direction. Naruto could feel the temperature drop several degrees as he racked his brain to think of an appropriate response. Seconds passed and they felt like hours as the man stared at Naruto with amusement. Please Naruto-kun, I am not a fool. Did you like dinner? How do you know my name? Naruto's heart pounded in his chest with anxiety, he almost took a step back as his brain screamed at him to leave. His body felt like it was in turmoil as his name left the man's lips. Did you like dinner? He asked again, standing up straight as he flung his rag over his shoulder. His smirk never left his face as he pushed his hair back, but it didn't help as it just fell right back down. His voice was still soft, and it held genuine curiosity, confusing Naruto greatly. Naruto took a defensive stance in front of Kai's, ready to wake her as soon as the man made the first move. I did. Wonderful. Itsumi-kun said you were a ramen fan, sadly I didn't have all of the ingredients to make authentic ramen. The man said, smiling kindly at Naruto as the tension in the room evaporated instantly. Naruto blinked in surprise as the man turned his back to him and walked back into the kitchen. Huh? Itsumi? Oh my apologies Naruto-kun for not telling you. The man said sheepishly, twirling his strand of hair again as he laughed to himself. He threw the dirty towel onto the counter before taking his previous seat back at the table. Leaning his head on his open palm he smiled pointing at the seat across from him. Naruto didn't move from his standing position as he stared at the red head, making him frown. He retracted his hand and softly drummed his fingers on the wooden table. I guess you would know Itsumi-kun is the masked man. The one who gave you this mission. Naruto and Asobu both felt their eyes widen in shock. Naruto's body tensed considerably again, this was certainly not what he was expecting his night to go. He was expecting to see if the house had anything special for him to take and possibly get away with some goods. The man seemed weak and he could barely sense any chakra within the man, but if he knew that masked man Itsumi, then he had to at least be strong. The man smirked again, he was having a fun time watching Naruto's eyes flash through so many emotions. Now please, care to sit down? Naruto slowly nodded as he carefully took the opposing seat yet again. The seat still warmed up from previously as the redhead traced his finger along a chip in the table, letting his fingernail scrape against the table. It took you too much longer to get here, we were expecting you both in a month. It's been almost 5. Naruto thought about not answering the man, the situation was far too strange for him. Not saying he wasn't put into awkward and strange, but this was completely unexpected. But the man was aware of the now named Itsumi and his mission with Kai's. Itsumi had never said that he would meet another person in his group if this redhead was even a part of. Naruto guessed that he was though, they seemed to be on friendly terms and had been expecting Naruto all this time. So Naruto swallowed his nervousness and nodded. Yes well, we had done some training along the way, along with sightseeing. He answered back. The man hummed again as he glanced back over to the sleeping girl, noticing a bright gold stuffed rabbit she was holding close to her chest, with a small content smile on her face. He nodded his head in understanding, accepting his answer, turning his attention back to Naruto, he smiled before offering his hand forward for a handshake. Naruto stared at it quizzically. Where are my manners? My name is Sasori and I'm the person you were supposed to drop Kai's-chan off to. Naruto's heart felt like his heart had dropped several stories in his chest. He put on a fake smile as he took the now dubbed Sasori's hand in a firm shake. Asobu stayed silent as he sensed the blonde's obvious discomfort at the situation. But the demon himself would be lying if he said he wasn't sharing the same thoughts with Naruto. Sasori grinned, he didn't mind having to wait extra time for the two of them. In fact he actually enjoyed the peace and quiet of the cabin. It was remotely out of anyone's way, barely anybody had even come to visit him. Itsumi seemed to talk very highly of Naruto, and Sasori was excited to see the young man. Well glad to meet you Sasori-san. The feeling is quite mutual Naruto-kun, let's not wake little Kai's-chan shall we? I'm sure you both would like to hear what exactly you came here for. Naruto nodded after a moment's hesitation before he went to go wake up the sleeping Kai's, as Sasori stayed in his seat patiently. Kai's eyes fluttered open as she wiped the sleep from her eyes. After waking up she tensed as he didn't recognize where she was. She looked at Naruto and instantly calmed down, but was slightly confused at the expressionless look in his eyes. After about 20 minutes Kai's was fully awake and she finished her soup, which sadly was warm and not hot, but she didn't mind as she gobbled the food up happily. After she was finished eating she sat on the chair directly next to Naruto. She looked up at Sasori apprehensively as she scooted closer to Naruto, the blonde boy smiled as he rubbed her hair affectionately. Sasori watched the interaction with a small glint of his eyes as Kai's melted under his touch. Sasori waited as both the kid's eyes turned back to him and he smiled warmly at Kai's. Hello Kai's-chan, my name is Sasori, I'm the person that you and Naruto-kun were supposed to meet. Hello Sasori-san. She said timidly, sinking closer to Naruto. Well now to tell you both about the mission. You see I am already aware of Kai's magnet release, which is the reason you both are here. You see I am the world's strongest puppet master and I have been searching for a certain individual to pass my teachings along to. And I think you are exactly what I've been looking for. Both Naruto and Kai's looked up at Sasori in surprise. Kai's actually felt her chest tighten at the idea of training in the puppet arts. She had been interested in that ever since she had controlled a puppet about a year ago. Sasori's eyes glinted again in excitement. If what Itsumi said about Kai's was true, then he was going to be one happy man. That is why I wanted to meet you and make you my apprentice. Kai's digested its words as she looked up at Naruto, slightly worried as his eyes remained void, but he did smile at her. The room was quiet as Naruto reached out and pinched her cheek slightly. Kai's yelped in surprise and glared at Naruto. Naruto laughed. Why are you looking at me, Kai's? This is what we came all this way for. Naruto said. Sasori nodded his head before resting in his open palm. Still tracing his hand over the wooden table. He smirked as Kai's watched in amazement as a thin blue-colored chakra string formed from his fingertip and made its way over one of the closed doors next to the couch she was previously laying in. Kai's felt her eyes start to sparkle as the chakra spring opened the door and escaped into the room. She couldn't tell what was happening and almost laughed in joy as a small puppet that the chakra string now ran out of the room. The puppet was very small, it was just over 2 feet tall and had brightly colored pink hair with a matching set of eyes. It wore a dark black gown as its arm waved to Kai's. Kai squealed as she jumped from her seat and ran to the puppet. Naruto tried to stop her from doing so, but Sasori was quick to intervene. He pushed his free hand forward, stopping Naruto. Naruto looked back at Sasori and almost glared. Sasori kept his face blank and was about to speak until the sound of Kai's laughing broke the two out of their thoughts. Naruto felt his eyes soften as she watched Kai's laugh as the puppet did a little spin. His eyes were practically shining with happiness, and Naruto's heart soared with warmth. He was oblivious to Sasori's watchful eye and just smiled at Kai's. Now Kai's-chan, if you would like I could train you to be the world's best puppeteer in the world. But it is your choice and if you would like to decline then you may, I will not force you. Eyes blinked as she hugged the tiny puppet in her arms. She looked between the calm eyes of Sasori and the almost sad blue of Naruto. She felt her heart rate speed up in her tiny chest as she looked at the boy who had saved her from her inner demons. The room fell silent as she pondered Sasori's words, both parties waiting almost expectantly for her answer, and she could almost sense Naruto's fear as she did so. He tried to hide it from her, but she could see it in his eyes. She looked back at Sasori, giggling slightly as the redhead twitched his finger, making the little boy puppet salute to her. I will accept, but only if Naru gets to stay. I said, making Naruto raise his eyebrows in shock. Sasori stayed completely normal. Kai's felt Naruto's questions gaze on her and blushed. She played with the hem of her shirt awkwardly before speaking again. I mean I know Naru was just supposed to drop me off, but I don't want him to leave me. So I will only stay if he gets TT too. She yelled, burying her head deep into her shirt in a feeble attempt to cover up her red face. Naruto felt incredibly glad to hear Kai's words. He smiled the biggest smile ever as he looked at the embarrassed girl in front of him. Sasori merely smirked at the girl's display of confidence. From what Itsumi had told him, Kai's was an introvert and barely ever spoke unless it was necessary. Sasori almost wanted to laugh as he saw the pure bliss that had overtaken the previously sad blonde. It was adorable. Of course he can stay. Both kids looked at him in shock and Sasori almost rolled his eyes. Kids could be so naive sometimes. I am perfectly aware of Naruto's hidden abilities, Itsumi-kun and Yuno-kun had informed me ages ago. Do you really think I would just throw Naruto-kun away after this? If possible, Kai's face has gotten even more red and Naruto had the audacity to blush. He stayed silent as he looked away from Sasori, feeling a sad sense of guilt at the man's words. Naruto was 100% expecting Kai's to get up and leave him like almost everybody else had in his life. He was terrified Kai's was going to do the same and he was dreading the moment after Sasori had asked the question. He was already preparing to leave and not look back as soon as she said yes. But she had asked him to stay. He felt like crying and he was damn close to it too. It took everything in his power to stop himself from running and hugging the tiny girl in his arms. Sasori this time rolled his eyes as he got out of his seat. His chair scraped against the floor, letting the uncomfortable screeching sound echo out into the closed-off room. He drew the attention of the two kids, asking them to follow him. They both did so and Kai's had walked up to Naruto, scooting closer to him as she was almost fully against his legs as they walked. She was still thoroughly embarrassed and refused to look up at him, but he didn't mind. He was just glad to be here and stay by her side. They watched with interest as Sasori then opened his fridge. Kai shuddered slightly as the cold air washed over her and he started taking everything out of the machine. After the fridge was completely emptied out, he placed his hand inside the fridge, not even wincing from the cool air. He channeled his chakra as the inside of the fridge suddenly caved in, revealing a dark hidden pathway. Sasori chuckled at the stupefied expressions of Naruto and Kai's, gesturing to the hole with the widest grin they had ever seen. His eyes seemed to glow in the dark as he stared at them. He looked excited, barely able to contain himself anymore. Now, this is when the real training begins. Chapter 21. Arc 4. Part 5. Walking through the fridge was almost like walking into a different dimension for Naruto and Kai's. After entering they were forced to walk down a pitch-black hallway for about 20 minutes, there was absolutely no light, and the hallway got tighter and tighter the longer they continued on. Sasori was quiet for the whole journey as Kai's kept herself clung to Naruto's leg, it was hard to see, and she kept losing her footing and tripping, until Naruto decided to carry her piggyback style on his back, she was happy to agree, and practically jumped on top of him in excitement. Once they reached the ending Sasori put his hand on a smooth piece of stone on the wall, and channeled his chakra like he had previously. After a moment the rock started to glow light yellow, as a seal array became visible in the center before the rock started to turn itself, revealing a large open-spaced room as a bright light shone through, forcing Naruto and Kai's to shield their eyes from the rays. Sasori chuckled slightly, pushing the rock open a few more inches to allow himself to get by before helping Naruto and Kai's. Naruto accepted his help, and when he stepped foot inside he looked around the room in amazement. He set Kai's back down to the floor as he walked around. The room was large, it was roughly the size of 2 training grounds put together, and looked tall enough to even hold a Biju comfortably. He heard Kai squeal in delight as he looked over to see her bouncing in place as a large waterfall cascaded down from the roof and pooled itself into its own man-made crevasse. Naruto smiled as she then made her way over to the far end of the room with Sasori right behind her. They then broke out into a loud animated conversation, well mainly Kai's, but Sasori was trying his best to keep up with her. Naruto turned his attention back to the other end of the room, a large bay window was placed in the wall and looked out into the vast land of Lightning Country. Talking a few steps closer, he gently placed his hands on the glass and took a peek downwards, suppressing a shudder from the distance. They were extremely high up in the mountain that Naruto had seen before entering the cabin. He didn't remember seeing windows in the mountain, but it could have been the clouds masking its presence. His eyes then shifted back out into the dull forests, he could just barely see the edge of the great village of Kumagakure. He could easily make out the giant tower near the end of his line of sight, that most likely was the cage tower. Turning back around he looked over to Kai's, who was holding a severed puppet arm, with a look of pure astonishment on her face. Naruto saw Sasori laugh slightly before plucking it from her arms and placing it back down on a large workbench they were standing in front of. Naruto watched the scene in front of him with a smile. Not even 6 months ago would he ever have envisioned his life taking such a must-needed curveball. He was finally feeling like he was getting stronger, like he was finally becoming the man that Shisui would be proud of. He had to leave Konoha, it was holding him back from becoming what he was supposed to be. Naruto did miss some of his friends, he couldn't even imagine what his team was saying, and he hadn't even spoken to Sasuke or Shikamaru in quite a while, and regretted that he at least didn't write a note for them. But most of all, he missed Kurenai. Thinking back on the raven-haired beauty he was eternally grateful for what she had done for him, and he would never forget it for as long as he lived. She was like the smiling angel that reached out and draped him whenever he was falling. And every time he looked at her he was reminded of a time where he was genuinely happy. With Shisui training him and Kurenai looking out for him in the forest, it was almost like he reverted back into that state when he was near her. Kai's had asked about Kurenai before and he didn't even know where to begin to describe her, so many things came to mind and he couldn't just narrow it down to a singular thought. It was almost as if he was in, "What are you thinking about?" Naruto jumped in surprise as Sasori's calm voice broke him out of his thoughts. The redhead merely smiled down at the blonde as he stood peacefully next to Naruto, hands in his pockets as he looked out the large window in front of him. Naruto felt his cheeks heat up a bit and turned his body until he was staring out the window with Sasori, hoping the darkening sky was enough to hide his face from even more embarrassment. Just thinking about someone. Ah, is Kurenai-san correct? Naruto flinched a bit but didn't answer, instead he decided to stay silent as he looked further away from Sasori. The redhead lost his smile as he glanced over at Naruto. He reached up to once again play with a singular strand of hair that was out of place, leaning his body slightly against the wall next to him, his voice was soft as he spoke, and Naruto appreciated it. Yes, Itsumi-kun had told me what he said to you back then. Personally, I think there was a much better way to handle it. I would have just offered to take Kurenai-san with us. Sasori said with a chuckle, making Naruto snap his head over to the redhead. Naruto buried his cerulean blue orbs into Sasori as he scoffed. Are you saying he wouldn't have killed her? He said angrily, his fists tightening. No, he would have. Itsumi-kun may seem friendly, and very much is, but he isn't to be found when people disobey him. I think you made the right decision since the odds were stacked so heavily against you. I see. Naruto said, turning to look at the taller man. Sasori raised an eyebrow at Naruto's serious expression, but stayed silent as he waited patiently, it looked like he had more to say. Sasori-san, Itsumi said once I got here then I would be told who killed Shisui Naisen. Naruto said, not even blinking as his eyes stayed locked onto Sasori's own. He pursed his lips as he went silent, the only sound in the room was the echoing of Kai's giggles as she played with all the severed puppet parts. Sasori after a few minutes looked away from Naruto, hands deep in his pants pockets as he gazed out into the night. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but I do not know. Yuno-kun is the only one in our group who knows that information. What? Naruto yelled loudly before reaching out, gripping Sasori by his collar and pulling the red head down to his level. Sasori didn't even resist as Naruto's now activated Sharingan spun wildly in his socket. Sasori looked back at the famous, not a single shred of surprise or fear as he stared back at Naruto who only gripped on tighter. The blonde scowled loudly, almost like a growl forced its way out of his throat. Are you telling me I traveled all this way, all these months, and you can't even tell me what you guys promised? Sasori kept his face blank as several gobs of spit landed on his face from Naruto's scream. A tiny grin did leak its way onto his lips and for a split second his eyes shined with a small sense of amusement. I never said that. Yuno-kun was here waiting for you both 2 months ago. He got tired of waiting and left. And please Naruto-kun, how can you be so mad? Because of this you finally have a sister again. Naruto's grip loosened significantly around the redhead's collar, throwing the fabric back into place. Sasori couldn't stop his grin from growing as he saw the boy's face take on a pink hue. Naruto scowled, crossing his arms over his chest with irritation as he noticed the concerned gaze of Kai's looking at him from across the room. Naruto's face softened considerably at the young girl, his anger dissipating with each passing second. Taking in a deep breath he felt his body calm itself. He was still feeling the aftershock of Isobu's chakra and he was feeling a little jumpy. It was annoying that Sasori couldn't tell him who killed Shisui, it was part of the reason he had even dedicated himself to take this mission. But if what Sasori said was true, then it was his fault for taking so long to get here. The trip itself should have taken a month and they somehow managed to take 5 times as long to get here. It was hard to stay on schedule with Kai's after all. She wanted to see all of the landmarks and enjoy her time as they traveled through place to place and he just couldn't find it in himself to say no to her. Not that he wanted to. Hell, most days he often found himself forgetting that he even had a mission to do in the first place. The time with Kai's just felt like a vacation with his younger sister. When will this Yuno guy return? Sasori hummed as he smoothed out his wrinkled shirt, hand reaching up to play with his sanguine hair with a thoughtful expression. Who knows? He's a busy guy, maybe in the next few months. Naruto blanched at that. Were any of these people in this group reliable? As far as Naruto saw, this wasn't the case. He couldn't wrap his head around them at all, no matter how hard he tried, and he really did try. They were all too much of an enigma for him. They definitely liked their secrecy, since he knew nothing about any of them except their group names and 3 of their members' names. Neither pegged to be of much use when no one else seemed even aware these people even existed. But waiting a few more months couldn't hurt. After all, Sasori had agreed to even train Naruto with Kai's, and he was looking forward to it. He still had a lot to learn, and Sasori seemed like a very capable shinobi. Hell, he called himself the world's best puppet user, that must hold some weight, right? Thinking about training, a question had popped up in his mind, something that had been nagging at him every time he activated his Sharingan. And for the life of him he just couldn't figure it out, and Isobu was deemed to be of little to no help in figuring out why. Sasori-san. What is Naruto-kun? Do you know anything about the Sharingan? Sasori raised an eyebrow as he looked back over into the blonde's multicolored eyes. He had been anticipating this question, more so than any questions revolving around Shisui. Just the mere image of helping Naruto along with sent a shiver of excitement down his spine. He had never worked with the Sharingan before, but of course he knew most, if not all the secrets of the. Of course he had been in Konoha before and perhaps had even snuck into the Uchiha shrine with a certain individual. Suppressing the urge to shudder with barely contained glee, Sasori just shrugged his shoulders in response. It wouldn't be fun to just say what he knew about them, and who knows what Naruto was even going to ask. He had a pretty good idea since the owner of the Sharingan was the infamous Shisui Uchiha. I might know a little, how come? Well, you see, it happened while I was fighting Narumi in Yukigakure. Naruto said, looking into the window and peering into his reflection staring back at him. He paused, trying to gather his jumble of thoughts together before continuing. I remember doing something, like using a that I didn't know I even knew. I remember bleeding from my eye, then Narumi was knocked to the ground. Naruto finished, looking at Sasori with a questioning gaze. Sasori this time actually felt his spine chill in excitement. He rarely got excited, so it was a special moment for him. He couldn't stop the glint in his eyes as he recalled other previous Sharingan. He did slightly wonder why Shisui had left no information about the Sharingan to Naruto. Maybe it was a last-ditch effort to stay loyal to his clan. That wouldn't make much sense since he had willingly given up his Sharingan without a fight. The only logical answer was that Shisui wasn't even expecting to give them to Naruto, a strong act of rebellion that Sasori could appreciate. Yes, I'm sure I know what happened. Did your Sharingan change shape as well? Yeah, how did why? Naruto-kun, follow me. Naruto blinked in surprise at Sasori's tone. Gone was the calm and relaxation, now a deep sense of glee echoed in his words. By the time Naruto had enough time to fully register what Sasori had said, he was already halfway across the large training ground. Naruto called out in surprise before jogging to catch up to Sasori. Kai's was told to follow as well, and she placed down a puppet she was mindlessly assembling as she ran over to Naruto and attached herself to his leg. Naruto welcomed the affection and paid it no mind as the two of them followed Sasori into one of the many backrooms this cave was housing. Sasori flicked on the light as Naruto felt his body go pale slightly at what he saw. A large white surgery table was smack in the center of the room with several IVs and a cart full of medical equipment. Naruto snapped his head over to Sasori, and he paled further when the mysterious glint in his usual calm eyes burned brighter than the sun. Naruto took a hesitant step back, and Kai's looked up at him in confusion. She wasn't sure why Naru had reacted that way, after all it just looked like a small table. She instinctively tightened herself around his leg for support. He had done it for her sometimes when she had nightmares, and it always worked for her. Maybe it would work with Naruto. It seemed to have the desired effect that Kai's wanted, and Naruto felt some of her nerves fade away. It couldn't stop all of them, however, as he gulped loudly, resting his free hand on her head as he stared at Sasori. He had a bad feeling in his stomach, and he could hear Asobu telling him to just run away and not deal with this. Sasori didn't even try to ease Naruto's fear as he picked up several scalpels and placed them on the table, grinning widely as he did so. Now Naruto-kun, do not worry. This isn't what it looks like, I am merely going to run some tests on you. You see, I know exactly what you're talking about in regards to your Sharingan, and I just want to make sure I collect all the necessary data that I can. I hope to understand your Sharingan better. Manjikyu. Sasori gave a Cheshire smile, his teeth almost glowing radiant in the room as he gestured Naruto closer. He was excited, more so than ever before. Naruto was like a canvas, just waiting to be painted on and sculpted into a fine masterpiece of modern art that the shinobi world has never seen before. Sasori almost trembled in delight at the thought. He had two magnificent specimens in front of him, just waiting for him. That time he couldn't stop a tremble if he even tried. And just like that, one whole year had passed for Naruto and Kai's as they trained under Sasori. Chapter 22. Arc 5. Part 1. Guard duty not treating you well. Naruto jumped slightly in shock. With a soft yell he fell off the tree branch he was on. He was practicing his blood style, trying to form it into a decent-sized ball before the soft echoing voice reached his ears and he lost control of the. Naruto hit the ground with a soft thud, his splashing on him covering the lower half of his face. Naruto felt his cheeks match the sanguine liquid on his face as he looked up into the beautiful red eyes of Kurenai. Naruto felt his cheeks start to flush deeper as Kurenai covered her mouth with her hand, her shoulders trembling as she tried to hold back her giggles. Naruto propelled himself up with his arms and he reached up to scratch the back of his head. Sorry Naruto-kun, I didn't mean to scare you. Kurenai said in between laughs, reaching out, and she grabbed onto one of Naruto's arms and pulled him back to his feet. Naruto dusted off his dirty pants until they were clean. Naruto pulled his hand upwards, using his fingers he channeled his chakra, removing the blood from his face as he laughed awkwardly. No, you didn't scare me. Just caught me off guard is all. He said, embarrassed, letting the blood fall onto the floor as Kurenai laughed again. Kurenai looked down at the boy and her eyes twinkled with a strong sense of mirth. She adjusted her bandage battle dress, wrapping it over her behind, and took a seat onto the dirty forest floor. Kurenai smiled up at Naruto as she patted the ground next to her. Naruto felt his cheeks heat up further as he took the offered seat directly next to her. They sat in silence for a few minutes as they looked out into the dark forest of Fire Country. Both Jen and Nen were basking in the moonlight as it shined down on them. The beautiful white bats of light shone through the opening of leaves and drawing the two with a comfortable feeling of peace. Naruto titled his head to look at the person next to him. She was looking up to the sky. Her expression was calm as she gazed out into the moon. Her knees were up to her chest with her arms wrapped around comfortably. Her head rested in the center of her arms with her eyes closed shut, letting her shoulders slump down. She looked absolutely peaceful. Naruto felt like he was being hypnotized at the mere sight of her. His heart felt like it was going to explode out of his chest at any moment just from the mere sight of her. Naruto's breath hitched as her eyes fluttered open, blinking several times to adjust to the lack of light and look over into his direction. Her ruby-red eyes reflected the serene moonlight flawlessly as it bounced off of them. The corner of her lips curved upwards into a small smile as she scooted a little closer, leaning downwards, making Naruto hesitantly scoot his head further away. You know it's rude to stare at a lady, Naruto-kun. Naruto's face, if possible, exploded into the deepest shade of red either of them had ever seen as he snapped his head away from her. Naruto felt his shoulders slump down embarrassedly as Kurenai softly laughed next to him. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's alright Naruto-kun, I was just teasing you. she said, bumping her shoulder into his playfully as she smiled. Naruto smiled back but still refused to look up into her eyes. Kurenai giggled again but stayed in her position with their shoulders touching against one another. A comfortable silence washed over them as they sat together looking out into the wilderness. Sitting next to Kurenai was pleasant and he could feel his body becoming less and less tense the longer they were near each other. Periodically Kurenai would run her hands through her messy black hair and Naruto would have a hard time not noticing her do it. Whenever she did, a small scent of vanilla and strawberry would waft his way over to him, making him shudder slightly. If she had noticed, she didn't say anything, instead she continued to do so until they somehow ended up closer than ever. Kurenai's legs had unspooled and now lay dangerously close to the blonde. Forgetting how to breathe again as her head slightly fell to her side from drowsiness as it landed atop of his. Feeling anxious, Naruto shifted a little but didn't pull away from Kurenai. He snuck a glance in her direction and almost pulled back in surprise when she was staring at him. Naruto smiled awkwardly and she returned the gesture. "Maybe you should go and get some sleep, Kurenai-san. Narumi is getting up soon to take over my shift." Kurenai adamantly shook her head, her hair swinging with her as an even stronger scent of strawberries reached Naruto's nose. "I couldn't sleep, that's why I came to give you company. So I'll stay till your shift is over." Naruto felt his heart flutter as she subconsciously put her head further into his head. Naruto this time felt his whole body go red, whatever Kurenai was doing was killing him. And he actually thought he would have a heart attack at any moment. He had never felt this feeling before, not even with Shisui, hell even around Shizuka or Anko. He couldn't pinpoint the exact feeling, but he knew he didn't mind it. He didn't respond, but he did force his eyes away from her. He missed the frown Kurenai had given him as her gaze stayed on him. "Hey, Naruto-kun. Is Narumi bothering you? If she is, we can return to Konoha and have our team shifted around to get her removed." Kurenai said honestly, even if Naruto was good at hiding his growing annoyance at Narumi during the mission, she would tell by the way his eyes shifted around that she was getting on his nerves. And she was perfectly prepared to return to take them all back to the village if it meant making Naruto's life a little less stressful. Naruto felt touched by the concern in her words, her tone was soft, and he looked at her with a smile as he shook his head. "No, this is a good way to get over anything, right? And yes, she's annoying. So damn annoying, but it's just more of a reminder than I'm over all of them." Kurenai blinked in surprise at the sheer amount of confidence in his voice. He didn't waver and she felt herself smiling along with him, her features softening as she locked eyes with him. "Well, if you say so, Naruto-kun. But if it becomes too much, then come and tell me, okay? I have no problem going back." "Thank you, Kurenai-san, but really it's alright. And just let her do it, maybe once she gets it out of her system she'll calm down," Naruto said, chuckling to himself at the irony. His laughter died down as he felt Kurenai remove her head from his. Naruto wanted to pout from the lack of warmth as he watched as Kurenai entered her previous position, eyes downcast as she put some distance between them. Naruto frowned, he didn't think what he said would have upset her that much, or at all. He didn't know if he should reach out and ask what was wrong, or just stay silent. He had never been one for comfort and wasn't really taught how to do it. After a few seconds of awkward silence for Naruto, he hesitantly scooted across the dirt, scratching the back of his head. "Hey Kurenai-san, are you okay?" Kurenai looked back at him and almost smiled at his nervous gesture. The smile never escaped and instead a frown took its place. Her goal was to come out here and tell him what had been on her mind for the past few weeks, but she just didn't know how. Her thoughts were a mess and she was having trouble sorting through them all as his sapphire blue eyes looked at her with so much worry it was shocking. Her arms tightened around her legs as she brought them closer to her body. "I guess I wanted to apologize to you, Naruto-kun." "Huh? Why?" Naruto asked confusedly, his head tilting to the side in question. Kurenai nodded her head sadly. "Yes, I should have been there for you when Shisui-san died. She said, clenching her fists. Naruto widened his eyes at her in shock, he was not expecting that. Kurenai looked ashamed at herself. "I know I was training to be a, and once I passed I was sent on a 2-year-long mission, but when I got back I should have been there for you. I heard about the Uchiha massacre and I didn't look up on you. And you just shared everything about you to me, and I just don't deserve that level or trust from you when I couldn't even be there for you." She finished in a rush, her heart beating shamefully in her chest. She hoped Naruto could feel her guilt. Because she really was guilty, she regretted it more than anything. She felt like she didn't deserve it, she was no better than his family, then why did she get treated differently? Kurenai felt a soft hand touch hers, and she looked up to see Naruto's hand encircling hers, her arms loosened up as she looked at the soft blue eyes looking at her. Naruto felt incredibly embarrassed as he did the simple action, his heart was on fire, and he forced a deep blush down to his neck so she couldn't see it. Naruto smiled warmly, making Kurenai even more confused. "I think you do, so what if you were busy? At least you were busy, my parents weren't. And the time you spent with me since I got back and all those years ago was more than I could have asked for. I was happy around you and you had no obligation to anyway. I was just somebody random you met one day, you're not the one who should feel guilty," he said, surprising even himself as the words flowed naturally out of him. He felt Kurenai's hand tighten in his and he returned it with a gentle squeeze of his own. The honesty reflecting in his eyes was enough to make the blush slightly as Naruto's own smile grew wider. She felt her nerves and shame melt away the longer Naruto held her hand within his. She felt her own smile growing as she locked her eyes with his. Blue met red with such a display of open vulnerability and affection. "I'll make sure you aren't alone anymore, Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun, are you even listening to me?" Naruto snapped his head upwards, eyes blinking in surprise as he looked at Sasori. Sasori's eyes glowed with annoyance as he scowled, crossing his arms over his chest as soon as he finished zipping up his jacket. Naruto looked sheepish as he forced his eyes away from Sasori, scratching the back of his head with a light blush on his face. Sasori merely rolled his eyes at the blonde. "Sorry Sasori-sensei, I kinda spaced out there." "Yes, I am aware. Anyway, I'm stepping out for a bit. Watch over the place while I'm gone." Naruto raised an eyebrow at Sasori. Naruto just nodded and responded with a will to do, and just like that Sasori was gone. Naruto had learned that over the years Sasori would sometimes leave for a day or two, saying he had some business to take care of, and Naruto now knew better than to ask where he was going. Sasori would never answer the question and would then vanish and sometimes hit them with a "none of your business." Naruto was quick to not ask again after those words reached him. Naruto looked down at what he was previously doing. He was seated in a classroom that resembled the shinobi academy that he used to attend, but it was much smaller. Sasori, when he wasn't training them on ninjutsu or any of the more advanced shinobi arts, he liked to use the classroom for more teachings, like making and principles of certain shinobi clans and powers. Naruto always had to suppress a groan whenever Sasori had dragged him and Kai's in this room. It reminded him of his academy days, and he never liked looking back on those memories. Kai's never complained, in fact she was always elated when Sasori-sensei would teach them here. Since she had never gone to a school before or a shinobi academy, so all of this was new to her and was exciting. The only thing Naruto looked forward to during his time in this room was making. The three of them would usually talk for hours and try to formulate possibilities and ways to create new and powerful things. It was what you thought the Shinobi Academy was going to be like when you were a kid, and for Naruto, it was damn cool. But over the past year since Naruto and Kai's had joined Sasori, things were finally beginning to calm down for the blonde boy. Kai's was progressing at a very fast rate. She already learned how to use chakra strings with both her hands and added a few earth and wind jutsus into her limited arsenal. Sasori had bragged relentlessly the day he managed to get Kai's to control a small puppet with just the use of her magnet release. It didn't have the best control and would usually fall to the ground due to Kai's average grasp on her bloodline, but it was a foot in the right direction and she was growing each and every day. Naruto was proud of her. She had changed drastically since the first time they had met and he couldn't be happier. They had spent almost every day together, and even on days off when Sasori would leave they would spend them either sparring or just hanging out with one another. And it was great. Sasori had a strict training regime for each of them, and they often trained in two different places since it was dangerous to train near each other. Sasori had helped improve in the area he had been lacking in most, his taijutsu. He was nowhere near the level he wanted to be, but he was much better than he was last year. His speed had increased dramatically ever since Sasori had gone and replaced his old training weights with weight seals that he put on their bodies to improve their speed and usefulness. His blood was almost second-hand nature to him by now. He had enough control over the art that he didn't have to think about it anymore. His chakra control was a big factor in his control and was easy enough to manipulate. He had spent days and days training until the sun would rise the next morning to fine-tune his chakra control. He never knew how important it was until jutsu starting to implode on him from his lack of understanding on control. Sasori made sure to beat the information into him, and ever since then, his chakra control was almost perfect. But the Sobu, the two of them had trouble getting to the second chakra Q together. After entering the first tail, Naruto felt no pain when he did so, he now only felt pure power and warmth spread through his body. But nothing compared to the pain he felt from entering the second tail. In the memory, Naruto winced in pain, reaching up and rubbing his bandaged arm. The heat and malice was so strong that the skin on his body would sometimes feel like it would melt away, and sometimes it did. Kai's was horrified the first time she did it and practically forced Naruto to stop his training with the demon's chakra altogether until he was fully healed and in perfect condition to try again. But even after the year they couldn't get the tail to form, and at this point, Naruto felt like he would end up dying before he did manage to. Sasori tried to help in any way he could, but he didn't know how the inner workings worked. Almost everyone's seals were different and operated in a different way, and he was nowhere close to a seal master to decipher the seal Yuno had put on Naruto. And he wasn't so sure he could understand the feeling of skin peeling off the body, so he left the Bijuu training solely for Naruto and just supervised so things wouldn't get out of hand. But Isobu would always pull back fast enough so Naruto never had lost control, something the blonde was incredibly thankful for. His Sharingan had been the biggest change ever since the terrifying discovery that Sasori was going to basically do a doctor's checkup on him, but even Naruto had to admit that the results were more than amazing. Sasori had explained in depth on what the Sharingan was. It was one part of the final evolution that the Sharingan underwent, and it could only be obtained by killing the person closest to you, or so much mental and physical stress that they mutated normally. But that was rare, most Uchiha who gained the power had slayed someone closest to them. But each Sharingan had come attached with its own unique abilities, two to be exact. Each unique ability was tailored to its owner, and when implanted into someone else's eyes, they should retain the same abilities of the original owner of the. But that wasn't the case with Naruto. Sasori had gone over the date over 100 times and theorized that when Yuno had sealed the Sanbi and implanted the Sharingan simultaneously that he actually mutated Naruto's Na around the. Which is why he was able to activate and deactivate the bloodline at will, unlike Kakashi Haddock, who had to keep it covered up to keep it deactivated. So Naruto didn't hold any of the traits that Shisui had and instead was given two unique ones, and Sasori was ecstatic. They had worked long and hard for over 6 months, but were finally able to pin down the exact technique Naruto had used against Narumi, and to say Naruto was surprised was an understatement. He was absolutely stunned. They both have named the unique ability. Misdirection. It was the ability to shift one's line of sight for a few seconds to allow Naruto to either escape or get in close enough to deal the finishing blow. And they could not fight back against the technique, for how long Sasori had tried it was impossible to not look at what Naruto wanted you to look at, he just couldn't tear his eyes away. The only thing you could do is try and sense Naruto's chakra signature, but you had to be incredibly fast to do so, and most of the time even faster than Naruto himself, and since his control over the sunshine was nearing insane levels, it was not an easy feat. But that wasn't saying they didn't come with an Achilles heel. They had a time limit. Naruto and Sasori had both figured out that the misdirection only lasted for about 5 seconds maximum and had at least a 5-minute cooldown. It wasn't the worst drawback, but the amount of chakra Naruto had to admit was a lot and would sometimes leave him fatigued if he held it for the full 5 seconds. He was getting better at his control over the ability and was able to hold it for 3 seconds and not feel any fatigue. And because of the use of misdirection his eye would produce a small stream of blood that he could combo off into a blood style in an attempt to end his opponent right there and then. Naruto was slowly starting to become a powerhouse with the Uchiha, something Sasori had also bragged about to Kai's. Naruto and Sasori were still trying to figure out what his second ability was, but they hadn't had much luck in that regard. Most theories they had either came back entirely wrong or had made no sense. It was a work in progress, but Naruto didn't mind the wait, he was looking forward to seeing where his Sharingan would take him, and he thanked Shisui every day for the power. He was broken out of his thoughts as the feeling of something started to tickle his cheek. Naruto gave a small laugh, closing the book in front of him and throwing his arm over his chair to look towards the door. All done for the day, Kai's. Said girl giggled as she retracted her chakra string and nodded happily in Naruto's direction. Naruto laughed again as he watched the girl bounce her way over to him. She was wearing a nice comfortable black t-shirt with a light gold covered zip-up jacket over it, perfectly matched with a pair of loose black shinobi pants and black sandals. Her long flowing brown hair was tied back into a high ponytail and reached just to the end of her neck. Her golden eyes seemed brighter and several small freckles had started to appear on her cheeks. She smiled wide as she jumped on the table Naruto was sitting at, not even bothering to use one of the chairs to his sides, and instead took a seat on the table. Eyes raised an eyebrow at the book on the table and reached out before Naruto could say anything. Flipping it over she read the title and she frowned, turning back to Naruto, she waved the book and pointed at it with her finger. Do you actually find this interesting? Naruto laughed again, quickly taking the book and reaching out and pinching the 9-year-old girl's cheeks. Kai's yelled in annoyance but didn't try to run away, silently enjoying the attention since she hadn't seen him almost all day. Yeah, I'll have you know that I'm trying to figure out what my awesome new ability is. So I have to brush up on certain topics. But Naruto books are so boring. They always revolve around clans fighting against each other and it always ends horribly. She said childishly, crossing her arms with a huff. Naruto upon hearing his new nickname smiled wide, it was something new that she accidentally had called him during a night of late-night training. He had gone to go and put her to bed when she had a particularly bad nightmare that day. She had refused to leave Naruto's side and Sasori was quick to leave them since he wasn't any better at comforting a loud crying girl. Naruto never left her side and she had called him that once she had finally calmed down and drifted off to sleep. And Naruto couldn't have been happier when he heard those words. Kai's had seemed embarrassed at first, but was happy to see that Naruto didn't mind, and in fact he welcomed it wholeheartedly. And ever since then he finally became the big brother he had wanted to be. Reaching out, Naruto gently pushed Kai's off the table, and with a yelp she tried to grab onto the table for support. Naruto chuckled as he watched his hit the ground with a soft thud and glared at him. "You're just jealous I read at a higher level than you." Kai's grumbled as she launched herself at the blonde. Naruto didn't even try to fight back, the young girl latched herself onto his back. Naruto laughed loudly as he playfully mocked the girl for her average reading skills. Kai's had started to grow annoyed and form thick chakra strings at her fingertips and fully wrapped them around Naruto's mouth. Even the chakra strings couldn't stop the sound of Naruto's muffled laughter as they stumbled through the room and back into the large training hall. Kai's was beginning to enjoy her attack on Naruto until she felt the blonde stop moving. She blinked several times in confusion until she looked up. Her eyes went wide as she was met with two men standing in the center, one looking at them with disappointment and the other's face covered with a mask. "Why does this always happen the second I leave? Can I even leave you two alone?" Sasori said as he put his head in his hand, suppressing the urge to pinch his nose bridge. He had only been gone for just over an hour and they were already getting into it. He swore he was starting to feel more like a father than a sensei ever since he had come back one day and his entire collection had been tampered with. Everything was out of order and thrown across the room, and Sasori had to suppress the urge to actually kill those two. Ever since then never tolerated them messing around when he was gone. Only under his supervision could they have fun as long as they stayed close by and were out of harm's way. "My god, I do sound like a father." Sasori internally groaned as Kai's quickly jumped off of Naruto's back, her chakra strings vanishing as Naruto straightened up. Neither of the two had seen this masked man before, but they knew if he was with Sasori, then he could be trusted. Kai stayed planted next to Naruto as the blonde glanced between the two of them. Sasori looked back towards his companion, bowing slightly in an apologetic manner. "My apologies, they get like this sometimes and well, oh please don't apologize to Sasori. This was exactly what I had wanted." The man said happily, reaching up and removing his pink mask, letting his pastel pink eyes known to the world. His gray hair was light, almost looking white as he looked down at the two kids. Sasori just sighed as he stepped back, allowing the man to do what he always did. The mysterious man hung his mask on his hip as he walked over and offered both of his hands to the kids. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you Kai-san, and of course great to see you again Naruto-san, my name is Yuno. Apologies for making you wait so long for me." Naruto felt his eyes grow wide with shock at the man, this was the fabled Yuno he had heard so much about. The man who was supposed to meet them here and who had sealed the Sanbi and had implanted the Sharingan into him. Kai's wasn't really sure why Naruto looked so shocked as she looked up at the man. The girl accepted his handshake with a nervous smile, Yuno just smiled back as he shifted his attention to Naruto. Naruto didn't even bother to return the handshake as he looked at Yuno with his face blank. This was the moment he had been waiting over a year for, to finally figure out who had killed Shisui. Naruto opened his mouth, but before words could escape him, Yuno had cut him off. Clapping his hand several times startling Naruto. "Sasori, could you please prepare some tea while I speak with Naruto here? Alone." Sasori masked his surprise at Yuno, but Nothingless nodded his head along with him. He agreed and quickly whisked him and Kai's out of the room. Kai's looked like she wanted to fight back, but one look at Sasori was enough to make her rethink her decision. She had seen that look many times when she knew that her sensei was deathly serious. He was almost as serious when she had accidentally broken one of his favorite puppets. After the soft clicking sound echoed into the room, Yuno looked back down at Naruto. The room suddenly got very tense as they stared at one wave falling down from the small waterfall, was the only sound that played in the room as Yuno walked directly past Naruto. "How does a spar sound?" Naruto's eyes went wide as he turned to see Yuno had walked all the way across the hall and stood directly in the center circle of one of the training spots. He had just finished removing his blue Adarashi cloak, folding it neatly before placing it on the ground. Naruto was a little apprehensive at first, he knew Yuno had to be strong. Sasori had praised Yuno time and time again for his incredible power, and just from standing across from the man, Naruto could practically feel the heavy amount of chakra flowing from the man in waves. Yuno just smiled as he put his arms out, his eyes closing due to his large smile. "Come on, why not? It's my way of apologizing for taking so long to get here, and after we're done I'll make sure to tell you everything. And that is a promise." Naruto grinned slightly himself as he walked until he was about 20 feet away from the man. Yuno smiled as Naruto had accepted his offer, he could tell the boy was a bit eager to hear the information he had for him. Maybe a little too eager, this was a way to calm him down, so Naruto didn't end up doing anything drastic. And it was a good way to see how much the boy had improved since he last saw him, after all, Yuno was the one to give him the push and power. "Fine, but after I want to know everything," Naruto said, not taking his eyes away as Yuno nodded. Agreeing without a second thought. Of course Naruto, but please, do not hold back. I know all of your powers and it would be a waste not to use them. Said. Naruto clicked his tongue in his mouth, that was true. He didn't even think about that, he was too preoccupied at seeing for the first time. Without a second thought he activated his, making the man across from him grin. The grin soon faded away as Naruto was gone from his line of sight. Stayed still as he waited a few seconds to try and figure out where the blonde had gone to. With another smile he ducked, dodging at seemingly nothing as wind rushed by him making his hair sway. With a yell of Kai had dismissed the blonde catching Naruto off guard. Naruto quickly performed a sunshine blazing past in a blur and sending his elbow into the man's gut. Took the hit and the moment the blonde made contact swept at the blonde's feet. Yubo grabbed Naruto's arm so he couldn't get away as Naruto felt his legs fly into the air thanks to the sweep kick. The second Naruto's body hit the ground it exploded in a torrent of water, grinned again before jumping away. Naruto came flying down from the ceiling, his hand already stretched out towards his water clone. Water style. Judgment chain. Raised an eyebrow at the unknown as he watched the water take shape into a thick heavy chain and wrap itself around himself. Naruto landed on the ground across from as the older man just smiled, his face shining with mirth as he tested the jutsu's defense. Naruto didn't even try to hide the disappointment on his face as he tightened his fist slightly, making the chain grip harder around Well, that was easier than I thought it would be. Are you impressed? Laughed as he shook his head, making Naruto frown. It's good, but not good enough. Said as he flexed his body making the break, water soared around the field as Naruto's eyes went wide. He had just put enough chakra into that should have been enough to stop him in his tracks. Naruto scoffed as he raised his forearm blocking a punch that had come his way. He felt his eyes go even wider and barely had enough time to duck out of harm's way from the katana that tried to slice him. Naruto retreated, sun shining backwards, putting more space between the two of them. Twirled his sword in his hand swinging and back and forth while doing so. He stuck the sword in the ground, leaning on the hilt as he formed a singular hand seal. Naruto felt his body tense at the motion, smiled at that. Higher style. Majestic fireball jutsu. Naruto watched as breathed out the biggest fireball he had ever seen. His face glowed from the intense orange ball of heat as he formed his own signs. Gathering as much water as he could from the waterfall and forming a large thick wall of water in front of him. The giant ball made contact against the wall ruthlessly, the ear-pinching sizzling sounds echoed in the room as felt his ears twitch. Looking to his right he raised his forearm to block a punch from Naruto who appeared on his right. Hearing the same thing on his other side he bent down, making another Naruto fly over him and straight into the other body of Naruto. Grinned again as he gripped his sword, sending the blade directly into the two clones, making them once again pop into plums of water. Sensing danger he jumped to his right as the original Naruto came down on him from above. Naruto's fists indented itself into the ground, making a small crater appear as the spinning looked annoyed at Sun shining again he appeared directly behind who was only mildly surprised by the boy's natural speed. Water style. Water blast. Naruto extended his index finger forward, his hand taking the form of a gun, and a large burst of water exploded from his fingertips. It impacted as the impact sent him flying forwards. Reacted quickly, using his sword he placed it in the ground as he slid backwards, barely having enough time to jump out of the way from his exact being used against him. He dodged the fireball only to be met with the front of Naruto's knee as it impacted his face. This time actually winced in slight pain as his knee sent him back down to the flow. Naruto didn't lead up to the attack, using the waterfall again he formed a large water dragon that sent itself roaring its way at only tilted his head upwards as he laid on the ground, grinning as the dragon came closer and impacting onto the ground, splashing water upwards. Once the water finally cleared Naruto noticed that was nowhere to be seen. Naruto scanned the arena, his body growing more tense as his Sharingan moved around rapidly. A sudden cracking sound broke his thoughts. Naruto below. Naruto cursed as he attempted to jump back, but had already grabbed a hold of his foot. The rest of jumped up from under the ground as his own knee impacted Naruto's gut. With speed that was almost impossible to follow with his Sharingan sliced at Naruto's legs. Naruto groaned from the pain as his blood leaked down his wound, using his moment from his jump he swung his arm downwards, using the blood from his now fully healed wound on his legs to form a small blood knife, and attempted to stab let go of the blonde's foot and brought his sword up to intercept the blood, but was incredibly surprised that the blood knife never made contact with him. Instead the blood lost its shape, splashing over his katana and obscuring his vision. Naruto didn't give a moment to spare and with another sunshine, continued his assault sending a chakra punch to Yuno's skull. Yuno's head flew back and he winced from the pain. Naruto didn't stop there, using his free hand he reached out, slicing his own palm against Yuno's katana, making a large streak of blood leave his open wound. Yuno didn't have much time as the blood formed a large spiral blade and thrusted itself over at him. Yuno rolled out of harm's way, the spiral blade stuck itself into the ground. Naruto had anticipated this and was quick to act, summoning a few water clones that quickly latched themselves onto Yuno. Two of the clones grabbed his arms, while the real Naruto held a kunai to the man's throat. Naruto grinned as he looked down at Yuno, he was feeling pretty good that his plans were actually working against such a strong opponent. He didn't have much time to bask in his glory as Yuno returned his grin, he didn't even look hurt. "Hey Naruto, how do you feel about lightning?" Naruto's eyes widened, and he didn't have enough time to back away as Yuno's body suddenly sparked, exploding into a current of lightning. Electrocuting Naruto and making his clones die immediately. Naruto screamed as the electricity wrenched itself around his body, he had never been hit with lightning before, and it hurt like hell. As soon as the feeling vanished he had to catch his breath, his hair was sticking up all over the place. Naruto felt his head become wobbly and barely even reacted to Yuno coming up from behind him. Yuno was certainly impressed with Naruto's skill level, he was easily more powerful than most, and his plans would almost 100% work against most shinobi. Yep, Yuno was now certain that he made the right choice in sealing away the Sanbi in Naruto and implanting Shisui Sharingan. He knew the boy would become strong, and this was even beyond his expectations. Yuno walked forward, swinging his sword forward, wiping it clean of the remaining blood as he stalked closer. Yuno raised a delicate eyebrow as he watched Naruto get to his feet, his body still trembling from the amount of electricity he had to endure, but Yuno was surprised to even see him standing. He had put enough chakra into that lightning clone to at least paralyze him for a few hours. Naruto turned his head, his Sharingan now a completely different shape than before as he glared at Yuno. He formed a blood in his hand and sent it flying towards Yuno, and Yuno himself almost frowned at seeing the attack. The aim was very off, that wouldn't even make it to a target and there was barely any strength behind it. Then suddenly a chill fell down his spine, a feeling he hadn't felt in years expanded to all of his senses as it exploded from Naruto. He tried to snap his head back to Naruto, but found himself unable to do so, his eyes following the blood and as it soared past him. His face conforming into a deep look of pain as he gasped, blood flying from his mouth as he was finally able to look down. The gasp died in his throat as the bubbling tail of red chakra latched itself onto his throat. A long tear streak of blood leaked down Naruto's now Sharingan as his golden right shined brightly within his chakra cloak. But the strong force Yuno was sent flying back, his body moving faster than ever as he impacted all the way into the opposite wall. The base shook from the impact and several pieces of rock actually started to break and fall from the roof. A large plum of dust hid the way to Yuno's body as Naruto breathed heavily. His Sharingan deactivated as he fell to his knees, he had fully used up all 5 seconds of his misdirection, and he barely had any chakra left, which was why he resorted to Isobus. He felt his eyes roll back into his head as the chakra cloak receded back into his seal, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. The sound of footsteps echoed down the room as Yuno walked towards Naruto. He was holding his arm, but other than that he looked completely fine. He looked down at Naruto with a large amount of pride. He didn't think Naruto would actually learn a technique or even have any control of Isobu's chakra. It was choking, he was stunned, and it even furthered his happiness that he had found Naruto on that fateful day. Amazing, I certainly wasn't expecting that. He even broke my arm, and I am definitely suffering from internal bleeding. If I was a lesser shinobi that definitely would have caved my insides in on themselves. Yuno thought as he picked Naruto up with his free arm and walked down the arena to return with Sasori and Kai's. He had a deal to keep after all. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.